The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., June 13th, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Aaron Houchin to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9th, 2023, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the 300th anniversary of the town of South Kingstown, Rhode Island, home to some of our state's most iconic historic, economic, and cultural treasures. Formally established in 1723, South Kingstown's origins can be traced back to the Pettawamsket Purchase of 1658, when the founder of our state, Roger Williams, and Narragansett sachems signed a document establishing the settlement of Kingston Village, which became one of the 5 original state capitals of Rhode Island. With the coming of the Industrial Revolution, the villages of Peacedale and Wakefield in South Kingstown became economic engines, employing thousands and defining life for many South Kingstown residents well into the 20th century. Some of these old South Kingstown mills are still standing today, including Kenyon's Grist Mill, the oldest continuing manufacturing business in Rhode Island, dating back to 1696. South Kingstown is also home to the University of Rhode Island, founded in 1892, our state's flagship public land-grant university, that today is leading research and innovation in the blue economy, with disciplines ranging from engineering to oceanography, entrepreneurship, healthcare, and so much more. The town has grown and evolved, but has never lost its rural character, beautiful seascapes, and hard-working roots. Whether it was the farmers who tilled the land, the mill workers who built the middle class, or the university researchers on the cutting edge of innovation, everyone in South Kingstown, from Wakefield to Matunic, Peacedale to Uskapog, has contributed to the town's success in one way or another. The people of South Kingstown built a strong and vibrant community over the past 300 years, and may South Kingstown continue to thrive for generations to come. I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This week, Congress is going to take up one of the most consequential pieces of legislation that this body has considered in years. Despite the lack of fanfare from the national media, the REINS Act is a very important piece of legislation, and it has the potential to overhaul the federal bureaucracy, overhaul what many of us and many of my constituents back home in Louisiana refer to as part of the deep state. And it also has the potential to restore Congress's constitutional role as the chief rulemaking body in America. But to understand the necessity of this bill, it's important that we take a step back just for a moment and examine how Congress has ceded our lawmaking authority to nameless, faceless bureaucrats that aren't accountable to anyone, not to voters, and really largely not even to those of us in Congress. Article 1, Section 1 of the Constitution itself declares that all legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in a Congress of the United States. All legislative powers. The founders intended that governments derive their powers from the consent of the governed, of course, a radical idea that suggests that laws are unjust unless they come from the people. And the way that's done in our system, in our unmatched constitutional republic, is that it comes from the people through their duly elected representatives in Congress. This idea, of course, is espoused originally by principles articulated in the nation's birth certificate, the Declaration of Independence. The founders, having signaled their intent to break free from the world's most powerful nation, were fearful. They were fearful of the undue power and influence of an absolute monarch. But of course, tyranny in any of its forms is an evil. So they created this system that we have, separation of powers, checks and balances, one that provides elected representatives with the authority to make the laws, an executive to implement them, and a judiciary to call the balls and strikes about disputes over that. However, through the decades of congressional disinterest in lawmaking and an ever-growing federal bureaucracy, the executive branch has usurped Congress's role as the rulemaking authority in America. It's important to note that this development has been somewhat of a slow creep, and it's not a sinister plan to upend Congress's authority. You can blame mostly the Congress itself for this having happened, because see, here's what has occurred. For decades, Congress has really willfully delegated its authority to federal agencies through passage of a patchwork of spending bills and the vote now, read later mindset. It also evades the responsibility from some of the duly elected representatives of the people here because they don't have to take tough votes. If you can just make bureaucrats do it, it's a lot easier. But think of the results of this. Just consider this. Here's one stat. In 2021 alone, Congress here passed 143 laws. That's bills that passed both chambers and were signed into law by the president. In that same year, by comparison, federal agencies enacted 3,257 rules. That is 23 times the number of laws actually duly passed by the Congress. Unfortunately, these rules often serve the interest of liberal and progressive causes. That's the effect of it. They cater to the desires of environmental groups and unions and LGBTQ activists and those who want to abolish the Second Amendment. We have example after example after example. Progressives have realized that congressional inaction has opened a window to usher in this agenda outside of the legislative or electoral framework, and their ideas aren't popular at the ballot box, so they entrust federal agencies to do all that bidding behind closed doors. It is not American. And frankly, my concerns with the growth of the administrative state are viewpoint neutral. I don't somehow quietly hope for a similarly sized federal government that serves conservative political interests. No, we are intellectually consistent in this. Reigning in the administrative state is not about retribution, it's about restoration of our founding principles, that things that made our great nation in the first place. And that's why passing the REINS Act is a critical first step in achieving these goals. This bill would reassert the Article I legislative authority of Congress and prevent excessive overreach by the executive branch in the federal rulemaking process. What it means is that every new major rule proposed by federal agencies would be subject to congressional scrutiny before going into effect. We define major rule as any regulation with an annual effect on the economy of over $100 million, any major increase in cost or prices for consumers, or any significant adverse impact on competition, employment, investment, or productivity of U.S.-based enterprises. So, by quick way of example, if Congress would have passed this bill in the last session, President Biden's student loan bailout, his ban on oil and gas lease sales, his plan to allow retirement funds to consider ESG, and even the mandated climate risk disclosures would all have been subject to an up or down vote by the people's duly elected representatives in this body. Instead, President Biden's first year, he finalized 69 regulations that carried over $100 million price tag or significantly impacted the economy. Those regulations add up to more than $200 billion, billion with a B, in regulatory cost, and Congress wasn't even consulted to approve one dime of it. The REINS Act represents a long overdue first step in restoring accountability and reducing government overreach. And I am really grateful that House Republicans have prioritized this bill this week. We will pass it off of this floor, we will send it to the Senate, and hopefully we can rein in the bloated government that is controlling all of our lives. Madam Speaker, with that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
For far too long, for-profit charter schools have operated without accountability. Without the necessary oversight for charter schools, our children will continue to suffer while taxpayers bankroll charter school fraud, waste, and abuse. I know our children deserve better, and this is why this week I'm introducing the Charter Oversight Accountability Transparency Act, which we call the COAT Act. I'm doing this with Representative Bowman and Representative Wilson to help strengthen our country's public education system by promoting the same type of accountability from charter schools nationwide that the law requires of our public school systems. Charter schools are publicly funded, Madam Speaker, but are managed by private charter management organizations. This bill would require these management organizations to file disclosures, financial disclosures to the Department of Education in order to receive federal elementary and secondary education act funds. Michigan's experiment with charters has led to a system of poor-run schools for-profit companies failing thousands of our students. The CODE Act is a common-sense legislation that will increase transparency and accountability to ensure that charter schools provide necessary information to local, state, federal agencies to detect and prevent fraud and abuse. Mr. Speaker, I don't know what our education level, marital status, or credit scores have to do with how much your auto insurance rate should be. The Prohibit Auto Insurance Discrimination Act, PAID Act, that I introduced with Congresswoman Watson Coleman, who's led this effort, as well as Congressman Takano, it would end insurance discrimination. It would prohibit auto insurance companies from using our education levels, occupation, employment status, credit scores, and previous insurer information, zip codes, census tracts, or home ownership status in insurance rating or underwriting decisions. Auto insurance discrimination continues to keep our residents in the cycle of poverty, Mr. Speaker. Your education level and zip code of merit doesn't determine whether or not you're a good driver. Neither does your credit score. Yet our neighbors, especially in Detroit, regularly face higher auto insurance rates than other folks. Someone with a perfect driving record, no tickets, crashes, or claims, who has poor credit can pay hundreds of thousands of dollars more for auto insurance, sometimes twice as much. I read somewhere that somebody with a DUI, drinking under the influence, with a higher credit score, was paying 3 times less than someone with a lower credit score, but no DUI violation. We must stop the predatory discrimination practices by auto insurance companies. This is why I urge my colleagues to support the PAID Act to help level the playing field and eliminate factors, proxies to discriminate, that contribute to our growing inequality. Mr. Speaker, during Pride Month, I want to honor a trailblazer in our community, Mother Ruth Ellis, a former Detroit resident who was the oldest surviving open lesbian and LGBTQ+ rights activist. She was born in 1899, living until the age of 101. She came out as a lesbian around 1915. She took in unhoused LGBTQ+ youth, and her home became known as a refuge for LGBTQ+ young people. We now lovingly call it the Ruth Ellis Center. Not only did she give shelter to our young people, but provided books, food, even assistance to college education. Today, around 40% of our unhoused youth are LGBTQ+. My team and I were proud to secure $1 million in federal funding for the Ruth Ellis Center in our community to honor Mother Ruth Ellis and her life-saving work. The center, Mr. Speaker, provides safe, affordable, identity-affirming housing that for those that are in need, especially, again, our LGBTQ+ young people. This month, as we honor Pride Month, we recognize and honor the legacy of Ruth Ellis and the incredible advocacy of Ruth Ellis Center and their team. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Houghton, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Governor's Corner ice cream has been a summertime staple in Seymour, Indiana for decades. In fact, Governor's Corner opened in 1949 as one of Seymour's very first drive-in restaurants, serving up sweet treats in their famous chocolate malt flavored ice cream. And during its 75 years in business, this family-owned brick store on 2nd Street has employed hundreds of Hoosiers, with the majority being young adults in high school or college. As we celebrate their 75th season, I'm bringing well-deserved appreciation all the way from the House floor. Thank you for not only your delicious ice cream, but your commitment to the community and a summertime tradition for generations of families in Seymour. We're proud to have so many special small businesses in Southern Indiana, and Governor's Corner is an exceptional example. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Clyburn, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to announce that I have just filed a discharge petition on a resolution providing for the consideration of H.R. 2403, the Enhanced Background Checks Act of 2023. Saturday, June 17th, will mark 8 years since the massacre at one of the country's most historic churches, Emmanuel AME Church in Charleston, South Carolina. That racially motivated attack took 9 parishioners' lives and injured 3 others as they participated in a Bible study. It also exposed a loophole in our firearm background check system, known as the Charleston loophole, that allows individuals to purchase firearms prior to an approval of their background check. Tragically, that very loophole enabled the gunman, who I might add was not eligible to purchase a firearm, to acquire a firearm and commit that horrendous act. The Brady Act mandates criminal background checks for all gun sales at licensed firearm dealers through the National Instant Criminal Background Check System, NICS, and though most checks proceed within minutes, and 97% are completed within 3 business days, if NICS has not completed its background check in 3 days, regardless of the reason, the dealer can proceed with the firearm sale. In Charleston, just because the gunman's background check had not been completed within 3 days, the shop had already sold the gun before he was deemed to be ineligible. Every year, thousands of weapons are purchased through this loophole that otherwise should be prohibited to criminal records or other factors, more than 5,200 in 2021 alone. Though this problem was discovered too late for the 12 victims at the Emmanuel AME Church, we must narrow this loophole to prevent future tragedies. Since 2015, I have introduced the Enhanced Background Checks Act, and it passed the House in the 116th and 117th Congresses. This bill provides the FBI with crucial additional time to complete a background check on a potential firearm purchaser before a licensed dealer can transfer a gun. If a background check has not been completed after 10 business days, a purchaser may request an expedited review by the FBI. This request for an expedited review will trigger a more intensive FBI investigation designed to resolve the case within an additional 10 business day period. If the additional 10 business days elapse without a response from the NICS system, only then may the dealer sell or transfer the gun to the purchaser. Transactions for prospective purchasers who do not request an expedited review cannot proceed until a background check is resolved. While I would hope the House Republican leadership would recognize the harm caused by the Charleston loophole and would bring this bill to the floor for a vote, this discharge petition would make that happen even if they remain unwilling. With strong support in the Democratic caucus, we just need a handful of Republican colleagues willing to put partisanship aside and do the right thing for the American people. I would respectfully ask that they reflect upon the 9 parishioners who lost their lives at Emmanuel AME Church 8 years ago. I hope they will conclude that to prevent lives from being needlessly lost in the future, they must ensure that the Enhanced Background Check Act of 2023 be enacted into law to finally close the Charleston loophole. That starts with signing this discharge petition. And now, Madam Speaker, I wish to close my comments by indicating that on Saturday, while I will be pausing in the morning to say a prayer for the families of these 9 souls, I will go to Bethel AME Church in Columbia to celebrate the homegoing of Miss Elise Martin, who, when she lived in Charleston and then came into my life, often worshiped at Emmanuel AME Church. Fortunately, the good Lord allowed her to live for 108 years. The pastor of Emmanuel lost his life.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you very much, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and the dedicated service of Joseph Costner, who entered eternal rest on March 26, 2023. Throughout the duration of his life, Mr. Costner unfailingly answered the call to serve his country and his community. He was raised in Lawndale, North Carolina, and joined the Army at the age of 18, where he dedicated the remainder of his life to fighting for the country he loved proudly and profoundly. First, serving in the Korean War, Mr. Costner later completed 2 tours in Vietnam, where his unwavering courage resulted in numerous medals of honor, including the Presidential Unit Citation and the Bronze Star. He eventually retired after 26 years with the rank of Chief Warrant Officer for specializing in Army intelligence. Following his retirement from the Army, Mr. Costner continued to serve his country for the next 17 years with the Defense Investigative Service, where he rose to Regional Director in Roanoke, Virginia. His dedication to serving his country and his people was perpetual, and he spent the last 27 years of his life with the Volunteer Income Tax Assistance Program in Rock Hill, South Carolina, where he prepared taxes free of charge for low-income, disabled, and elderly citizens of our community. Within Rock Hill, South Carolina, and the greater community, Mr. Costner was widely referred to as a hero, a role model, and most of all, a friend. He was greatly loved and cherished by his wife of 60 years, Helen, his 3 children, 5 grandchildren, great-grandson, and countless friends. Mr. Costner set the gold standard for over 70 years of service, dedicated and committed to his country, for which he will long be remembered. And for all that, we join in saying goodbye to a hero. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today to recognize Chief Luther Reynolds, the City of Charleston's police chief, who died recently to cancer. He was an exceptional leader and dedicated public servant who served the Charleston community and beyond. His legacy will leave a testament of courage, service, and love, and I wanted to offer my deepest condolences to Chief Reynolds' family, his wife, his children, his friends, and the Charleston Police Department. We mourn his untimely passing and honor his unyielding spirit. And I have many fond memories of Chief Reynolds. In fact, he was the guy that called me when my house got spray painted at 7:30 in the morning, making sure that I was aware of it and was safe and sound and would be protected. There are so many instances of threats that I've had on my life and my family's life where Chief Reynolds was there for us each and every day. He was a neighbor, he was a friend, and he was a protector of the city of Charleston. We want to remember his dedicated service and his commitment to our community. Madam Speaker, I also rise today and want to recognize some of the comments made by my colleagues today. 4 days from now will be the anniversary of Mother Emanuel, a day that was a very dark day in South Carolina's history, where 9 black church members of Mother Emanuel were murdered in cold blood by a white supremacist, by a young man who wanted to commit evil atrocities on our state and our nation. And I want to recognize those individuals: Clementa Pinckney, who was a pastor and a state senator; Cynthia Graham Hurd; Susie Jackson, Ethel Lee Lance, DePayne Middleton Doctor, Tywanza Sanders, Daniel Simmons, Sharonda Coleman Singleton, and Myra Thompson. As a state lawmaker, I believe that we needed to strengthen our background checks because in the state of South Carolina, the reason that a killer was able to buy that gun who shouldn't have is because of our weakened background systems where we have dozens of databases across the state that don't talk to one another about the criminal information about bad guys who are trying to buy a gun. It's an issue that I worked on as a state lawmaker. It's something I am advocating for today in Congress and hope that we can find a way to strengthen our background checks so that bad guys who are breaking the law and shouldn't be able to buy a gun don't have the ability to commit such atrocities as those committed at Mother Emanuel. But we stand South Carolina strong and Charleston strong, and I wanted to recognize our heroes from that day. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Berkeley County adult education graduates. As a high school dropout, as someone who understands how challenging it can be to finish education, I wanted to congratulate these adult education graduates. From my home county in Berkeley County, I want to offer heartfelt congratulations to this graduating class. They have demonstrated exceptional persistence and overcome so many hurdles that life has thrown their way. They are an inspiring example of learning at any age and under any circumstances. Their perseverance prevails, their determination reaps rewards, and their learning is lifelong, something that everyone can commend today. So I wanted to extend my best wishes for their future endeavors and everything that they do. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize South Carolina's aquarium releases of their turtles. We are celebrating the release of 2 loggerhead turtles named Bee and Pluto by South Carolina's Aquarium, the Sea Turtle Care Center in Charleston. Turtles were found in distress, each missing a flipper, and they underwent extensive rehabilitation to recover. Despite their physical challenges, the turtles displayed remarkable resilience and is something that the coast of South Carolina certainly is proud of. I want to offer our gratitude to the Sea Turtle Care Center team led by Melissa Ranley. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the new Deputy Chief Melcher taking over the fire chief for Somerville from Richard Waring in June on the 23rd of this month. We want to thank Chief Waring for his 30 years of service to Somerville and Dorchester County. We also want to recognize that Chief Melcher wants to continue the strong family atmosphere in the department and expansion into Nexton. Melcher has served Somerville since the year 2000. I recently was able to connect with him and meet with him, and we're very proud of his achievements as Somerville's new fire chief. Lastly, Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize a special bond formed at MUSC's Shawn Jenkins Children's Hospital. The story of 3 young children, a story of resilience and friendship. 3 boys, Bennett, Jackson, and Marcelino, formed a strong bond at Shawn Jenkins Children's Hospital as they awaited their heart transplants. Despite their medical challenges, they've supported and comforted one another. Their friendship demonstrates the power of human connection during difficult times. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Miller, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman's been recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to recognize Brunswick, Ohio resident Isabella Heinbaugh McCroskey. In 2016, Isabella began placing wreaths at the Ohio Western Reserve National Cemetery. In 2019, having noticed that local veterans were not being recognized properly, Isabella walked the Westview Cemetery grounds, at which point she located 185 unmarked veteran graves. Isabella then solicited donations and gathered volunteers to place the wreaths on the graves of each veteran. To educate the public, Isabella coordinated a Wreaths Across America mobile trailer visit where the public learned more about the program. She welcomed home and honored more than 25 Vietnam veterans at this event. Now, as just a freshman in high school, Isabella continues to work with Brunswick VFW to coordinate flag retirements and Veterans Day ceremonies, and she is a clear example of how women lead us. Thank you, Isabella, for your incredible devotion to our veterans, and congratulations on being recognized as the 2023 Medina County Veteran Advocate of the Year. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? The heavens tell of your glory, O God. The firmament proclaims your handiwork. Each day announces your benevolence, and every night provides wisdom gleaned from the day. Holy God, your creation speaks of your goodness, your kindness, and your mercy. Would that our voices be so pure. Would that our speech reflect your concern for the world. Would that our words, the very thing creation does not have, prove as illustrative of your steadfast love and patience. Every word that comes from your mouth, O God, is pure and powerful. Your voice provides a shield for us, protecting us against both enemies and our own self-destruction. Lord, may we choose to take refuge in your word. Then may the words of our mouths and all that we consider within our thoughts and the meditations of our hearts be acceptable to you this day, here, where we are called to serve you. In your most merciful name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. Now, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from New Hampshire, Mr. Pappas.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as someone who comes from a long line of dairy farmers, it's my honor to rise and recognize National Dairy Month. I'm proud to come from the state with the second most dairy farms to represent more than 1,000 dairy farms in my district. In Pennsylvania, the dairy industry is a major driver of economic growth, supporting more than 47,000 jobs and bringing more than $11 billion in revenue. But Pennsylvania dairy producers are struggling. The total number of dairy farms and dairy cows in Pennsylvania are decreasing. One way to revitalize the dairy industry across the country is by passing my bill, the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act. This bill will allow whole milk to once again be served in school cafeterias, giving children access to vital nutrients they often do not consume enough of. Not only is this bill a win for children and parents across the country who have been begging for more options in school cafeterias, it's a win for dairy farmers. I believe there's no better way to celebrate National Dairy Month than by passing the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I've always thought it was odd that doctors could prescribe medications for heart disease and diabetes, but couldn't prescribe fresh fruits and vegetables. For a long time now, community-based organizations have been incredibly successful in using produce prescriptions to reduce hunger and diet-related disease. Recently, the Indian Health Service announced a new $2.5 million grant to make produce prescriptions available to more American Indian and Alaska Native peoples. In Indian country, hunger is prominent. About 1 in 4 Native people experience food insecurity, compared to 1 in 9 Americans overall. Last September, the Biden-Harris administration hosted the second ever White House Conference on Hunger, Nutrition, and Health. Within the ambitious national strategy that came out of that conference is a special focus on the challenges and opportunities in Indian country. And that's why I'm so excited by programs like the one just announced by the Indian Health Service Agency to end hunger among historically underserved communities. We can and we should end hunger now. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Sister Lordsey Sheehan. Sister Sheehan, a Savannah, Georgia native and Sister of Mercy for nearly 70 years, helped expand Catholic education throughout the Southeast. She earned both her master's and doctorate in education, quickly applying her knowledge and skills not just to the classroom, but also to curriculum development. Sister Sheehan oversaw religious education in Richmond, Virginia, served as the executive director of the National Association of Boards of Catholic Education, and was the first woman to ever serve as Secretary of Education for the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops throughout her career. For her dedicated work, she received a medal from Pope Benedict XVI and numerous other awards from universities and professional organizations alike. We mourn the loss of Sister Sheehan and thank her and God for the thousands of lives she helped to educate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to mark Pride Month and to tell members of the LGBTQ community that they are seen, that they are supported, and that they deserve the same rights, responsibilities, and protections as every other American. That shouldn't be a controversial statement, but we know that many LGBTQ Americans face discrimination and are targets of an intensifying effort to deny their right to simply live as their authentic selves. Pride is a time to celebrate our differences and the diversity that helps make our country great. It's a time to mark the progress that we've made. And it's a time to rededicate ourselves to the unfinished work to achieve freedom and equality for all. As co-chair of the LGBTQ Equality Caucus, I'm continuing to work to pass legislation that will protect benefits for veterans, that will ban the use of so-called panic defenses in federal court, and will protect Americans from discrimination by passing the Equality Act. No one chooses to be LGBTQ. But America can choose to continue to have an open mind and an open heart and a commitment to a future that includes everyone, regardless of who we are or whom we love. I wish everyone a happy Pride, and I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House floor and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Joe Biden has failed the American people. He's failed to uphold his oath of office and preserve and defend the Constitution. From illicit family building, business dealings, and millions of dollars in bribes and payments to himself and to his extended family. Joe and his border czar, Kamala Harris, have allowed an invasion at our southern border, jeopardizing the lives of hundreds of thousands and killing hundreds of thousands with fentanyl. They have directed their border patrol to release illegals into our country unfettered. In fact, the judge even had to intervene and stop Biden's release program. Joe Biden has violated Article 2 of the Constitution to take care and respect the laws of this country. So, Mr. Speaker, that is why I'm introducing articles of impeachment against Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president or the vice president. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the importance of the Supreme Court's decision in Allen versus Milligan. In ruling that the Alabama legislature used redistricting to dilute the voices of black voters, the Supreme Court has preserved Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act and helped protect the fundamental promise of our democracy, that every vote matters. This is a major victory for voting rights, not just in Alabama, but in states across the South. My home state of North Carolina is no stranger to racial and partisan gerrymandering. As Republican legislatures employ gerrymandering as a tool to serve their partisan interests, this ruling sends a powerful warning to all politicians who seek to roll back minority voting rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Biden and his administration have abused power by ignoring Congress for a failing liberal agenda. Biden finalized regulations over $200 billion cost in his first year and proposed more than $1 trillion in new regulations in 2022 on consumers' increasing costs. Such abuse of power is why House Republicans are introducing the REINS Act, led by Congresswoman Kat Cammack of Florida. This will provide for American families to avoid new costs. It requires congressional approval for rules with an annual burden of $100 million. Example of burden executive abuses invading Congress include bans on oil and gas lease sales, increasing gasoline costs, mandated fabricated climate disclosures, banning of gas stoves affecting 40% of American homes. Sadly, an abuse by Biden today is the political prosecution of Donald Trump. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues, moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America with open Biden borders. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Last week, we saw this House floor, the People's House, taken hostage by Republican members from Republican members. We were sent home early. Bills were canceled. Committees were canceled because they couldn't pass the rule. But why are we back here? Why are things functioning now? What was the one thing that brought all the Republicans together based on some of the public statements that have come out, based on the reports that were guns? Guns. We need to figure out in this country how we can solve this issue. The idea of more guns, more gun accessories, that is the issue that brought the Republican conference together. That was the issue that broke the log jam of letting the People's House function again. Guns potentially in the hands of people who are mentally ill, gun accessories in the hands of people who are a danger to themselves or a danger to others. They are so lost on this issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the retirement of Command Master Chief Bo Nankivell for over 23 years of service in the United States Navy. Command Master Chief Nankivell is a native of Montana and a graduate of the University of Charleston, West Virginia, with a bachelor's degree in science and organizational leadership. He attended basic underwater demolition SEAL training, class 238, and graduated in April of 2002. Master Chief Nankivell served as leading petty officer while assigned to SEAL Team 1, supporting Operation Iraqi Freedom, platoon leading chief petty officer while assigned to SEAL Team 5, supporting Operation Enduring Freedom, and troop leading chief petty officer while assigned to SEAL Team 3, supporting CENTCOM Crisis Response Element. He completed his Operations Master Chief Tour at SEAL Team 3 and deployed as the Task Force Senior Enlisted Advisor. He also served as Command Master Chief while attached to SEAL Team 3, deploying to CENTCOM and the Indo-PACOM areas of responsibility. Master Chief Nankivell's diversity tours included Naval Special Warfare Unit 2 as the Country Action Officer, Naval Special Warfare Unit 10 as Senior Enlisted Advisor, Naval Special Warfare Group 1 Tradette as Close Quarters Combat and Assault Senior Enlisted Advisor, and Naval Special Warfare Basic Training Command as the First Phase Master Chief. He is married to Megan, and they have 3 wonderful children, Asher, Duke, and their daughter, Caden. Master Chief, thank you for your service, fair winds, and following seas. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognition of all in this country who have been impacted by gun violence. My constituents in Colorado's 6th District know too well the deep-rooted pain caused by gun violence. It's a fracture in a community that never fully heals, from Columbine to Aurora to STEM school and Arapahoe High School. Ours is a community that has faced immense tragedy. Our children are afraid to go to school every day. Students in my district ask me, "What are you doing to protect us?" I want to tell them that Congress is doing everything that we can to protect them, but I can't. Unfortunately, many Republicans are failing them in us by refusing to pass basic common sense, life-saving gun violence prevention legislation. June is Gun Violence Awareness Month, encompassing 6 anniversaries of tragic mass shootings in our nation, including the horrific hate-filled shooting at Pulse nightclub that took 49 lives 7 years ago this week.
Gentleman's
Mr. Speaker,
time's
I honor
expired.
the lives of those that we have failed to protect.
Gentleman's time has
action.
expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to speak for 1 minute to revise and extend the order.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to extend my heartfelt congratulations to the West Henderson High School baseball team for winning the North Carolina High School Athletic Association's 3A state championship. This is West Henderson's first state championship baseball victory since 1992. It stands as a testament to the team's unwavering commitment, exceptional skill, and remarkable self-discipline and teamwork. Led by their esteemed coach, Jackie Korn, the West Henderson High School baseball team's dedication and passion for the great American pastime has inspired everyone in Western North Carolina. Thank you to Coach Korn, along with assistant coaches Ryan Anderson, Anthony Lindsay, Jimmy Gash, and Chip Kuntz for leading West Henderson High to this exciting victory. In recognizing this achievement, we also honor the parents and families who have helped bring these talented athletes to bring this prideful moment to Western North Carolina. As a proud graduate of West Henderson High School myself, I rise to say, go Falcons. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Black Voice News, who has reported on seeking justice in the Inland Empire through their reporting for decades. For the last 50 years, the Black Voice News has addressed issues such as disparities in healthcare, wealth, and education. This dedicated team of talented journalists have chronicled some of the most important stories impacting Black lives in my community and given a voice to our residents. They've lifted up the stories of middle-class families doing their best through joys and sorrows to carve out a better life for themselves and for their families. The Inland Empire residents deserve to have access to local news, and that Black Voice News provides that. I'm so proud of everything this publication has accomplished over the last 50 years, and I'm excited to see what's to come in the next 50. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On May 31st at midnight, 29 million Americans became instant felons thanks to Biden's weaponization of the ATF. The ATF's overreaching new rule created by unelected bureaucrats reclassifies pistols as short-barrel rifles if they have a stabilizing brace attachment. Many disabled veterans and other Americans rely on these braces to be able to correctly use their firearms. Under this new rule, which several courts have already declared unconstitutional, lawful gun owners could face up to 10 years in jail and thousands of dollars in fines if they fail to register pistols with stabilizing braces. This is a blatant assault on our Second Amendment rights that makes 29 million Americans, including many veterans, subject to up to 10 years in prison and numerous fines. I'm glad to see the courts getting involved to temporarily halt this rule, but we need more permanent solutions. I urge my colleagues to vote for HJ Resolution 44, led by my friend Rep. Andrew Clyde from Georgia, to block this unconstitutional rule and ensure that lawful gun owners are not considered felons. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Wilbur Harry Klein's 100th birthday and honor his service as a World War II veteran. 80 years ago, Wilbur answered the call to defend our freedoms and this great nation. He served our great nation in the 133rd Regiment, 34th Division in the United States Army during World War II. He received the Purple Heart Good Conduct Medal and the Campaign Medal with 3 Bronze Stars for shedding his blood to defend this great nation. He is a true patriot who marched through liberated Rome and faced horrendous battle conditions throughout his journey. He is such a devout man that he is even known to have reciting the Lord's Prayer as the German 88 artillery shells had rained down around him and wounded him in 1944. While he does not think of himself as a hero, he is to his son Michael, his family, and to this entire nation. It is a privilege to recognize his service to our country and celebrate his 100th birthday. Mr. Klein, I wish you many more joyful years to come with your family. Thank you, and God bless. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Speaker, by direction of the Democratic Caucus, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 502. Resolve that the following named member be.
Resolution be considered as read.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the state of Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2A1 of Rule 9, I seek recognition to give notice of my intent to raise a question of privileges of the House. The form of the resolution is as follows. H-Res 49, censuring and condemning Adam Schiff, representative of California's 30th Congressional District. Whereas the allegation that President Donald Trump colluded with Russia to steal the 2016 presidential election has been revealed as false by numerous in-depth investigations, including the recent report by Special Counsel John Durham, which documents how the conspiracy theory was invented, funded, and spread by President Trump's political rivals. Whereas Representative Adam Schiff, who served as a ranking minority member and then chairman of the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence of the House of Representatives, HPSCI occupied positions of extreme trust, affording him access to sensitive information unavailable to most members of Congress. Whereas for years, Representative Schiff abused this trust by citing evidence of collusion that, as is clear from reports by Special Counsel Robert Mueller, Department of Justice Inspector General Michael Horowitz, and Special Counsel Durham, does not exist. Whereas by repeatedly telling these falsehoods, Representative Schiff purposely deceived his committee, Congress, and the American people. Whereas Representative Schiff lent credibility to the Steele dossier, a collection of debunked collusion accusations funded by President Trump's political rivals, by reading false Steele allegations into the congressional record at HPSCI hearing on March 20th, 2017. Whereas once again abusing his privileged access to classified information, Representative Schiff composed a false memo justifying the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act FISA warrant application on Trump associate Carter Page, which Inspector General Horowitz later found riddled with 17 major mistakes and omissions, provoking FISA court presiding judge Rosemary Collyer to state unequivocally that the Federal Bureau of Investigation misled the FISC. Whereas by publicly smearing Carter Page as a Russian collaborator and justifying spurious investigations of him, Representative Schiff contributed to the gross violations of a United States citizen's civil liberties, thereby committing the very abuses the HPSCI is tasked with identifying and thwarting. Whereas HPSCI ranking minority member and chairman Representative Schiff behaved dishonestly and dishonorably on many other occasions, including by falsely denying that his staff coordinated with a whistleblower to launch the first impeachment of President Trump. Whereas part of his impeachment efforts during an HPSCI hearing on September 26, 2019, Representative Schiff recited a false concocted rendition of a phone call between President Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Whereas Representative Schiff exploited his position on HPSCI to encourage and excuse abusive intelligence investigations of Americans for political purposes. Whereas Representative Schiff used his position and access to sensitive information to instigate a fraudulently based investigation, which then he used to amass political gain and fundraising dollars. Whereas the American taxpayers paid $32 million to fund the investigation into collusion that was launched as a result of Representative Schiff's lobbying lies, misrepresentations, and abuses of sensitive information. And whereas it is determined by an investigation conducted by the Committee on Ethics that Representative Schiff lied, made representations, and abused sensitive information, he should be fined the amount of $16 million. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the House of Representatives censures and condemns Adam Schiff, representative of California's 30th Congressional District, for conduct that misleads the American people in a way that is not befitting of an elected member of the House of Representatives. Representative Adam Schiff will forthwith present himself to the well of the House of Representatives for the pronouncement of censure. Representative Schiff will then be censured with a public reading of this resolution by the Speaker, and the Committee on Ethics shall conduct an investigation into Representative Adam Schiff's lies, misrepresentations, and abuses of sensitive information.
Under Rule 9, a resolution offered from the floor by a member other than the majority leader or the minority leader as a question of the privileges of the House has immediate precedence only at a time designated by the chair within 2 legislative days after the resolution is properly noticed. Pending that designation, the form of the resolution noticed by the gentlewoman from Florida will appear in the record at this point. The chair will not at this point determine whether the resolution constitutes a question of privilege. That determination will be made at the time designated for consideration of the resolution. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 495 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 24, House Resolution 495. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 44, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code, of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives relating to factoring criteria for firearms with attached stabilizing braces, and all points of order against consideration of the joint resolution are waived. The joint resolution shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the joint resolution are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the joint resolution and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 2, at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill, H.R. 277, to amend Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code, to provide that major rules of the executive branch shall have no force or effect unless a joint resolution of approval is enacted into law. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary, now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-6 shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order, except those printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. All points of order against such further amendments are waived. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill, as amended, and on any further amendment thereto, to final passage without intervening motion except 1 motion to recommit. Section 3, upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 288, to amend Title V, United States Code, to clarify the nature of judicial review of agency interpretations of statutory and regulatory provisions. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute, recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary, now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute, consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-7, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. 2. The further amendment printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, if offered by the member designated in the report, which shall be in order without intervention of any point of order, shall be considered as read, shall be separately debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. And 3, one motion to recommit. Section 4. At any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill, H.R. 1615, to prohibit the use of federal funds to ban gas stoves. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. No amendment to the bill shall be in order except those printed in Part C of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Each such amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by the member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. All points of order against such amendments are waived. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill to the House with such amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill, and amendments thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 5. At any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill, H.R. 1640, to prohibit the Secretary of Energy from finalizing, implementing, or enforcing the proposed rule titled Energy Conservation Program, Energy Conservation Standards for Consumer Conventional Cooking Products, and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. No amendment to the bill shall be in order except those printed in Part D of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Each such amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. All points of order against such amendments are waived. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill to the House with such amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill and amendments thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 6. The ordering of the yeas and nays on the question of reconsideration of the vote on adoption of the House Resolution 463 is vacated to the end that the motion to reconsider be laid on the table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
For the purpose of debate only, I yield
The gentleman is recognized for 1 hour.
For the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
House Resolution 495 provides for a structured rule for consideration of H.R. 277, the regulations from the executive in need of Scrutiny Act of 2023, and provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Judiciary. House Resolution 495 further provides for a structured rule for consideration of H.R. 288, the Separation of Powers Restoration Act of 2023. This and it also provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Judiciary. House Resolution 495 further provides for a structured rule for the consideration of H.R. 1615, the Gas Stove Protection and Freedom Act, and provides 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce. This resolution further provides for a structured rule for the consideration of H.R. 1640 and provides 1 hour debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce. Furthermore, House Resolution 495 provides for a closed rule for consideration of House Joint Resolution 44 and provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Judiciary. These are 5 bills that may seem unrelated, but they're very related, and they have to do with the power of Congress and the fact that our power has atrophied considerably since the beginning of this country. In fact, we're almost a vestigial organ of this republic at this point. Our power, we've ceded so much power to the executive branch, and that's how all of these bills are related. 3 of the bills seek to repeal laws or regulations that the administrative branch is unconstitutionally, I would argue, promulgating. And 2 of these bills get at the heart of the matter, the problem that we have. And one of them specifically is the REINS Act, which is very important. This would rein in our power to legislate. I don't think our founders would recognize our form of government at this point. They never intended for the administrators to be the lawmakers. Yet here we are. So the Regulation in Need of Scrutiny Act would take every major regulation that's suggested, and I say suggested, by the administration back to Congress, where there would have to be a positive vote of the House and the Senate in order for that to go to the president, and then with his signature become law, as all laws should do. And then the other bill in this package that seeks to address the sort of chronic problem that we have here in Congress is the Separation of Powers Restoration Act. It's basically a repeal of a horrible Supreme Court precedent called Chevron deference that says that basically any way the administration wants to construe one of our laws, they can get away with it, and the Supreme Court will give deference to the interpretation, no matter how far afield from the original interpretation of the law there was given from Congress. Finally, the 3 bills that deal with bills today that deal with individual regulations. 2 of them deal with gas stoves. This administration has a war on gas stoves. Depending on which person from the administration you listen to, the rule that's being promulgated by the Consumer Safety Product Group and also by the Department of Energy, there are 2 rules here, they would ban between 95 to 50% of the gas stoves on the market for arbitrary reasons. And it's not clear that there would be any consumer benefit from banning these. In fact, consumers would suffer from this ban. These are the types of rules that we need the REINS Act for. They would have significant impact on our economy, and that's why they should be here in front of Congress, and that's why we're seeking to countermand them here today. And then finally, and I think this is the most important rule that we are countermanding in legislation this week, and that is the pistol brace rule from the ATF. You know, we're not talking about an interpretation of a law where the EPA says, you know, we think we should allow this much sulfur dioxide instead of that amount of sulfur dioxide, and create a civil infraction where corporations could be sued or punished. We're talking about criminal penalties. The ATF has twisted existing statute, a law that was passed by Congress in 1934. Now they've magically reinterpreted it to create tens of millions of felons beginning on June 1st. So we've got a bad situation in this country right now where millions of people have been turned into felons, law-abiding individuals who are following the rules that were set forth by the ATF. And that's why urgent action is required on the pistol brace rule repeal here today, and that's House Joint Resolution 44. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the gentleman from Kentucky for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
You are recognized.
So, Mr. Speaker, it's great to see you again. How are you? It's been a while. You look terrific. We haven't had votes in, 5 legislative days? All because some Republican members decided to throw a temper tantrum last week on the House floor, wanting to rehash legislation that was passed the week before. So what we saw was essentially a fight between the right wing and the extreme right wing. I mean, what the hell is going on here? With each passing week, it becomes more and more obvious that the Republican Party is completely out of touch with what everyday people care about in this country. We're bringing a new rule to the floor that incorporates the bills that we were supposed to do last week and adds an additional bill to make it easier to kill people. I'm told that the Republicans now have the votes to pass this rule, but the question is, what was the deal? Or better yet, what was the secret deal to convince the Republicans who were problematic last week to get along this week? Reading the press, we see that members of the Freedom Caucus are saying they have this deal on power sharing. I'm not quite sure what that means, and power sharing with the Speaker and the extreme right wing. Is that the deal? And then we hear from the Speaker that there's no deal on anything. So I don't know what the truth is, and maybe my friend can enlighten us at some point what the truth is. But my Republicans friends like to say that this place should be run like a business. Well, if they really believe that, then this place should be out of business, because this is not the way Congress should be run. This is not the way you run a democracy. This is ridiculous. You know, Democrats have worked tirelessly to try to lower costs for people, bring jobs back from China, rebuild our country, fight pollution, and keep our community safe. And Republicans, what do they stand for? Well, forgive me if I say I'm not entirely sure, because right now the only thing I have seen so far since they took over is dysfunction and disarray. Republicans began this Congress by wasting a week fighting with each other about who would be Speaker. Now we're 5 months in, and they have enacted 5 laws, 1 a month. Boy, what an achievement. Even Democrats and President Trump were able to enact 21 laws at this point. And now the far-right fringe of the Republican Party, the same fringe that demanded Speaker McCarthy give them all of his power, has succeeded in even dictating to him what bills he can and can't bring to the House floor. This is important, and I want the American people to understand who is in charge here right now. It's not the Speaker of the House, it's not Kevin McCarthy, it's the far right of the far right. I mean, we have sitting members of the Republican conference right now openly advocating for civil war. These are the people calling the shots. Are you kidding me? In what world should the 11 most extreme people in the Republican Party get to dictate the entire agenda of a legislative body that represents 332 million people? What are we doing here, Mr. Speaker? We have smoke from wildfires clogging up our air. Scientists are telling us we need to do more on climate change, and yet we are passing messaging bills about gas stoves. By the way, that's not even me calling them messaging bills. It's a Republican saying that. And I quote, this is a Republican, We do not need to leave D.C. early because messaging bills are not coming to the House floor. That was Congresswoman Boebert last week. Or how about this one, and I quote, when we pass things around here that are messaging bills that don't do anything, is it really a loss that we aren't passing anything, end quote. I mean, their own members are saying that the bills that they are passing do nothing. That we're essentially they're just playing a messaging game. Is this really the best we can do with all the challenges that we face in this country and around the world? Meanwhile, our constituents are begging us, they're pleading with us to do something about gun violence in this country. And what do Republicans do? How do they respond? By bringing to the floor a bill that makes it easier for the next mass shooter to kill more people. It is sick. 9 people outside a bar in Dayton in 2019. 10 people, including a police officer at a grocery store in Boulder in 2021. 5 people in an LGBTQ nightclub in Colorado Springs in 2022. 6 people, including children, at a school in Nashville just a few months ago. What do they all have in common? They were all killed by mass shooters who used stabilizing braces. And by the way, the ATF rule that the Republicans are trying to overturn, contrary to what they say, doesn't even make stabilizing braces illegal. It doesn't ban them. All it does is it says that you need to register braces because they are used in a lot of mass shootings. But for Republicans, any amount of common sense gun safety regulation is too much. Why? Why? Because the NRA says so. Our kids are being slaughtered, for God's sake. Does anyone care? Do my Republican colleagues care at all that America's parents stay up wondering whether our kids will be the next one shot at a school or at a mall or at a movie theater or at their own graduation? People come up to me all the time and they ask me, why can't Democrats and Republicans just work together? I tell them I wish we could. There was a time when we did. I say to them, go online and Google the bills that Republicans are bringing to the floor and ask yourself why Republicans oppose background checks on a gun accessory that mass shooters use to kill people. Ask yourself if it's right that this bill was introduced by a Republican member of Congress, and you got to love this, who owns a gun store and makes millions of dollars by selling guns and these types of gun accessories that mass shooters use to kill people. Ask yourself if it makes sense that the only reason this bill is even on the floor is because Speaker McCarthy isn't even in charge of the House schedule anymore. The far, far, far right is. The craziest thing is this rule was inspired by guidance published under the Trump administration. Now let me repeat that. Even the Trump administration thought it was necessary to further regulate stabilizing braces. And I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I agree. If you want to know why we can't have real action when it comes to gun safety, follow the money. Follow the money. In the last decade, the NRA has spent more than $100 million to help elect Republicans who will support their extreme agenda. Follow the money. It's no surprise that the far right is demanding this bill, but it's a shame. How many more mass shootings need to happen? How many more kids need to die before my Republican colleagues pull their heads out of the sand and realize that the NRA's blood money is not worth the damage that is being done to our country? I wish I were wrong, Mr. Speaker, but sadly the cowardice and the moral bankruptcy on the other side of the aisle seems to know no bounds. Between the new concept of power sharing in the House, which really just means that the Speaker is going to have to keep a tiny minority of extremist members happy for the House to be able to function, and the fact that their party's front runner for the 2024 presidential election is being indicted with very serious charges for the second time this afternoon, I'm sorry to say that the Republican Party is a train wreck, and it doesn't bode well for what's to come. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I find it ironic that the gentleman on the other side of the aisle is demanding to know what the power sharing structure is here in the House, when in fact he'll spend the rest of his time arguing that we should give our power to the White House, that the administrative branch should be making law, In fact, major regulations that have more than $100 million of impact. So I would say to the gentleman on the other side of the aisle that if he's wondering about the power sharing arrangement, then he should seek to put some power here in the House, restore the power that the founders gave us in Article 1 of the Constitution. And with respect to the solution to the tragic school shootings, some states have taken it upon themselves to allow qualified teachers and staff to carry firearms. Imagine that. They're protected. The children are protected by firearms the same way we're protected here. Why do we sit here and say, oh, we got to do something, and when we sit behind protection and the children aren't? I would encourage the other side of the aisle to co-sponsor my bill to change the default setting here in this country. And the default setting was set by the Gun-Free School Zone Act, which makes it illegal to even be near a school and have a firearm, which makes it harder for states to set policies that would save our children. And all it does is make felons of law-abiding gun owners. So I would encourage them to look at a real solution, because you can ban a pistol brace. You're not going to stop a single mass public shooting. Most of these mass public shootings occur with a pistol, not with a pistol with a brace on it, or not with a short-barreled rifle, as they would say, or not with a rifle, an assault rifle they might call it. So they can start banning these pieces of plastic, like the Biden administration is doing, and then they could move on to banning magazines, or they could do, as the ranking member of Judiciary admitted to me last night, he'd like to ban all the AR-15s. Or they could ban handguns, and then they'll get down to shotguns. The reality is you can't stop these tragedies with a ban. You have to change the way we protect our children. This pistol brace rule that's been promulgated by the administrative branch already has caused, they just haven't been arrested, will cause tens of millions of Americans to be felons. That happened on June 1st. Time is up. You're done. You're now a felon if you own one of these braces on your firearm. And whether you own one or not, most Americans understand what's happening here. Our system of lawmaking has been turned on its head. Even more fundamental than that, people were told it was legal by the ATF. The technical division of the ATF reviewed the prototypes of these pistol braces in 2012 when Obama was the president. And what did Obama's ATF say to Mr. Bosco, the inventor of the pistol brace? You're asking if the addition of this sample, a buffer tube forearm brace, would convert a firearm in a manner that would cause it to be classified as a rifle, and thus a firearm regulated by the National Firearms Act. Based on our evaluation, our technical department finds that the submitted forearm brace, when attached to a firearm, does not convert that weapon to be fired from the shoulder and would not alter the classification of a pistol or other firearm. Such a firearm would not be subject to NFA controls. This is a letter on ATF letterhead, in fact, the Department of Justice letterhead, dated November 26, 2012, that millions of Americans relied on, that many entrepreneurs relied on. And now what happens? The rug's getting pulled out from under them. Not by the legislative branch. By the way, we could have repealed this here. The Democrats controlled both chambers. They could have passed a legislative ban on these braces. They didn't do it. Why didn't they do it? Maybe it's because they're accountable. They're accountable to the people, unlike these bureaucrats. Nobody's going to lose an election at the ATF for promulgating this rule. But the people here are scared. The people in this chamber are scared to do their jobs, and the people in the Senate are scared to do their jobs, so they'd much prefer the administration do our jobs. And what have they done? They've said now the penalty, get this, what is the penalty for owning this piece of plastic on a firearm that's connected to a pistol? I asked the ranking member of Judiciary last night in the Rules Committee. He did not know. It turns out it's $250,000 and 10 years in prison. Is that the appropriate sentence for somebody who followed the law for 10 years, followed ATF guidance that was given during the Obama administration, and now doesn't even know they're violating the law? Is 10 years and $250,000 appropriate? I don't think so. But they've relied on this letter. Now, to another part of the pistol brace rule. The ranking member of Judiciary and the ATF director, Dettelbach, have both testified incorrectly that you can comply with this pistol brace rule from the ATF by merely separating the firearm from the brace. That is wrong. That's not what the ATF rule says. Why do they say this in testimony? Why did the ranking member of Judiciary say this? Why did the ATF director say this? Because they wanted to sound reasonable. That might seem like a reasonable solution, but it's not the solution that the ATF has put into law. Again, this isn't a fine. This isn't like saying, well, the EPA decided that we have too much sulfur dioxide in the atmosphere, so we're going to reduce emissions, and we're going to set the sulfur dioxide emissions at a different level, and that you can be fined if you don't comply in your corporation. This is not a civil infraction. This is a criminal infraction that will put millions of Americans in jeopardy of going to jail. For what? A piece of plastic? Does it make the firearm more dangerous? No. Does it make the firearm more concealable? No. Does it make the firearm more deadly? No. And then I hear from the other side of the aisle, oh, well, we're not banning them. Oh, we wouldn't ban them. Really? You're telling people in the United States you have to register them. Well, guess, as short-barreled rifles, guess what? That's illegal in 13 states. 36% of Americans live in those 13 states where you can't even comply. You cannot legally comply with the ATF directive to register that pistol with that brace on it as a short-barreled rifle. Compliance is impossible if you want to keep that accessory. So it is a ban. It's a de facto ban, especially on people in those 13 states. But here's what it's really about. They can't ban guns. They would love to, but they can't ban them. They can't do it legislatively. The president came into office and looked at all of the regulations and how could he ban some guns? Well, he found this one here. And how can he get more guns registered? By the way, it's illegal for the administrative branch to create a registry of firearms that are in common circulation here in the United States. That's illegal. They're not allowed to do it in the administrative branch. But what have they done with this pistol brace rule over there that we seek to countermand? They're going to create a registry of millions of Americans who own pistols that happen to have this brace. So I would argue this wasn't just a way to ban guns with certain accessories. It was a way to do something else that's not legal, not authorized by Congress, and that is to require millions of Americans to register. So to close out this pistol brace rule, I want to thank Mr. Clyde for introducing this resolution. It's absolutely necessary. It's very timely. I wish we had got it done before June 1st, because now we've got millions of felons in the United States just waiting to be arrested, don't even know they're not in compliance. And this will do, the ATF rule will do nothing to increase safety. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, let me, Mr. Speaker, let me just say a couple of things. First of all, no one's talking about banning anything here. What we're saying is that an accessory that has been used in a number of mass shootings be registered. That's it. And by the way, the gentleman said the administration should not be making laws. The administration is not making laws. They're administrating and enforcing the laws that we have passed, and they do that through regulation and rulemaking. So I don't, I'm not sure what the gentleman was talking about. But let me also say that he keeps on saying that this bill will turn gun owners into automatic felons, that by owning or buying one of these stabilizing braces, American gun owners will become felons. That's just not true. And by the way, I should tell the gentleman, someone has to be convicted of a crime in a court to be a felon. And let me give him an example, one that he might be able to relate to. Despite being charged with 37 counts for mishandling classified documents, former President Trump is not a felon. He only becomes a felon if he is found guilty of the crimes that he was charged with and is sentenced to a year or more in prison, which may very likely happen. And I asked to insert into the record an article from the Washington Post entitled, "Here are the 37 charges against Trump and what they mean." And Mr. Speaker, before I yield to our next speaker, I just have to say, we heard a lot of words from the gentleman and from other Republicans who speak on these issues. But you know what we don't hear? Any empathy, for the families who have lost loved ones to gun violence. I mean, I began my opening remarks by citing examples of how this accessory was used in mass shootings. Children, mothers, fathers, grandmothers, grandfathers lost their lives, were murdered. Police were murdered. Not even any empathy. No acknowledgement that this is a terrible tragedy. Yeah, I mean, all we hear about is don't take away my toys. Don't interfere with my hobby. You can't register any of these things. I think people are so sick and tired of where our priorities are. People are sick and tired of having the National Rifle Association and all their money dictate what our policy should be on guns. They don't care about all the people that have died and have been murdered in this country. By the way, other countries have similar challenges and problems that we do. They don't have the level of gun violence. They don't have massacres on a regular basis. And this is what we get. Enough. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. McBath.
Gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Ranking Member McGovern. And Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the underlying resolution and the rule. I speak today not just as a member of Congress, but as a mother whose son was taken from her by gun violence, the very thing that we're talking about again today. A mother who has fought every day since then to make sure that no other mother, no other family, no other community feels that pain, feels that loss. Arm braces have become the attachment of choice for mass shooters in this country. The attachment of choice for the King Super shooter in Boulder, who took the lives of 10 people, including a law enforcement officer. The attachment of choice for the shooter at Club Q at an LGBTQ nightclub, who murdered 5 individuals there. And the attachment of choice for the Nashville shooter, who slaughtered 3 innocent babies in an elementary school. We cannot continue to allow weapons of war in our communities, in our meeting centers, and our schools. And what I just cannot understand is what are our Republican colleagues afraid of? You swore an oath to protect and to serve your constituents. What are you afraid of? My Democratic colleagues, we're doing our job. We bring forth policy after policy after policy. Federal background checks for all gun sales. That law-abiding gun owners still can own guns. Assault weapons ban. Keeping those guns, those weapons of mass destruction, weapons of war, out of the hands of people who shouldn't have them. Closing the Charleston loophole. These are just common sense solutions that people, the American people, are crying out for. And as a mother who's lost her child, I spend all my time talking to survivors day in and thank you. I spend all my time day in and day out with survivors and families. What are you afraid of? We've got to do the right thing and preserve human life. That's why we were sent here. So I implore you, and I'm sure I will do again and again and again, to do what's right and to respond to that oath to protect and serve the people that are waiting and crying out for us to keep them safe. And I yield back.
Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
As a father and a grandfather, My heart breaks when I see the victims of these deranged killers at schools and elsewhere. But we need serious solutions. I think it's an insult to the victims and the families to tell them that banning a piece of plastic is going to save a life. It won't. Or that telling them that putting up a sign that says gun-free zone will save a life. It won't. It will cost lives. One of my former staffers, she was married for less than a year, and her husband had a business, a karaoke business. And she had a stalker who followed them to each of their events. And she got a concealed carry license in Tennessee, and she carried her gun to protect herself from the stalker. This was Nikki, who worked for me. And one night, they set up their business in a bar, and the sign said, "No guns inside," because they served alcohol. And Nikki left her firearm to protect herself in the car. But her stalker did not leave his. He came into the bar, and he shot her husband viciously in front of her. And she has to live with that. And it's why she wants serious solutions. She knows that gun-free zones are unserious. She knows that banning pieces of plastic are not serious. She knows that children deserve the protection that we have here. We all know, if you're willing to look at the data, in every school that has allowed qualified teachers and staff to carry a firearm, there has never been a school shooting. It's a fact. And we need to work on serious solutions, not unserious solutions like banning a piece of plastic. Now on to the stove ban, which is also unserious, but it's going to cost consumers. It's going to make the products less safe, not more safe. It's going to make them less available. It's not about the safety or efficiency or consumer benefit. It's about banning fossil fuels, and that's why this administration has declared a war on gas stoves. Two of the bills in this package would repeal those rules from this administration. Natural gas, when it's used in appliances, is 3.4 times more affordable than electricity. Now, why is that? Well, let's think about where that electricity comes from. A natural gas plant can burn electricity, spin a turbine, create electricity at maybe 50% efficiency, then put it on wires that are hundreds of miles long to go to a household, and those wires may be 70% efficient, 80%. Then when it gets to the household, what do you do with that energy that came from the natural gas that's now electricity? You turn it back into heat if you have an electric stove, which is how this administration would want you to live. But guess what? That's less than half as efficient. It costs 3.4 times more to do it that way than to create electricity with natural gas and then use the electricity at your house than if you just brought the natural gas to the household. In fact, consumers who use natural gas in their house save over $1,000 a year. This is a war on the middle class and the poor, the war on gas stoves, since it's a war on affordable heating and cooking. When the electricity goes out in natural disasters, whose stove works? The ones who have gas stoves. Who can boil water to drink when the water's unsafe because of a natural disaster? Those who have gas stoves. This administration should quit gaslighting consumers by telling them they're acting in their best interests. The Federal Interagency Committee on Indoor Air Quality has never identified gas stoves as contributing to asthma or respiratory illness. And the Consumer Product Safety Commission and the Environmental Protection Agency have never identified gas stoves as a significant contributor to adverse air quality or as a health hazard. So why are they doing this? It's a war on gas stoves. And these two bills would seek to reverse that. And it's just common sense. In fact, the other side of the aisle said these are messaging bills. Guess what? Some Democrats like the message because they voted for these bills in the Energy and Commerce Committee. Must be a great message. Must be a message the American people want to hear. Must be a message that they like to hear because they know if we had the Senate and the White House, this kind of ridiculousness would not go on. And that's why it's important to pass these two bills to protect our gas stoves. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we didn't call them messaging bills. Members of the Republican conference called them messaging bills. I would remind the the gentleman. And I mean, the gentleman says that we need serious solutions to gun violence in this country, and I think I heard the gentleman correctly. I mean, he's suggesting that it's okay for people to carry guns into bars when they're drunk. I don't think that's very, very serious. And the idea that we can shoot our way into gun safety is insane. We already have more guns than people in this country. We're the only country in the world that has massacres that occur on a regular basis. And the gentleman's saying that people should be able to carry guns into bars when they're drunk, and that we ought to give teachers more guns, and everybody ought to have more guns, and everybody will be safe. I mean, this is insane. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, at some point, people are going to have the courage to stand up to the gun lobby and say no to the NRA's money and actually do what is in the best interests of the American people, what will protect the people of this country. And it's just, to hear this nonsense is, I mean, this place is crazier than usual. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett.
The gentleman from Texas has yielded 2 minutes and is recognized.
The GOP, it's become, sadly, the guns over people party. Its answer to the desperate pleas of families from all across America who want to stop the slaughter of school children and other innocents. Their answer? Do absolutely nothing. But today, during this National Gun Violence Awareness Month, what do? They go a step further. This is the only opportunity this year that Speaker McCarthy has permitted us to consider any gun violence legislation. And what do they do about gun violence? They enable a little more of it. More pistol braces in the hands of killers will cause us to brace for more death. Republicans want to stop an ATF rule that will require background checks in certain narrow instances when a brace turns a handgun into a rifle. Well, background checks are exactly what we need for all gun purchases, so that those who go through the gun shop loophole and don't get a check when they buy it at a gun show or on the internet have to have the same standard as if they bought it in a gun shop. They will not even permit us to respond to the desperate pleas of the people of Uvalde to ban weapons of war from the hands of teenagers who couldn't on their own go out and buy a beer. There is an orgy of violence going on, and they are obstructing those of us who want to respond to the pleas from doing anything about it, from banning weapons of war, from requiring background checks to ensure we know what kind of person is getting a gun, and if they have a problem, they ought to be denied that access. The gun industry is marketing these so-called stabilizing braces to convert heavy pistols into sharp-barreled rifles that are more concealable. May I have another 30 seconds?
I yield a gentleman additional 30 seconds.
Guns are already the #1 killer of children in our country. There have been, this year, 291 mass shootings. We can count the numbers, but we can't count the pain of an empty chair where there was once a vibrant parent or a wonderful little child who is murdered in a mass shooting. This Congress could do something about it if we could end the obstruction. We need to move toward reducing gun violence, not to enabling it. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I wonder, since we're proposing that children would be saved by banning a piece of plastic, but has anyone on the other side of the aisle proposed that congressmen are safer now that this piece of plastic is banned? I don't think so. Has anyone proposed that gun-free zone signs would keep us safe? I don't think so. What I see surrounding me here and right outside the doors are people with firearms protecting us. Our children deserve the same respect and the same serious solutions. I now yield 4 minutes to my good friend and colleague on the Rules Committee to speak in favor of the rule, as he did in the committee, Mr. Chip Roy.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 4 minutes.
I appreciate the gentleman from Kentucky. Here we are engaging in the theater of the absurd yet again from our colleagues on the other side of the aisle just blatantly denying the power grab being carried out by the executive branch yet again. They don't seem to care so long as it suits their ends in terms of policy. Everybody who follows this understands that the court is almost certain to strike this down. We've already seen it happen in the Fifth Circuit. We're pretty clear about the extent to which this is an abuse of the Administrative Procedures Act, an extent to which this is an unconstitutional violation of our Second Amendment rights, and the court, no doubt, like the Fifth Circuit, will follow suit. And that's just the simple truth. Just like we expect the court to most likely rule that the president's power grab to extend a bailout for student loans will also be struck down. That is almost certainly true. But what is also true is that it is incumbent upon the United States Congress, the House of Representatives in particular, to stand up in defense of the Constitution. In defense not just, as might seem most apparent here, a defense of the Second Amendment, which this most certainly is, but in fact a defense of separation of powers. That in fact it is not the executive branch that makes law. When the Speaker of the House actually says that the president doesn't have power to do something, and then refuses, as the previous Speaker, Speaker Pelosi did, to do anything about what the president is doing to exercise that authority unconstitutionally, as was the case with student loans, then it begs the question, do any of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle give a whit about separation of powers or about the fact that it is a clear abuse of the power of the executive branch? The answer is no. That's the clear truth. They don't give a whit about that, nor do they give a whit about it here, because they like the outcome of the policy, the banning of a piece of plastic. That's the truth. But it's not really about the pistol braces, is it? Because really, that was in fact something created by Marine and Army veteran Alex Bosco, inventing the pistol stabilizing brace to help his friend, a disabled combat veteran, at the shooting range. At the time, the ATF, President Obama's ATF, advised Mr. Bosco that his stabilizing brace did not convert a pistol into a short-barreled rifle. He relied upon that. Now here we are, a decade later, and the Biden ATF wants to reverse that by executive fiat. Not through the congressional powers, not by legislation, as was possible last summer when my colleagues had the House, the Senate, and the White House. No. They prefer to go ahead and use the unaccountable, unelected bureaucrat at the ATF to make policy. Well, we're here to say that that is a bad idea. It's a bad idea for the Republic. It is a bad idea for freedom. It is a bad idea with respect to our fundamental rights. The reality here is my colleagues on the other side of the aisle know full well what they want to do, and that it's not just ban an accessory. They want to ban firearms. They want to ban firearms from top to bottom, and this is a step to do it. Because I've always been taught, if your opponents say something, you should believe them. And that is the reality. I hope my colleagues on this side of the aisle will stand up for the CRA and send it over to the Senate, where it most assuredly might end up being a message amendment, because the President of the United States will almost assuredly veto it, because he doesn't care about separation of powers either. I yield back.
Sir. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
I mean, this is strange what we hear on the House floor today. My friends keep on talking about veterans and people with disabilities, but I don't see any major veterans organization or disability organization that has endorsed this bill. The gentleman talks about, the fact that we have security here. Yeah, the Capitol Police who protect us all have had background checks and have all had training. It's interesting that we have a rule, my friends are in charge, where you can't bring weapons on the House floor. I feel good about that after I listen to some of my colleagues here today. But I will also remind the gentleman that there were police officers at Uvalde, and we hear from police officers and organizations all across the country all the time how they don't want to have to get into situations where they're battling with somebody who has an AR-15. People are dying in this country on a regular basis. Massacres are happening on a regular basis, and we're on the floor to basically make it easier for people to have access to an accessory that can make a gun more deadly and more accurate, that can kill more people. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. And all I can think of is the fact that some of my friends are afraid to take on the gun lobby. They're afraid to lose their money, $100 million in NRA money that went into campaigns in the last 10 years. $100 million. I mean, we have to get our priorities straight here in this Congress. We have to put people ahead of guns. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to urge that we defeat the previous question, and if we do, I will offer an amendment to the rule to provide for consideration of a resolution which states that it's the House's duty to protect and preserve Social Security and Medicare for our future generations and reject any cuts to these essential programs. I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
And to discuss our proposal, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Kassar.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was here alongside all of you during the State of the Union when my Republican colleagues stood up and started jeering and booing and yelling, complaining, saying that indeed they said they weren't interested in cutting Social Security or Medicare. But in the weeks since, it's become clear to me that that was all talk and no votes, or as we say in Texas, all hat and no cattle. In fact, this week, the Republican head of appropriations just said that she wants to see even deeper cuts to critical federal programs. That means bigger classroom sizes for our students and our struggling teachers, longer wait times for our veterans seeking health care, all to finance bigger tax cuts for billionaires and multinational corporations. Social Security and Medicare are not safe until we step up and vote to make sure they are safe. And that's why I urge my colleagues to defeat the previous question so that we can vote for H.R. 178, which would put our money where our mouth is. So I urge my Republican colleagues to prove me wrong, because we're planning on voting on this week are things like a ludicrous gas stove bill of rights. Are you kidding me? What we're talking about voting on this week is deregulating gun accessories that have been used in mass shootings across the country. Really? It is disrespectful, it is dangerous, and it is a distortion of our oaths and our job that we've committed to doing here today. So instead of bowing to the gun lobby or passing these ludicrous messaging bills, let's work on solving real problems, or at a minimum, let's stop these attacks on Social Security and Medicare. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire as to how much time each side has remaining?
Minutes.
And the other side?
The gentleman from Kentucky has 8 minutes. Oh, Massachusetts, correction.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman. This really is about saving lives. 8 children a day die from gun violence. In addition, 40,000 Americans die from gun violence throughout the year. I want to thank Congressman Thompson of California for making clear what we're saying here today. A veteran can buy a brace any day of the year. We love and respect and admire our veterans. But at the same time, we respect our first responders, police officers, and firefighters and others who are on the front line, or former combat officers who say that we don't need automatic weapons in the hands of civilians There's no hunting purpose. There's no purpose. You haven't lived until you see a shootout in your district between a criminal with a ghost gun against police officers. That is what we're trying to prevent. I don't want to see that in Houston, Texas ever again. You can buy the brace without a background check. But when it becomes a dangerous weapon, when that brace changes the gun's legal status and makes it, in essence, the same that caused a mass shooting at a Boulder, Colorado supermarket, the stabilizing brace made and a shorter barrel made a pistol under federal gun regulations. And so saving lives is why I'm standing here on the floor. Protecting police officers is why I'm on the floor. Protecting firefighters. And then the highest calling that I'm on the floor is protecting children and stopping Uvalde and Sandy Hook and Parkland, and the list goes on in Santa Fe. But a brace can be bought without a background check. And the rule that's being overturned simply has the ATF simply saying the ATF is doing the right thing.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
Vote for the underlying bill.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I thank the other side of the aisle for pointing out that all the ATF rule does is change the legal status, that you can still get the brace and you can still get the pistol. The last thing that is on a criminally deranged person's mind is, what is the legal status of my firearm? Is this a pistol? Is this a rifle? Is it a short barrel rifle? How much time will I get when I go on this suicide mission for doing this because of the legal status? But what changing legal status does is it creates millions of felons out of legal firearms owners who presumed they were operating legally. I'll now yield 30 seconds to my good friend from Texas.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 30 seconds.
I appreciate the speaker. I appreciate my friend from Kentucky. The gentleman from Massachusetts was questioning why he hadn't heard from any veteran groups in support of this. Well, I'd like to introduce into the record Wisconsin veterans sue ATF over new rule for stabilizing braces. There are others, but without objection, I'd like to insert that record.
Without objection.
I mean, the fact of the matter is there are many veterans groups who are, that's one, we'll get you some more, who are supportive of this bill and supportive of this effort to protect their Second Amendment rights. That's the fact, because my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, they want registration because they want to take the guns to the American people because they know that liberty rests with the people.
Gentleman's time's expired.
Yeah,
Gentleman reserves. Yeah. Gentleman from
I won't
Massachusetts.
hold my breath waiting for the other names, but it's just astounding to me that my friends on the other side of the aisle don't want any gun laws, and basically the lack of empathy for the murders and the deaths in this country that happen on a regular basis. I mean, at some point, we have to say enough is enough. You have to put people ahead of the gun lobby. And my friends are incapable of doing that. I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, a distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
Gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Ranking Member and Mr. Speaker. Last month, there were 2 mass shootings in my district, one in Farmington and another in Red River. On Friday, I met with police officers, victims, and neighbors who were terrified and wounded. An 18-year-old used an assault rifle and several other guns to kill 3 beautiful souls and injure 6, including 2 police officers. I sat with the victims and listened to their stories of horror and pain. There were 144 bullets fired before the shooter even left his front yard. One neighbor held my shoulders as he shared, from a place of unbearable pain, what it sounds like when a powerful weapon discharges and you see your neighbor bleeding to death on the street. We know that the trauma of gun violence extends beyond those killed or injured. That's why my constituents and Americans are pleading with Congress to do what we can to prevent gun violence. But what happens? What do we come back to? Instead of addressing gun violence, Republicans stand with the gun lobby to make it easier to evade gun safety laws. When it became obvious that gun manufacturers were selling powerful pistols and then selling shoulder braces to turn them into rifles, the Trump administration began work on a regulation to treat these constructed rifles as the powerful weapons they are. This Biden administration finished the job. Gun manufacturers and sellers are using a loophole to avoid public safety protections. This is how gun salesmen are describing the loophole, and I quote, "It might look and function like a rifle, but thanks to the fact that AR-15 pistols don't come built with a stock, they're legally classified as pistols, giving them a full pardon from the inconvenient NFA restrictions," and I end quote. Listen, if it looks like a rifle, shoots like a rifle, and kills like a rifle, we should treat it like a rifle. That's common sense. But sometimes common sense isn't that common in the House these days. I urge my colleagues to stand with the victims, to stand with the people, and put people over the profits of the gun lobby. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
6,000 veterans signed a petition in opposing the ATF rule. So I hope that's enough to convince the other side. But I want to switch to two other bills that are in this rules package, because this is Groundhog Day. We'll be here again. The administration does something which has the effect of law, and then we are feckless to change it. There have been over 90,000 rules promulgated since the Congressional Review Act was put into place. Only 20 rules have ever been countermanded, because it's such a high bar to get a majority of the House and a majority of the Senate and the President to sign something to undo a law. How did it become law? Just because the administrative branch willed it into existence? Our Constitution says all legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in a Congress of the United States, which shall consist of a Senate and a House of Representatives. Does it say, and also an ATF or also an EPA? No, it does not. It says House and Senate. Does it say some legislative powers? No, it says all legislative powers are vested in Congress. So the REINS Act would do quite a bit to restore our power. Not enough, though, because Chevron deference still exists. So the other bill in this package is the Separation of Powers Restoration Act, which is a legislative repeal of the tragic Chevron deference that has plagued this country for so many years, where the Supreme Court gives full latitude, broad authority to the administrative branch to twist and contort the laws that we make in creating new laws. So I urge people to vote for this rule because it includes these two packages, which put our republic back into a structure that our founding fathers envisioned, where the legislators make the laws and the administration enforces the laws. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
May I inquire from the gentleman how many more speakers he has?
We have no more speakers.
All right, so I'll close then.
I'm prepared to close.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the remaining time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have real problems in this country. I mean, the Northern Hemisphere was on fire. You couldn't walk outside in Washington, D.C. last week without a mask, or in New York City, or in a number of major cities and communities all across the Northeast. Our planet has a fever. I mean, we have a real issue here with climate change, but we don't talk about those things. You know, there are a zillion issues that we need to deal with, and instead we come to the floor with, this is what the Republicans have said, with messaging bills. Now, those are their words, not mine. Messaging bills to promote their culture war against gas stoves, and messaging bills to, I guess, make the NRA even happier. The gentleman talks about veterans who want this. There are 16 million veterans in this country. If this were a priority of our veterans, these major organizations would be supporting this bill, but they are not. The bottom line is we are here talking about stuff that will not help anybody. In fact, this gun bill just makes it easier for people to kill people. Like, why are we doing this? This makes absolutely no sense. For last week, my Republican friends fought with each other and nothing got done. This week, we're bringing bills to the floor that Republican members are calling nothing more than messaging bills. Congress was created to help solve problems, to help people. My Republican friends think that that's a foreign idea. This is about helping nobody. This is a joke. That we are here today basically so that the NRA can be happy and justify another $100 million into their campaigns. They're bringing this horrific bill to the floor. People are dying every single day in this country, and we hardly hear a word about it from the other side of the aisle. In fact, during this debate, very little was even acknowledged in terms of the people that are dying in this country. We can do so much better. Look, you know, I used to have a history teacher who used to say, the world will not get better on its own. Didn't really know what he was talking about when I took the course, but I do now. Nothing good happens unless good people come together and make change. There have to be some reasonable people on the Republican side who understand that gun violence is out of control. We have more guns in this country than people. We can't shoot our way out of this problem. And yet that's what my Republican friends are suggesting. So enough is enough. We need to get back to doing the people's business. And Mr. Speaker, I would urge my colleagues to vote no on the previous question and vote no on the rule and vote no on all this garbage messaging legislation that will follow. We are here to solve problems, to make people's lives better. Let's do something that actually makes the American people proud of this Congress. This is embarrassing. I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record a letter to Speaker McCarthy and Ranking Member Hakeem Jeffries signed by 11 veterans and military organizations in support of House Joint Resolution 44.
Without objection.
The REINS Act, the most important part of these 5 bills, I would argue, is here, and we're debating it today because my constituent, Lloyd Rogers, who grew up in an orphanage in Kentucky where he met his future wife in that same orphanage, he sent this idea for this bill to his congressman who preceded me. Lloyd Rogers served in the Army during the Korea War. And then he came home and he served as county judge executive. And he was shocked when he was trying to serve the people in his community at how many of the rules and regulations that tied his hands were never passed by Congress. So he wrote this bill and he sent it to his congressman. By the way, he and his wife were married for 65 years, and Lloyd turned 90 Saturday. He's watching this debate. This is how our republic is supposed to work. Laws aren't supposed to come from unelected bureaucrats with no accountability. They're supposed to be ideas that people in our communities have that would make their lives better. And then we're accountable to them. So when they talk to us, we have to listen. They can throw us out every 2 years. Maybe they should throw more of us out every 2 years. But Lloyd came to his congressman and said, please, put this bill on the floor. It went to Ledge Council. The congressman introduced this bill. And it's been very popular. It's one of the most popular bills among the American people because they know the structure of our government intended by our founding fathers was for us to write the laws and for the administrative branch to execute the laws, not to write them themselves. So I urge adoption of this rule, which contains 5 bills that I urge the passage of. And I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote on ordering the previous question will be followed by a 5-minute votes on the adoption of the resolution, if ordered, and the motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3099.
16 and the nays are 209. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no.
Ooh.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts rise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 218, the nays are 209. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3099 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 3099, a bill to establish the Department of State, the position of Special Envoy for the Abraham Accords and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 413, the nays are 13. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Hunt, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 495, I'll call up the bill H.J. Res. 44, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives relating to factoring criteria for firearms with attached stabilizing braces, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
Union Calendar Number 49, House Joint Resolution 44, Joint Resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives relating to factoring criteria for firearms with attached stabilizing braces.
Pursuant to House Resolution 495, the joint resolution is considered read. The joint resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Hunt, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Hunt.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material in HJRS 44.
Without objection, so ordered.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HJRS 44 provides for congressional disapproval for the rule submitted by the Biden ATF relating to factoring criteria for firearms in which attached stabilizing braces. On January 31st of 2023, the ATF issued a final rule that effectively bans pistol stabilizing braces nationwide. The ATF's rule redefined a firearm with an attached stabilizing brace as a short-barreled rifle subject to regulation under the Gun Control Act of 1968 and the National Firearms Act of 1934. Let's be clear about what's happening here today. With one stroke of a pen, unelected bureaucrats in Biden's ATF changed regulatory definitions that will turn millions of law-abiding citizens into felons overnight. That's a fact. If the owners of the roughly 40 million stabilizing braces in circulation today did not obtain a special registration surrender or destroy their brace or turn their brace into the ATF by May 31st, 2023, then they could now face criminal penalties and up to 10 years in federal prisons with fines of up to $250,000. This isn't happening because Congress passed a law or because a judge issued a ruling. This is an example of the executive branch making law. This is a federal agency usurping the legislative authority that Congress has under the Constitution. Congressional Democrats couldn't pass a bill that outlawed pistol stabilizing braces, so the Biden administration has utilized executive fiat to achieve their desired outcome. To make matters worse, the rule directly contradicts a prior 2012 determination made by the Obama ATF. President Obama's ATF said that a firearm equipped with a stabilizing brace would not be subject to the National Firearms Act controls. The ATF says one thing for a decade and then does another, which will then turn millions of law-abiding citizens into felons literally overnight. Now, American citizens who own these pistol stabilizing braces and relied on the statements made by the ATF are in violation of federal law and are subject to serious criminal penalties. The Second Amendment is imbued in the Bill of Rights for a reason. It preserves the First Amendment and all other inalienable rights afforded to the American people. We don't need to reimagine a Second Amendment. We need to curtail it. And we most certainly won't be repealing it with the 28th Amendment. This ATF rule is an affront against the rights of the American citizen and an assault on the Second Amendment and must be defeated. This resolution will nullify the ATF rule and further protect one of our most basic rights and reclaim Congress's lawmaking authority given to us by our Constitution. I urge my colleagues to support the resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to this resolution, which would ignore the considered judgment of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives and make stabilizing braces, a favorite tool of mass shooters, widely available without a background check. Today is one of those clarifying moments when the priorities of the Republican majority are on clear display. Instead of taking up legislation to reduce gun violence in America, we're here advancing a bill to ensure that more deadly weapons are in the hands of mass shooters in this country. What a disgrace. Mr. Speaker, gun violence continues to take the lives of more than 100 Americans every day. It changes how safe we feel in our schools and in our houses of worship. It reduces vibrant cities to somber headlines. It takes our loved ones, old and young, and leaves us with another anniversary of lives cut short and a community forever changed. Today, rather than stand up against gun violence, the majority plans to pass this bill so that they can yet again stand with the gun industry. Rather than support the law enforcement officers who are on the front lines of protecting our communities, the majority is attempting to weaken law enforcement by rolling back a rule created by the ATF meant to protect us from dangerous weapons. ATF is the law enforcement agency tasked with keeping guns out of the wrong hands and keeping our gun laws in line with congressional intent through rulemaking. In 1934, Congress passed the National Firearms Act, creating additional requirements to own certain especially deadly, dangerous firearms, like short-barreled rifles, which were widely used by violent criminals. Congress included short-barreled rifles because they combine the firepower of a rifle with the concealability of a smaller gun. But in recent years, the gun industry discovered a way to circumvent the restrictions of the National Firearms Act by selling stabilizing braces, an accessory that allows a pistol to be fired from the shoulder, turning it into a deadly yet concealable short-barreled rifle. In 2020, under the Trump administration, the ATF concluded the stabilizing braces were being widely used to create short-barreled rifles, and it published guidance regarding their use. But House Republicans cried foul. Just 4 days after the guidance was published, 90 House Republicans sent a letter to ATF and DOJ expressing their opposition, and just a few days later, the guidance was withdrawn. A few months later, under the Biden administration, the ATF revived its efforts to regulate stabilizing braces, and it published the final rule in January to ensure that our laws stay in line with the intent of Congress dating all the way back to 1934, when Congress decided that deadly, concealable short-barreled rifles should be subject to heightened regulation. But Republicans will stop at nothing to block the ATF from taking this simple life-saving measure, even though they know that blocking this rule could have deadly consequences. Mass shooters used guns with stabilizing braces to kill 9 people outside a bar in Dayton in 2019, to kill 10 people, including a responding police officer, at a grocery store in Boulder in 2021, to kill 5 people in an LGBTQ nightclub in Colorado Springs last year, and just this past March, to kill 6 people, including 3 children, at a school in Nashville, the 19th school shooting this year. The Nashville shooting occurred the day before the Judiciary Committee initially planned to mark up this resolution, so the majority, apparently sensitive to the optics, if not the substance of marking up this resolution, postponed the markup. But 3 weeks later, they decided that enough time had passed since 3 more families woke up without the child that they had taken to school, and that they were ready to advance a bill to enable more mass shooters to inflict death and destruction in our communities. I guess they thought we had forgotten the lives lost in that terrible tragedy. But we will never forget them, or the countless others who lose their lives to gun violence every day. Now, today, the majority seeks to pass this bill on the House floor, despite the deadly consequences. How many more lives will be lost because Republicans refuse to acknowledge that these weapons are a favorite of mass shooters for their ability to make a gun both deadly and concealable? How many more people have to die before Republicans will value the lives of our children over the profits of the gun industry? During the last Congress, Democrats put forth a range of solutions to prevent gun violence, to support law enforcement, and to solve violent crimes. But our colleagues across the aisle continued to push for unfettered access to every firearm and accessory imaginable. As Republicans continue to seek freedom from gun regulation, we will continue to see communities free from gun violence. I urge my colleagues to oppose this dangerous legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Members are reminded to take their conversations off the floor so the gentleman can be heard. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record a cost estimate for H.J. Res. 44 prepared by the Congressional Budget Office.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the gentleman from Texas for yielding. I'm grateful that today we are considering my Congressional Review Act Joint Resolution of Disapproval, H.J. Res. 44, co-led with Congressman Richard Hudson, which would strike down the ATF's unconstitutional pistol stabilizing brace rule. Back in January, the ATF finalized this unlawful measure pertaining to firearms with stabilizing braces. Under the ATF's new rule, any pistol brace firearm would be considered an unregistered short-barreled rifle, subjecting these firearms to the draconian regulations of the National Firearms Act of 1934. The ATF informed law-abiding gun owners possessing pistols housing these stabilizing braces that they would have only 120 days to register these firearms or risk harsh NFA violations, including hefty fines of up to $250,000 and up to 10 years in prison. This 120-day amnesty registration window recently ended at midnight on May 31st. Now, we all know the end result of gun registration. It will inevitably lead to gun confiscation. So for the stabilizer brace owners who do not wish to register their firearms, the ATF provides a few very heavy-handed alternatives. Gun owners can turn in or destroy or convert or dismantle their pistol brace firearms. That means that basically ATF says you can't have it anymore. Again, if law-abiding owners refuse to comply with these ridiculous regulations, they face severe punishment, 10 years in prison and up to $250,000 fine for simply attaching a piece of plastic to their firearm, and then they become a felon for life. The regulatory saga surrounding the pistol brace is enough to make even the most seasoned lawmakers' heads spin. And it is so ridiculously big government that no American can be expected to keep up with this irrational rulemaking. Back in 2012, under the Obama administration, pistol braces were determined to be legal and fully unrestricted. This decision was then reversed 3 years later in 2015, claiming stabilizing braces were illegal to shoulder, turning pistol brace firearms into unregistered short-barreled rifles. This then changed again in 2017 when stabilizing braces were once more determined to be legal to shoulder as long as they were designed as a pistol brace. And now here we are in 2023 as the ATF is yet again vilifying pistol stabilizing braces and turning their owners into felons. Americans, including disabled veterans, are at risk of losing their right to keep and bear arms because of this ATF rule that many Americans likely do not even know exists. Now, I've heard many fear-inducing lies from my Democrat colleagues that these braces make firearms more dangerous and deadly, but that is simply not true. Stabilizing braces were originally designed to help service-disabled veterans to not just enjoy the sport of shooting, but to assist these wounded heroes in practicing their constitutional right to keep and bear arms. The brace attaches to the rear of a firearm in order to anchor the gun to the shooter's arm, allowing them to shoot one-handed. And that's exactly what you're supposed to be able to do with a pistol. Shoot one-handed, that's the definition. Millions of Americans, including service-disabled veterans, rely on these braces every day to exercise their Second Amendment freedoms and right to self-defense. Yet the Biden ATF rule criminalizes these beneficial stabilizing braces, again, turning millions of these law-abiding gun owners into criminals overnight. It's no secret that with this measure and many other forms of backdoor gun control, that the left's ultimate goal is an unarmed America. And that's what this is all about, slowly chipping away at Americans' constitutional right to keep and bear arms, but not on my watch. But this rule doesn't just infringe upon American Second Amendment liberties. It represents a dangerous government overreach by the Biden administration. Congress maintains sole legislative authority, not government agencies, not the executive branch. Congress writes laws, not unelected anti-gun bureaucrats at the ATF. This is nothing more than governing by executive fiat to advance the left's desire to disarm our nation and destroy Americans' Second Amendment rights. But today, the People's House can take a stand against this unlawful overreach. I'm proud to lead the fight against this unconstitutional pistol brace rule with this critical legislation, H.J. Res. 44. And I'm proud to have my friend, Congressman Hudson, join me in co-leading this vital effort, as well as over 180 original House Republican co-sponsors. But the House must act now to save law-abiding gun owners from being unwittingly criminalized by the ATF. We must act now to defend service-disabled veterans and all Americans' Second Amendment freedoms. And we must act now to stop the Biden administration's executive overreach and tyranny in its tracks. I urge all of my colleagues, Republican and Democrat, to support H.J. Res. 44. If they fail to do so, I hope they are prepared to go home and explain to their constituents that they support the ATF's unconstitutional rule to strip service-disabled veterans of their Second Amendment rights, to go home and explain why they refuse.
Time has expired.
I will yield the gentleman an additional minute.
Thank you. To go home and explain why they refuse to take a stand against this brazen government overreach. But I trust that they instead choose to join me in voting yes on H.J. Res. 44, and I employ my colleagues to join me because by passing this legislation, we will send a resounding message to both the judicial system and the nation that we firmly reject the ATF's unconstitutional rule and executive overreach, and that we unapologetically defend service-disabled veterans' unalienable right to keep and bear arms, and that we will never back down in the right to protect all Americans' Second Amendment liberties. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Go home and explain to the people why we support the ATF's absolutely necessary actions to defend the safety of the American people. And with that, I am happy to yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you for yielding, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to this bill. Arm braces are used to convert assault pistols into short-barreled assault rifles that are more accurate, easier to conceal, and can fire rounds capable of penetrating body armor. Unregistered arm braces equipped firearms have been used in a number of high-profile mass shootings. Dayton, Ohio, 9 killed, 17 injured outside of a bar. Boulder, Colorado, 10 killed at a grocery store. Colorado Springs, 5 killed, 19 injured at a club. Nashville, Tennessee, 6 killed, including 3 9-year-old children at an elementary school. The ATF final rule closes the loophole that helps arm brace-equipped pistols circumvent firearm regulations, including the National Firearms Act, which has regulated short-barrel rifles under heightened security since 1934. The resolution before us today will take an already menacing and lethal weapon and turn it into a more accurate killing machine. This is misguided, it's callous, and it will only lead to more deaths. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield five minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague. I rise today in support of the resolution. Our nation's veterans have served our nation honorably. They and their families have sacrificed for our freedoms. And today they're calling on us to support their Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms and to ensure they can protect themselves and their families. Will you answer the call? Everyone in this chamber, Mr. Speaker, both Republicans and Democrats, say that we support our nation's veterans. Well, now's the chance to prove it. Today, we can block an overreaching regulation by ATF on pistol braces. We can defend the right of our veterans, and we can defend the rights of all law-abiding gun owners. A new regulation by President Joe Biden's ATF on pistol braces has turned millions of combat-wounded veterans and law-abiding citizens into felons overnight. So before my colleagues cast a vote today, I want you to know the story of how the pistol brace was developed. Several years ago, a combat-wounded veteran went to a local gun range with his buddy. However, he was asked to leave due to his lack of control over the pistol because of his combat wounds. So after leaving the range, his buddy went home and created the first pistol brace concept so that his friend and other combat-wounded veterans could exercise their constitutional right, could protect themselves, their families, their homes, and could participate in shooting sports again, even on pistol platforms that were otherwise too cumbersome for a disabled shooter to use. 2 years ago, I held a press conference outside this U.S. Capitol with a group of combat-wounded veterans from around the country, including Army veteran Rick Cicero. They came to share how devastating a new regulation from President Joe Biden's ATF would be on veterans. Cicero lost his right leg and right arm due to an IED explosion while serving our country in Afghanistan. As the son of a firearms instructor and longtime shooter, he didn't want to give up his Second Amendment rights. In Rick's own words that day, quote, "The most important thing to me about the brace is it is another avenue of getting injured veterans out of the house, and it helps them maintain a bit of confidence that you're still able to do something," end quote. Veterans like Rick Cicero served our country and put their bodies literally on the line for us and for our families. But starting this month, the ATF has taken away their God-given rights protected by our Constitution. It's outrageous. Since the creation of the brace, the ATF has repeatedly approved stabilizing brace designs. As recently as July 2018, the ATF said a brace, quote, "used to assist shooters in stabilizing a handgun while shooting with a single hand is not considered a shoulder stock and therefore may be attached to a handgun without making a NFA firearm," end quote. As a result of those former decisions, tens of millions of Americans already legally own pistols with stabilizing bracers. Yet the ATF's new rule requires owners of the device to either remove or destroy them or register the brace firearms with the ATF as short-barreled rifles. And for those combat wounded veterans who live in states like New York and Connecticut that don't allow short-barreled rifle, you got no option. You can't register that brace. This registration process involves submitting fingerprints, identifying information, as well as photographs of the owner and the firearm. Additionally, the registration will require a $200 tax stamp. And the 120-day grace period is well short of previous grace periods where a gun was reclassified under NFA. In fact, back in 1994, the last time a weapon was reclassified, they had over 6 years to re-register that weapon. This has led to less compliance and leads me to speculate whether the ATF instituted a short timeline by design. Either way, these regulations are especially difficult for service members deployed overseas, like so many in my district. If they're overseas when the deadline hit the end of last month, they're unable to register their firearms. They're now felons. Think about that. They're overseas serving us, and we've now labeled them a felon. This travesty illustrates the dangers of an unchecked federal agency that is willing to go around Congress and the millions of constituents we represent. Well, our constituents are fed up. They're sick and tired of unelected bureaucrats making the new law and calling it a regulation. I say enough is enough. I want to thank my friend, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Andrew Clyde, for partnering with me on this important resolution, and I urge my colleagues to support it. And with that, I will yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I thank the Speaker and I thank the distinguished ranking member and certainly the distinguished member who is managing, my friend from Texas. But let me be very clear. I support a stabilizing brace for disabled Americans and veterans. Could anybody stand here and disagree with that? They were wounded in combat. They're fighters for our freedom. It is my honor to represent the Veterans Cemetery in Houston, Texas, over a number of years. Let me be very clear on what we are debating here today. Might I say that there are veterans in the ATF, men and women who served in the United States military who've come home to serve again. Their desire is not to violate the Second Amendment, neither is their desire to take innocent Americans in. You can get a brace for those disabled, those veterans, and it is a legal process. This provision specifically is to deal with when you make it a lethal weapon to be used like an assault weapon to kill people. I don't know why we can't be clear. Let me tell you why it's very clear. Because we started out with this bill so many days and weeks ago, but in the midst of it, someone used the exact same brace to go into the Covenant School in Nashville and murder 3 9-year-olds and 3 staff members. That's what the ATF is against. 8 children dying every day and 40,000 Americans dying throughout the year through gun violence. Not your Second Amendment. Who would even think that you could tamper with the Second Amendment? It's in the Bill of Rights. But we do believe that when you have this weapon being created to be the kind of dangerous, lethal weapon to kill, Americans will stand up and say, it's not about the Second Amendment, it's about saving lives. And Dayton 2019, 9 killed, 17 injured. Boulder 2021, 10 killed. Yes, Colorado Springs 2022, 5 killed and 19 injured. Nashville 2023, 6 killed, and children are amongst this. And this is the procedure that is used, not at a shooting range where our veterans may go, but for criminal acts that kill people. And let me let you hear from the person who actually designed it. It was the creator of the SB Tactical Stabilizing Brace who acknowledged in a 2017 interview with the editor of the Firearm blog that many who brought the braces did so to avoid the National Firearms Registration. They were going to do bad, not those good veterans. He also said during our joint hearing last month to a question I asked to discuss the ATF order that the stabilizing brace was originally designed to allow a disabled veteran to shoot a pistol more accurately and safely. Under this
Speaker, I yield the gentlelady an additional 30 seconds.
The gentlelady is recognized for another 30 seconds.
Under this regulation, they will still be able and allowed to do so. Let me be very clear. It is for veterans and under the regulation of ATF, who is full with combat veterans themselves doing their duty to this nation, who looked at this and said they cannot stand for more children being murdered by someone taking a brace and not disabled at all, but to make a steady aim to kill innocent and take innocent lives. I commend the ATF for its fortitude, and I will tell you that the work we need to be doing right now, passing the Kimberly Vaughn Firearms Safe Storage Act, extreme risk protection laws, and assault weapons ban that more than 200 persons voted against, but the right people voted for. This is not an injury to our veterans. It is saving lives. Who would stand up here against a veteran? Nobody. But I am going to stand up here against the killing of children. I yield back.
Texas is recognized. The gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Rutherford.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank my good friend from Texas for yielding. Mr. Speaker, the Second Amendment, which undergirds all the other amendments, is the only amendment in the U.S. Constitution to include the following 4 words: shall not be infringed. As a lifetime law enforcement officer and former sheriff, I have seen firsthand how law-abiding citizens using legal firearms protect themselves, their families, their neighbors, and other innocent persons from those who would do them harm. Not one crime that I've ever seen, Mr. Hunt, was a stabilizing brace ever used. While we prioritize safe gun ownership and work to keep firearms out of the hands of criminals and those with mental illness, the federal government shall not infringe on the rights of legal gun ownership. That means that the executive branch must not use this administrative rulemaking to rewrite the bounds of the Second Amendment, all without even a vote from Congress. And that, Mr. Speaker, is exactly what the Biden administration is trying to do. They legislate by fiat through rulemaking. Earlier this year, the ATF finalized a rule that redefines these stabilizing braces as a short-barreled rifle. After decades, they changed the interpretation. Mr. Speaker, this insidious rule would turn millions of law-abiding gun owners, including many disabled veterans, as we've heard, who rely on these stabilizing braces, would turn them into criminals simply for possessing firearms with a legal accessory. And I am proud to co-sponsor this important resolution and urge my colleagues to support its passage. I yield back.
Gentleman from Florida yields. Gentleman from Texas is recognized, or New York is recognized.
New York. Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Nevada, Ms. Titus.
Gentlelady from Nevada is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Chairman. My colleagues across the aisle are shamelessly trying to make this into a veterans issue. It's an NRA bill, plain and simple, and they're just trying to put lipstick on a pig. If they had cared so much about veterans, they would have voted for the PAC Act, but they didn't seem to worry too much at that point. Over the years, we've seen the gun industry circumvent existing laws by developing new and advanced accessories to increase the power and lethal capabilities of certain firearms. From bump stocks to auto sears to pistol braces, these unnecessary accessories just serve the primary purpose of making guns more deadly. Unfortunately, we have seen this play out in events so tragic that we just have to refer to them by their first name and people know what we mean. Pulse nightclub, Sandy Hook, Nashville, October 1 shooting in my district, and others. Every time, every precious life was taken with the help of one of these accessories. Time and time again, we have reminded our Republican colleagues of these facts. Yet they offer nothing but thoughts and prayers and then proceed to try and expand access to guns and conversion devices. Vote no on this, and I yield back.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Burleson.
Gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you for yielding. I rise today in support of HJ Resolution 44, which will nullify the ATF's overreaching and unconstitutional rule to regulate firearms that happen to have stabilizing braces, such as short-barreled rifles. Make no mistake, the ATF's rule is nothing short than that of an assault on our Second Amendment rights. Our Constitution does not grant the ATF the authority to unilaterally redefine what laws constitute a firearm, because lawmaking power rests with the elected representatives of the American people. If pistol brace owners fail to register their firearms with the ATF, they will be deemed felons, face up to 10 years in prison, and be fined thousands. This reclassification is arbitrary. It bucks a decade of the ATF's own precedent. It is an assault on our Second Amendment, and it threatens to turn millions, tens of millions of law-abiding Americans into criminals overnight. So I urge a vote in favor of HJ Resolution 44 to reassert the power of the American people, protect the rights of law-abiding gun owners, and stop this retroactive gun grab. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib.
Gentlelady from Michigan is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, I don't think my colleagues on the other side are aware that it is Gun Violence Awareness Month, which should actually be every month. We've already had over 290 mass shootings this year. That's more mass shootings than days in the year. It's been time for us to come together to try to address the horrific gun crisis. It's tearing our communities apart, Mr. Speaker, by our legislative inaction every single day. So how do we start Gun Violence Awareness Month? They are pushing a bill that would make mass shootings even more deadlier. You heard that right. The plan is for them to raise awareness around gun violence in our country, which has again been horrific and more deadlier, is to ensure that it impacts more American families than ever before by making it easier to access stabilizing braces that have been misused, that have been used, again, for mass shootings. And it's not just the mass shootings, Mr. Speaker, it's everyday violence that doesn't even make the news anymore. It's a travesty that campaign cash from the NRA, gun manufacturers, and pro-death lobby have blocked the major reforms that we need to keep our communities safe. Our communities need an assault weapons ban. We need reforms on handguns and bold initiatives to reduce the number of firearms in our communities. Most of all, Mr. Speaker, we need accountability for the people that are causing this violence, because the gun violence crisis is enabling more people in power unwilling to do anything to stop the mass murder of countless Americans, especially our children. I look forward to supporting future legislation that truly does fight the crisis with the urgency it deserves, instead of pouring more fuel on the fire like this disgusting Republican bill. Thank you, and I yield.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I'm a Texan, I'm a veteran, and I am a gun owner. I'm the gun owner of multiple AR-15s, primarily for hunting and, of course, to protect my 3 little kids at home, 4-year-old, 2-year-old, and a 5-month-old. And no one is going to walk into my house and harm my children or my wife, my family. That I can assure you. 6% of all homicides, gun homicides, are at the hands of an AR-15 and weapons that are outfitted with a pistol brace. 6%. 60% are at the hands of a handgun, and the rest are weapons designated not as the 2 that I just mentioned. 6%. This is clearly an attempt to diminish our Second Amendment rights. Because if you just take away 6% of the gun homicides, it leaves you with 94. And I can assure you that a homicidal maniac that wants to arbitrarily murder people will find another weapon of choice. I hear the words weapon of war oftentimes as well. I'm an A-64 Delta Apache pilot. I flew 55 combat air missions in Baghdad. That is a weapon of war. A civilian-made AR-15 is nothing that I would ever take to battle. Now, I also recognize that we do have a mass shooting problem in this country, and my colleagues on the left would, of course, blame the AR-15. But I stand before you to blame the homicidal maniac. I walk in these halls every single day, and I am surrounded by brave men and women that carry AR-15s and weapons every single day. I have to walk the metal detector just to get in this building every single day. And just because I wear this pin does not make me more important than my children. So what I offer, instead of trying to erode our Second Amendment rights, I would offer, let's protect our kids. Let's ensure that they have the same protection that we have in the halls of Congress. There are over 400 million guns currently in circulation. By the way, the overwhelming majority of the people that own these weapons are law-abiding citizens like myself. I refuse to allow the erosion of our Second Amendment rights to further disarm our population, making us less safe as a further push toward communism, because that's what happens. You disarm your population, and then the government runs amok. And we, especially down in Texas, are not going to allow that to happen. I certainly encourage my colleagues to support this resolution. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the gentleman says that the cause of gun violence in this country is homicidal maniacs. We have 78 times as much gun violence per unit of population than any other country in the world. Does the gentleman think that we are 78 times as mentally ill, that we have 78 times as many gun maniacs in this country as anywhere else per unit of population? That's a slander on the American people. The obvious cause is we have guns run amok. Mr. Speaker, Republicans have claimed this rule affects forearm braces. It does not. If a disabled veteran needs a forearm brace to shoot a pistol, he or she can still get one without registering it. The only firearms affected by this rule are those that have a brace that is, quote, designed, made, and intended to be fired from the shoulder, close quote. And if a veteran or anyone else wants a covered brace, all they have to do is register it. It was even free to do so until June 1st. The ATF waived the fee to encourage compliance. All this rule does is close a loophole so that all short-barreled rifles are subject to the common sense requirements of the National Firearms Act, registration and a background check. I reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Texas reserves.
I reserve. I'm prepared to close. Oh.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield the gentleman from Maryland 2 minutes. The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Askin.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I want to thank the chairman kindly for his courtesy in granting me 2 minutes. Today's June 13th. We've had 164 days in the year 2023, and we've had 291 mass shootings. We're having, on average, a mass shooting and a half every single day in America. Of course, our colleagues would prefer not to talk about it because they say it's impolite to talk about a mass shooting on the day it happens. And on that theory, we would never talk about it, and we would continue ad infinitum into the carnage and the bloodshed that this unlimited open arms policy is giving America today. A number of my colleagues have invoked the Second Amendment. They only quote half of it. They say the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. What about the first half of it? A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, comma, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. They say we want to repeal the Second Amendment. Mr. Speaker, we don't want them to repeal the Second Amendment. We want them to read the Second Amendment, because the Second Amendment would ask us why we are allowing people to go into elementary schools, Walmarts, supermarkets, churches and synagogues all over America with AR-15s enabled sometimes with the stabilizing brace, as in Dayton, Ohio, Boulder, Colorado, Colorado Springs, Nashville, Tennessee, and assassinate our people. If a foreign government were doing it, we would declare war on them, but since we're just allowing the gun industry to spread these weapons of mass destruction around the country, they want to allow it. And they say that the Second Amendment must be respected in this strange and distorted way because they believe the Second Amendment gives the people the right to overthrow the government. This insurrectionist theory of the Second Amendment means that the people must have an arsenal equal to that of the government. Well, it's very hard to explain the rest of the Constitution then. The Second Amendment doesn't mention anything about rebellion or insurrection. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 15. Could I seek 1 more minute from the chair?
Give the gentleman 1 more minute.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1 more minute.
Well, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 15 says, Congress has the power to call forth the militias from the states in order to, quote, suppress insurrections. Does that sound like a pro-insurrection document to you? How about the Republican Guarantee Clause? Congress shall guarantee to the people of the states a Republican form of government and assist them in putting down domestic violence. How about the Treason Clause, which says that treason shall consist of levying arms against the Union? I could give you 6 more examples like that, but why don't we pause on Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which says that anybody who has sworn an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States and violates that oath by engaging in, quote, insurrection or rebellion shall never be allowed to hold federal or state office again. So that's not the meaning of our Constitution. The regulation the administration has adopted is perfectly constitutional. So if you want more bloodshed, just stand for that. It's got nothing to do with the Second Amendment. It's perfectly constitutional for us to engage in reasonable gun safety regulation. Check out Heller versus the District of Columbia. Justice Scalia wrote that opinion. Thank you.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Donald.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for, what do you say? 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I actually want to welcome the people who are here in the gallery. Glad you're here to see this, because what you are witnessing is actually something functional that Congress should be doing. We have a federal agency called the ATF that has unilaterally decided that they want to make illegal a piece of equipment that they legalized more than a decade ago. The ATF said that the pistol brace is a functional and legal piece that can be added to, and I stress added to, a firearm. And they allowed it to be sold in the United States for more than a decade. Now, why do I say added to? The question for the people in the gallery, the people watching C-SPAN across our country is, have you ever seen a pistol brace? It is mostly plastic and or carbon fiber. It wraps around your forearm, and it has a little pole that sticks out to the midpoint of your hand. The purpose of said brace is for people who actually had an arm injury but still wanted to take advantage of their Second Amendment rights. And the ATF, more than a decade ago, allowed that brace to be sold in the United States. And now we have same ATF who's deciding unilaterally to go back and say that that brace now needs to be registered, and if you don't register it, you are a felon in the United States. If that is not a gross violation of separation of powers, I don't know what is. Because Congress never gave the ATF that authority to criminalize American citizens after they were allowed to buy a piece of equipment. If an agency says that they think a piece of equipment is a detriment to public safety, then it is the requirement of the agency and the executive branch to come to this body and ask for the legal permission to say so. They did not. They don't just get to act on their own accord. They don't just get to define terms for themselves unless Congress gives them that ability. This is, Mr. Speaker, this is one of the fundamental problems we are having here at the national level, is that we have too many agencies who are taking too many latitudes with the liberties of the American people. And instead of going to their representatives for clarification, they decide that they want to make them felons through the back door. That is abhorrent. That is a violation of separation of powers. It is a violation of the very Constitution, and it's a violation of the liberties of the American people that we are all here to represent, regardless about how you feel about guns, and regardless of how you may feel about a pistol brace. None of us should be supportive of an agency using their authorities, or not using any of their authorities, to criminalize the American people. This is a good CRA. We should be voting up on this CRA.
The gentleman is recognized for an additional minute.
1 minute. I appreciate my colleague from Texas. Don't think I'll need another minute. We should be voting for this measure, Mr. Speaker. This is a measure to stop a federal agency from stepping over its bounds and turning law-abiding American citizens into felons. A vote no on this measure is a vote to allow the federal agencies to run amok, unobstructed, over the will of the people. Our members should be supporting it, and frankly, every member in this chamber should be supporting this resolution today. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Lee.
The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in honor of the millions of victims of gun violence whose voices have been silenced. We need to acknowledge what it means to be an American on today. It means checking where the exits are in a grocery store, or being afraid to drop off your child at an elementary school, or always wondering when and where the next shooting will happen. And what are we doing? This bill is a slap in the face to the victims of mass shootings. It ignores the realities of gun violence in our country, and it demonstrates how Republicans choose the gun lobby over children and families over and over again. In fact, they plan to mark up this bill on March 28th. They postponed it after a shooter used a stabilizing brace to murder 6 people at the Covenant School in Nashville, Tennessee. So instead, they choose the 7th anniversary of the Pulse nightclub shooting. And all while in my district, the Tree of Life families are fighting for justice, facing the gunmen who killed their loved ones in court. Indeed, mass shootings have become so commonplace it would be hard to schedule this on a day that is not a terrible anniversary. This bill today is shameful. To my Republican colleagues, if you're not with us, at least get out of the way. You owe it to American people. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from New York is.
We have no more speakers. I'm also prepared to close.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have heard the majority claim over and over that this rule is going to come as a surprise to the gun industry. and to those who have purchased stabilizing braces. This is simply not true. There are dozens of videos online of people promoting the use of braces to create short-barreled rifles that circumvent the National Firearms Act. One brace promoter even said the resulting short-barreled rifle could easily fit into a briefcase or a backpack. Let's be clear. The majority is defending the widespread availability, without a background check, of a brace that allows more rifles to easily fit into a backpack. The majority has seen these promotional videos. We watched them in our hearing and in our markup. Yet they continue to seek to invalidate this rule and claim it will come as a surprise. The fact is that those who profit from the sale of these braces have long known that they were circumventing the law. The ATF wrote to one brace manufacturer multiple times over the last 10 years. In 2018, 5 years ago, the ATF under President Trump told the brace manufacturer that it was engaging in false advertising by claiming devices were ATF approved, when in fact the ATF had not even evaluated those devices. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a July 18th, 2018 letter from the ATF to SB Tactical, a brace manufacturer, stating that they must cease the false advertisement of products as ATF approved when they had not even been evaluated, much less approved by ATF.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, the ATF, the agency specifically tasked with regulating dangerous weapons and keeping them out of the wrong hands, underwent a careful review process that began under the Trump administration. The agency determined that gun owners were exploiting a loophole that allowed stabilizing braces to be used to assemble a short-barreled rifle without being subjected to the existing regulations for such highly dangerous weapons. The ATF then issued a rule using the standard administrative process to close this loophole and to protect our communities. There should be nothing controversial about this rule. But Republicans want to overturn this sensible regulation and put more stabilizing braces on the streets and in the hands of more mass shooters. I would remind members that mass shooters have already used stabilizing braces to kill 9 people outside a bar in Dayton in 2019, to kill 10 people, including a responding police officer, at a grocery store in Boulder in 2021, to kill 5 people in an LGBTQ nightclub in Colorado Springs last year, and just a few months ago, to kill 6 people, including 3 children, at a school in Nashville. Once again, Republicans are putting the interests of the gun industry over the safety of their communities. I urge all members to oppose this dangerous legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I urge all members to support this resolution, and with that, I yield back my time.
Gentleman from Texas yields back. All time for debate has expired pursuant to House Resolution 495. The previous question is ordered on the joint resolution. The question is on the engrossment and the third reading of the joint resolution. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Joint resolution provided for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives relating to factoring criteria for firearms with attached stabilizing braces.
The question is on the passage of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The joint resolution is passed, and without objection.
Speaker?
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
And then I ask for the ayes and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. When we're ready to start. All right, pursuant to the order of the House, May 26, 2023, the unfinished business is the further consideration of the veto message of the President on House Resolution 42. The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 42, Joint Resolution disapproving the action of the District of Columbia Council and approving the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act of 2022.
The question is, will the House on reconsideration pass the joint resolution? The objections of the President to the contrary notwithstanding. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, the ranking member of the House Oversight Committee, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume.
From Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield now to the distinguished gentlelady from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton, for as much time as she may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I thank my good friend for yielding. I urge my colleagues to vote no on overriding the veto. H.R. H.J. Res. 42 is a profoundly undemocratic, paternalistic resolution. Congress, in which the nearly 700,000 District of Columbia residents have no voting representation, is attempting to nullify legislation passed by D.C.'s locally elected legislature. While it is true that Congress has the constitutional authority to legislate on local D.C. matters, it is false that Congress has a constitutional obligation to do so. It is a choice. D.C. residents, a majority of whom are black and brown, are capable and worthy of governing themselves. Democracy, according to the dictionary, is, and I'm quoting, a government in which the supreme power is vested in the people and exercised by them directly or indirectly through a system of representation, usually involving periodically free elections, end quote. D.C.'s lack of voting representation in Congress and Congress's plenary authority over D.C. are the antithesis of democracy. The legislative history and merits of D.C.'s Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Act of 2022, which is the subject of H.J. Res. 42, should be irrelevant, since there is never justification for Congress nullifying legislation enacted by D.C. But I would like to briefly discuss them. D.C.'s Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act of 2022 is consistent with House Democrats' George Floyd Justice in Policing Act, President Biden's executive order on policing and police accountability, and transparency legislation enacted by dozens of states, both red and blue, to improve public safety and public trust after the murder of George Floyd. As President Biden said in his veto message, H.J. Res. 42, quote, would overturn common sense police reforms, end quote. D.C.'s Comprehensive Justice and Reform Amendment Act of 2022 would, among other things, make it easier to fire officers for misconduct, prohibit the hiring of officers with prior misconduct, strengthen civilian oversight police, and prohibit chokeholds. Congress requires D.C.'s local legislature, the D.C. Council, to pass legislation twice, separated by at least 13 days. The Council passed the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act of 2022 by 11-0 and 13-0. While the legislation was enacted without the D.C. mayor's signature, the mayor has urged Congress to oppose H. Res. 42. The D.C. Council has 13 members. The members are elected by D.C. residents. If D.C. residents do not like how the members vote, they can vote them out of office. Congress has 535 voting members. The members are elected by residents of states. None are elected by DC residents. If DC residents do not like how the members vote, they cannot vote them out of office. The Revolutionary War was fought to give consent to the governed and to end taxation without representation. Yet DC residents cannot consent to any action taken by Congress, whether on national or local matters, though they pay full federal taxes. Indeed, DC pays more federal taxes per capita than any state and more federal taxes than 19 states, while being denied voting representation in Congress. In closing, I would like to set the record straight on the legal effect of H-Res 42. While Congress can legislate on any DC matter at any time, the process for a disapproval resolution is set forth in the DC Home Rule Act. Under the Home Rule Act, a disapproval resolution only has legal effect if Congress passes it before the expiration of the review period for the legislation that is the subject of the disapproval resolution. In the case of the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act of 2022, the review period expired before the Senate passed H-Res 42. Therefore, H-Res 42 would have no legal effect even if the veto were overridden. Nevertheless, I urge my colleagues to vote no on overriding the veto, and I say to every member of Congress, keep your hands off D.C. I yield back.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Garbarino.
Thank you.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of overriding the presidential veto of H.J. Res 42, disapproving the action of the District of Columbia Council and approving the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act of 2022. Democrat politicians in cities like New York and D.C. have continuously fed anti-police sentiment that endangers our officers and makes it harder for them to do their jobs. Policies like those in D.C.'s deeply misguided police reform law only empower criminals at the expense of our men and women in blue. In fact, since these policies were enacted, more than 1,000 officers have left the D.C.'s police force. Dedicated public servants are resigning in record numbers due to the current policing environment, and very few willing to take their place. That means fewer officers to combat rising crime. This has become a public safety crisis. I was proud to join with Congressman Clyde to offer our joint resolution to disapprove of the D.C. law, which went on to gain a majority of support in both the House and Senate, bipartisan majorities in both the House and Senate. Congress sent a clear message that enough is enough. We will not stand by while our law enforcement officers are vilified and handcuffed by pro-criminal, anti-cop legislation. With his veto, President Biden showed his disregard not only for law enforcement but also for the American people whose duly elected representatives voted to block this harmful D.C. legislation. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to vote in favor of the override to show our brave men and women in law enforcement that we have their backs and to reject the President's attempt to undermine the will of Congress and the people we represent. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I speak in opposition to this effort to overturn President Biden's veto of H.J. Res 42, legislation that was introduced by Georgia Representative Clyde to strike down the people of Washington, D.C.'s local police reform law. If it rings a bell, it's no wonder. The House and Senate have already voted on H.J. Res 42. The overwhelming majority of Democrats voted to oppose it when Republicans brought it to the floor in April. And when it reached President Biden's desk in May, he vetoed Mr. Clyde's resolution as he promised that he would. Although the resolution narrowly passed the House and Senate, in neither chamber did it assemble anywhere close to the two-thirds majority required in both chambers in order to override a veto. So, Mr. Speaker, today's vote is an exercise in time-wasting and vainglorious futility. The Republican majority doesn't have the votes to override the veto, and it doesn't deserve to. H.J. Res 42 would nullify a law passed unanimously by the Council of the District of Columbia, representing more than 700,000 residents, to promote accountability for police officers who use excessive force or abuse their power. a goal the vast majority of Americans share. The D.C. law bans the use of chokeholds and other dangerous neck restraints and sets reasonable standards for the use of deadly force. It requires public release of body-worn camera footage and creates a police officer misconduct database, but only for officers who've been either convicted of a crime or for whom allegations of abuse have been civilly or administratively sustained. The law prohibits D.C. from hiring police officers who have engaged in prior criminal or official misconduct. Most importantly, the new law empowers the chief of police to fire or discipline officers who break the law by removing police disciplinary matters from the collective bargaining table. Now, Mr. Speaker, you may recall that this is the provision that galvanized opposition to D.C.'s law. This provision is why Republicans want the Congress of the United States to behave like a 535-member nationally elected super city council with the power to overturn the work of the 13-member local council of the District of Columbia elected by the actual residents of Washington, D.C. So what's so important about this provision? Well, the local police union doesn't like it, and they've been the chief lobbyists against it. They sued when this reform legislation was first passed in D.C., asserting that the provision removing police discipline from the collective bargaining table violated the U.S. Constitution. But they lost their case in the U.S. District Court for D.C. and the U.S. Court of Appeals for D.C., and the Supreme Court failed to grant cert. Now, in their haste to kick around the people of Washington and not to support D.C. police officers who, after all, came to our defense on January 6th, many of whom were wounded by the insurrectionists and ended up with broken fingers and arms and legs and so on, our GOP colleagues are suddenly embracing the extreme position on police disciplinary matters, which has already been rejected by the courts and which jurisdictions across America are debating and doing away with. Now, why is the ending of discipline of police officers as a subject for collective bargaining such a big deal? Well, Washington itself is a good example. The D.C. Metropolitan Police Department has been forced by labor arbitrators to rehire a significant number of officers who had been fired for engaging in serious criminal misconduct, including criminal assault, including sexual assault. Every D.C. police chief for at least the last 25 years has expressed outrage about having to rehire bad cops after they'd been fired for engaging in serious misconduct. Forcing police chiefs to reinstate bad cops fired for breaking the law is bad for public safety, bad for community trust, and bad for morale among the vast majority of good police officers who are doing their jobs, like the ones who came to defend us on January 6, 2021, against the violent mob insurrection incited by the former president. This should not be a partisan point. This is a matter for local decision-making in Washington, D.C., as it is in every other jurisdiction in the country. 700,000 tax-paying American citizens have decided through their locally elected representatives that the chief of police, who's appointed by the mayor, should be able to discipline bad actors within the police department. Reversing the D.C. government on this local matter is outrageous interference by Congress to impose a bad public policy on the capital city. The D.C. Police Accountability Law makes reasonable common sense reforms that will make the D.C. Police more accountable to the community of people they serve, increase public trust, and strengthen public safety. In fact, multiple provisions constituting the D.C. Police Reform Law are mainstream reforms that enjoy strong public support and are congruent with the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, which passed the House in the 117th Congress, and with police accountability laws enacted by dozens of states and localities in recent years in the wake of notorious episodes of brutality like the unconscionable murder of George Floyd. For example, since May of 2020, at least 24 states have enacted legislation to limit the use of dangerous neck restraints against citizens. 39 states have passed reforms related to officer education and training. 26 states have enacted laws to improve data collection and increase transparency. At least 7 states, including Arizona, Colorado, and Wisconsin, have passed legislation requiring the publication of police database or use of force information. And 20 states since 2020 have enacted laws that address state-level use of force standards. This is a matter for states and localities to decide themselves. Reversing D.C. on this local matter is an outrageous effort to impose bad public policy on the people of D.C. Voting to override the veto of this GOP resolution is yet another attack on local decision-making, federalism, and the policies of meaningful oversight and accountability that the majority of Americans want. A vote to override the veto today is a vote against political democracy and local self-government in America. A yes vote today is a vote against common sense oversight and accountability over policing in Washington, D.C. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to stand up for democracy, stand up for political self-determination, and vote no on this attempt to override the president's veto. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I continue to support this bipartisan resolution as a majority of my colleagues in the House did 2 months ago. Not much has changed since we last passed this resolution of disapproval. Since Congress sent this resolution to President Biden, we have continued to see rampant crime in the District of Columbia. D.C. residents and visitors are still unsafe in their capital city. The Metropolitan Police Department continues to face retention and recruitment challenges. Crime levels are still higher in 2023 compared to the same time in 2022. Total crime is up 27%. Violent crime is up 16%. Homicide is up 19%. Motor vehicle theft is up a staggering 118%. This is unacceptable. Most notably, as of June 7th, D.C. hit a concerning marker. There have been 100 murders in D.C. this year. According to the D.C. Police Union, this is the earliest point in a calendar year that the city has reached this marker since 2003. However, in the Committee on Oversight's March 29th hearing, D.C. City Council Chairman Phil Mendelson claimed that there is no crime crisis in D.C. In another Oversight Committee hearing on May 16th, U.S. Attorney Matthew Graves refused to take accountability for his office's failure to prosecute 67% of cases last year. 67%. The D.C. City Council and the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia have failed the residents of D.C. Congress has a duty to oversee the nation's capital and ensure its safety for all residents and visitors. It's time for this body to stand up to the criminals. I call on my colleagues to vote in favor of this resolution. The President's veto of H.J. Resolution 42 serves no purpose other than to continue to allow crime to spread and hinder our local police from fulfilling their duties to protect the D.C. community and the nation's capital city. I urge my colleagues to uphold what we in the Senate have done over the last 2 months by voting in favor of this resolution. I yield back the balance of my time.
Does the gentleman reserve?
I yield back. Reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
I yield back. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Right.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Okay, then I'll yield back in deference to the chair.
All right. Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is, will the House, on reconsideration, pass a joint resolution, President, to the contrary notwithstanding? Under the Constitution, the vote must be by the yeas and nays. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings will be postponed. That was weird. What were you laughing about? You didn't do it, Rita did? Oh boy. Do we go to this, straight to this? You ready, Drew? For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and to insert extraneous material in the record on H.R. 1615.
Without objection. Pursuant to House Resolution 495 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of H.R. 1615. The Chair appoints the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
Turn the gavel.
The House is in Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union for consideration H.R. 1615, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to prohibit the use of federal funds to ban gas stoves.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read for the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee of Energy and Commerce or the respective designees. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will have controlled 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Actually, Mr. Chair, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in strong support of H.R. 1615, the Gas Stove Protection and Freedom Act. I want to thank my friend and fellow Energy and Commerce member, Representative Kelly Armstrong, for his leadership and continued work on this initiative. As I said in our full committee markup last month, the American people have had enough of Washington bureaucrats and Biden administration officials or Big Brother dictating every aspect of their lives, from the type of car you drive to what appliance you can use in the kitchen. Back in January, we heard disturbing reports from one of the commissioners at the Consumer Protection Safety Commission that a nationwide universal ban on gas stoves was on the table. This type of government overreach would be an assault on Americans' individual consumer freedoms to decide what works best for their own households and budgets. Republicans stand with the American people who overwhelmingly agree that banning gas stoves altogether is an egregious overreach and government knows best ideology at its worst. The Gas Stove Protection and Freedom Act will prohibit the CPSC from using federal dollars to regulate or issue enforcement regulations on gas stoves as a banned product and prevent regulations that prohibit the sale or substantially increase the price of gas stoves while still allowing CPSC to protect consumers in the way that Congress envisioned. Sadly, The Biden administration's Green New Deal agenda has fueled the flames of radical left state and local governments, and many have already enacted their own complete gas stove bans, such as New York and some cities in California. In fact, many of these cities are facing their own battles, such as in Berkeley, California, the first city to enact a ban in 2019, where their law was recently struck down by the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. And in Palo Alto, California, where they enacted a ban but admitted to issuing an exemption for celebrity chef Jose Andres, who argued traditional gas appliances were necessary to achieve their signature complex flavors. This carve-out from the far left is plain hypocrisy. Meanwhile, down in my state of Florida, we just entered hurricane season, and households who are struggling after a natural disaster takes out their electricity and would find it even harder to cook their food without a gas stove. All these reasons clearly demonstrate why this legislation is needed to prevent government overreach. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1615. Let's pass this common sense, bipartisan legislation that supports American consumer choice and freedom for households to decide what works best for their own lives. Makes sense, Mr. Chairman. I reserve the balance of my time. Thank you.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts recognized. New Jersey, sorry.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in strong opposition to H.R. 1615. This bill is an attempt to deliberately mislead the American people into thinking that they are at risk of losing their gas stoves. Now, let me be emphatically clear. The Consumer Product Safety Commission is not banning gas stoves. The idea that anyone is coming into American homes to remove gas stoves is ridiculous. They are not banning gas stoves. But these facts have not stopped supporters of this bill from touting this false narrative to scare consumers and proposing legislation like this bill that will have detrimental impacts on our constituents' health and safety. By limiting the tools that the CPSC can use to protect consumers, H.R. 1615 puts politics over people and consumer safety. It puts slogans over science-based policy decision-making. The CPSC is an independent federal agency with a long history of identifying, protecting children and adults from a wide range of products that are hazardous or that pose a risk of serious injury or death. The CPSC carries out its mission in numerous ways. It investigates safety allegations and recalls dangerous products to keep them off the market. It also works with industry to develop voluntary product safety standards, and it issues and enforces standards for hazardous products so that it can ensure that these products are not dangerous for consumers. Now, in recent years, the CPSC has removed hazardous infant sleeping products. It has adopted corded window coverings to protect children from strangulation, and it has worked with industry to reduce the risk of fires from hoverboards and scooters. The CPSC's work saves lives by protecting consumers, in many instances children, from dangerous products. But H.R. 1615 will prevent the CPSC from doing its job. Last December, the agency issued a recall of a gas stove product that was found to be a serious risk of injury or death from carbon monoxide poisoning. The agency was doing its job in recalling a dangerous product. But H.R. 1615 would prohibit the agency from using its rulemaking authority to ban such hazardous products, which could endanger the lives of any American who has that dangerous product in their home. I mean, if you think about this, what you're basically saying is that this agency that protects our safety and health is just basically going to be emasculated and can't do its job. What possible help is that? Why would you do such a thing? Each and every American benefits from the work done by the CPSC, and it would be unconscionable to weaken the Commission's authority. And so this bill sets, in my opinion, a dangerous precedent, Mr. Speaker, of stifling scientific investigation into health hazards and limiting the agency's authority to keep our children safe. Instead of taking actions to limit the agency's authority, we should encourage their work to explore allegations that consumer products put our children's health and safety at risk. We should give the agency all the tools that they need, not eliminate the tools they currently have to address health and safety risks as they arise. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on H.R. 1615. We must protect the authority of the Consumer Product Safety Commission to protect the health and safety of all Americans, but particularly our children. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady, the distinguished gentlelady from Washington, our chairperson, Ms. McMorris Rogers. Thank you.
Appreciate the gentleman yielding. And I rise in support of H.R. 1615. The Gas Stove Protection and Freedom Act is led by my friend Congressman Kelly Armstrong from North Dakota. It has bipartisan support here in the House and is a companion to Senators Cruz and Manchin's bipartisan legislation in the Senate. It will stop efforts by the Consumer Product Safety Commission that could result in an outright ban or substantial price increase in the cost of gas stoves, while also allowing the Commission to continue its important safety work for these appliances. Commissioner Trumka suggested that the CPSC should consider a ban on gas stoves. He said, quote, "Everything is on the table." As Fox News reported last week, his efforts go back even further than previously reported and include the Biden administration coordinating last summer with an environmental activist on the legal rationale to ban stoves. To justify a ban, Mr. Trumka has also cited a study by Rocky Mountain Institute, which has partnered with the Chinese government and is pushing America away from reliable and affordable energy. We must stop this agenda and make sure people have access to affordable appliances like gas stoves. And we aren't alone in raising the alarm that this effort to ban stoves goes too far. In fact, in California, a celebrity chef was recently given an exemption by local Democrats so he wouldn't have to comply with Palo Alto's natural gas stove ban in his new restaurant. Surely, we can all agree today to allow every hardworking person in this country, regardless of their income or celebrity status, to have the same freedom to decide for themselves what stove is in their kitchen. Again, H.R. 1615 allows the CPSC to continue their important safety work, but it stops the administration from implementing a political agenda completely divorced from reality to ban an appliance that is preferred by 40% of American households. I thank Congressman Armstrong for his leadership, and I urge strong bipartisan support on H.R. 1615. I yield back.
Thank you. I reserve.
The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will yield the ranking member of our Innovation, Data, and Commerce Subcommittee, Ms. Schakowsky from Illinois, such time as she may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I want to say to my friend, Congressman Bilirakis and Kathy Rogers, I consider you friends of mine, but I just don't quite understand the energy and hysteria almost in places about gas stoves. No one is taking away your gas stove. I want to make that very clear. That is not the intention of this legislation. I am the owner of a gas stove. I decided a long time ago that I really preferred gas stoves. I have a fairly new gas stove. But that doesn't mean that I don't want the very agency of government that I have worked with, and Congressman Pallone talked about the successes of saving people from hazards, that's all, or reminding people or alerting people about hazards. I own a a new car. It's actually a Chevy Bolt. It's all electric. But like all the other cars that I have bought, I want to know about its safety history, all the things I can know. And the other thing about a car, if something goes wrong, I think there's going to be a recall. So I will have an opportunity to deal with this. The Consumer Product Safety Commission wants to take a look at what may be a hazard. And if there are threats to our children's health, to our families, if it could cause real problems, why don't we want to know about those? And so I think that this legislation takes away the opportunity of us to find out about what may in fact be a hazard, may require some changes in the gas stoves and the way they're manufactured. Why wouldn't we want to know that rather than subject our families, our children, our communities with something that could harm them? This prevents information. I want to say to you, get your head out of the gas stove and let's let the facts be told so that we can make decisions as smart adults to be able to decide whether or not we want to buy them, and finally, whether or not we need to see some changes. So with that, in opposition to this bill, I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 4 minutes to the Vice Chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee, the gentleman from North Dakota, Mr. Armstrong.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. H.R. 1615, the Gas Stove Protection and Freedom Act, would prohibit funding to the Consumer Product Safety Commission for only 2 purposes. First, to regulate gas stoves as a banned hazardous product, and second, to impose any consumer product safety standard on gas stoves that would result in a prohibition on the use or sale of the appliances or otherwise substantially increase the average price. Simply put, this bill prevents the Commission from banning the entire product category of gas stoves. This bill does not prevent the Commission from its statutory mission to address specific models of gas stoves or any other product that may pose an actual safety hazard. We are debating this bill because Commissioner Richard Trumka has made repeated statements that the Commission would consider substantial regulatory actions on gas stoves categorically. His comments include a December 2022 statement advocating for a ban on gas stoves. The chair of the Commission has walked back Commissioner Trumka's impulsive statements by declaring, "I am not looking to ban gas stoves." However, despite the chairman's cleanup statement, the Commission has since issued a March 1st request for information that included repeated mentions of toxic emissions and chronic hazards regarding gas stoves. We all agree that consumer product and safety is important. Yet, it is apparent that the underlying motivation behind this veiled consumer safety play is a green climate agenda with the goal to further restrict natural gas. 20 congressional Democrats sent a letter to the Commission in December 2022 that first mentioned the equivalent climate impact of regulating gas stoves before addressing the merits of any health concerns. And let's discuss the alleged health concerns. First, multiple studies claiming that gas stoves create harmful indoor emission levels have been criticized for inaccurate conclusions and testing that failed to simulate real-world conditions. Some of those studies measured indoor emissions in an area enclosed in a plastic tarp without any ventilation. There are no studies establishing a causal relationship between cooking with gas stoves and asthma. Studies of actual homes under real-life conditions found that nitrogen dioxide levels were below the standard EPA considers harmful to health. Further, other cooking-related and non-cooking-related emissions factors have a meaningful effect on indoor emissions. These factors, such as the chemical makeup of food and oils, cooking temperature, cooking methods, food surface to mass index, the use of exhaust and ventilation, and burning of tobacco, candles, and incense. Again, all of this is secondary because we know the motivation of the CPSC and throughout this entire administration is a green climate push. The goal is to dictate how you live every aspect of your life, how you save and invest for the future by pushing ESG, how you drive by banning gas-powered cars, and now the goal is to control how you cook and literally breathe inside your home. I am confident in stating that the vast majority of North Dakotans don't want the federal government telling them how to live their life, particularly in their own home. And to my Democratic colleagues, if you agree with the chair of the commission and don't want to ban gas stoves for over 187 million Americans, vote for the bill. If you agree with Commissioner Trunka that the federal government should take away every gas stove in the country, oppose the bill. Yet before you oppose the bill, make sure you have a good answer to why your constituents can't cook the way they want, and be prepared to defend it. I urge everyone to vote in favor of H.R. 1615 so we at least can end the Commission's misguided foray into the kitchens of every American. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Florida
I reserve,
reserves.
Mr. Chairman. I reserve.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I listened to my colleague from North Carolina, who I respect, North Dakota, who I respect a great deal, but, he specifically said that this, and I wrote it down, that this legislation would prohibit the Consumer Product Safety Commission from regulating gas stoves as a hazardous product. Now, you listened to my colleague from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky, who said that from a practical point of view, how does that make sense? This is the agency that's charged with basically looking at these products to see if they're hazardous, if they're unsafe for kids, if they're going to, cause serious injury or death. Now, one person, one commissioner, has made some statements suggesting that he might be interested in banning gas stoves. I don't know all the details, but I understand that there was one commissioner that keeps being quoted. First of all, this commission has 5 members. There's one vacancy. Because one commissioner says that and doesn't have the power to effectuate it because he's only one person, you're then going to tell me that we should now take this sort of hatchet approach or severe approach of saying, well then, because one commissioner thinks that, then therefore we should say that this commission cannot regulate gas stoves as a hazardous product. Frankly, that's like cutting off your leg because you decide that there's some threat or something. It makes no sense to me. We have the chairman of the commission, who actually used to work for the Energy and Commerce Committee, Chairman Hone Sarek. He has been crystal clear and has stated publicly that the Consumer Product Safety Commission is not conducting a rulemaking to ban gas stoves. Now, I'll use the analogy as a member of Congress. I'm one out of, 435? I don't have the authority to say that because I want something done, that that's what's going to happen, right? Or even if there were 10 or 20 of us that said that. So as a single member of Congress, I don't have the unilateral authority to decide what action the House of Representatives is going to take. By the same token, one single member of the CPSC does not get to decide what action that body will take, and suggesting otherwise is just not accurate. But even if he said that, and I believe he said that he might want to ban them, why would you then say, okay, well now that we're going to put a pox on the whole commission and say that they don't have the authority to look at hazards and tell me whether or not certain stoves would be dangerous? I just think it's just a really, very much contrary to protection of people's health and safety to take this kind of action just because one member of the commission suggested it. But that's what you do. So I would urge, let's be practical about this, and let's not just take a hatchet to this commission and this agency that over the years has protected it in so many ways with faulty products. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, my good friend, Mr. Johnson.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 1615. I got an article here. It's entitled, California City gives celebrity chef Jose Andres an exemption for his restaurant to use gas stoves. Well, of course they did, but let's look how this happened. Now, it was reported that while the progressive city of Palo Alto, California, has a natural gas ban for all new buildings and renovations, a policy that Democrats are trying to enact all over the country. We find that the ban actually doesn't apply to everybody. Mr. Andres' lawyers in front of the City Council argued that he could not possibly cook with the efficiency and precision he desires if forced to use electric stoves. The City Council agreed and gave him a one-off, only for him exemption to the rule. Not for small family-owned restaurants, not for working-class residents, no one else, just him. Now, for those of you who aren't familiar with Mr. Andres, he's a wealthy, well-connected celebrity chef, very popular here inside the Washington Beltway, not only for his great restaurants, but also for his left-wing activism on the border, climate change, and other liberal causes. I think you all get the picture here. And to be fair, I actually totally agree with Mr. Andres. It's true that gas stoves are not only more efficient, but also perform in a way that many Americans and restaurant owners prefer. All that we ask, and what this legislation before us would do, is give the American people that same economic freedom and choice. The choice to use appliances that they actually want and can afford. If we don't act, if we don't pass legislation like this, the Biden administration will continue on its path to take this onerous policy prescription nationwide. And to add insult to injury, this celebrity chef and his wealthy, powerful National Democrat friends who aren't giving up their gas stoves, their fossil fuel-fired stoves, these are the same exact people lecturing my constituents about climate change. They say that it's an Appalachian Ohioans and working class families all over the country who need to give up their cars, their stoves, and their furnaces to avert the climate crisis. This is madness. It's hypocrisy. Mr. Speaker, any American, regardless of whether or not they're a wealthy, politically connected coastal elite, should be able to cook on a gas stove if they choose to. I urge my colleagues to support this measure. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I consume. Look, I don't know about these celebrity stoves, Hollywood. I mean, you can bring up all this if you want. But the bottom line is this legislation doesn't guarantee that anybody gets to use their gas stove. I mean, if a town in California or a state wants to prohibit it, they're still free to do so. So let's not give the impression that somehow this legislation is going to prohibit towns or states or any kind of municipality from prohibiting gas stoves if they want to do so. What this legislation says is that an agency that's basically told by Congress to protect us from hazardous utilities, hazardous equipment, hazardous activity is going to be hamstrung so they can't protect us. That's all you're doing here. And let's be honest, that you're not doing anything else. And I think it's outrageous to say that, you know, if this agency finds out that there's something that's going to kill kids or cause them to be poisoned, that they can't do their job. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, a very effective member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Joyce, Dr. Joyce.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, at a time when rolling blackouts have become more common, and as it has become clear that green energy tools like wind turbines and solar panels cannot meet our energy needs, the Biden administration has taken yet another step to limit the ability of Americans to use natural gas in their homes. The weaponization of government against our energy industry only serves to make our energy future less secure. This legislation is about ensuring that American families have access to the products and the energy resources that they need and that they want. Currently, natural gas stoves are the preferred cooktop appliance of nearly 40% of American homes. We know that natural gas is safe, it's reliable, it's affordable energy, and it's a source for millions of Americans. The Gas Stove Protection and Freedom Act is a step toward getting the federal regulations out of homes and out of businesses. Any attempt to say that the Biden administration's actions are based in public safety is not supported by the data that we have at hand. According to the National Fire Protection Association, electric ranges were more than 2.5 times likely to cause a home fire than gas stoves. Let me repeat that. Electric ranges more than 2.5 times likely to cause a fire than gas stoves. We know that gas stoves are safe, and we cannot allow the Biden administration to strip away consumer choice simply to fulfill green energy agenda. I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 1615, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I'll continue to reserve, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 1615, the Gas Stove Protection and Freedom Act. This bipartisan legislation is pragmatic policymaking, one that safeguards the availability, use, and affordability of gas stoves. By placing restrictions on the actions of the Consumer Product Safety Commission, an important federal regulatory agency, this act will help preserve access to traditional gas stoves for all Americans. Now, why is this important? Because the government should not be in the habit of restricting consumer choice or access to appliances that are integral to our everyday lives. Now, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will stand here and say till they're blue in the face that they don't want to ban gas stoves and that it's ridiculous that anyone would dare claim that it's happening. But the fact is, they're already doing it. In New York State, most new construction starting in 2026 will ban gas stoves. That was put in the state budget just 2 months ago. According to the U.S. Energy Information Administration, nearly 62% of households in New York State have a natural gas cooking appliance. A potential efficiency standard can be financially detrimental to millions of New Yorkers. Now, if you look at the sign, it's talking about 23 hours more that Americans will have to use per year boiling water under this potential regulation. Guess what? 70% of electricity is generated by natural gas. You'll be using more natural gas, not less. And over the past 2 decades, natural gas has reduced carbon emissions by 60% greater than renewables. In California, they tried the same thing and had it summarily thrown out of court due to the absolute absurdity of this effort. Again, we can and should build a diverse energy grid. We agree with that. But it's got to be based on science and facts, not pie-in-the-sky ideas. We simply cannot outright ban sources of energy and appliances that millions of Americans rely on. In short, the Gas Stove Protection and Freedom Act is prudent legislation, one that values consumer choice and maintains the availability of essential household appliances. I urge all of my colleagues to join me in supporting this significant and sensible bipartisan effort. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. Again, the gentleman keeps saying that that this administration is banning gas stoves. That is simply not the case. Plus, he's talking about efficiency standards. This legislation is not about efficiency standards. This legislation is about saying that the Consumer Product Safety Commission cannot research and make decisions about hazards and whether a particular gas stove is hazardous to people's health or might explode. It's not about efficiency standards. And certainly, we're not talking about saying that you have to move towards an electric stove as opposed to a gas stove. I mean, it just bothers me, Mr. Speaker, that the other side continues to talk about banning gas stoves, about moving towards electric stoves, about efficiency standards. This is not what this bill is about. This is not what the Consumer Product Safety Commission is about. So, again, I would urge opposition because the gentleman is not talking about this legislation.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from a great good friend of mine, the gentleman from Texas, very effective member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Pfluger.
The gentleman is recognized.
Well, thank you. To my friend from Florida, Mr. Speaker, it's almost hard to believe that we're actually having to have this discussion, but in a time where Americans are struggling to afford groceries, the Biden administration is trying to implement new rules to dictate what you have in your house, what kind of appliances you have in your home. And as my friend from New York just stood up and said, this is not just a Texas issue, this is not localized to one part of our country, this spans the entire country. We've seen the EPA overreach in every single aspect of energy, every single aspect, whether it's with endangered species, the threat of an implementation of non-attainment in the Permian Basin where I represent. They're overreaching, and their de facto ban on gas stoves would eliminate more than half of the gas cooktops on the market today while forcing 187 million Americans who use affordable, reliable natural gas to switch to expensive, less desirable alternatives. If this administration was serious about limiting pollution and protecting our climate, they would unleash the energy that we produce in my district in the Permian Basin. They would put Midland over Moscow. They would do things to make it easier to produce clean energy, 40% cleaner natural gas in the U.S. compared to Russia. In fact, homes with natural gas appliances emit 22% less CO2 than all electric homes. House Republicans are not just standing by idly. We're going to do something. We are doing something. We're going to prevent this overreach from happening. Mr. President, unleash American energy. Don't make it harder to produce natural gas here. Don't limit the types of stoves and appliances we have in our homes. Quit overreaching. Allow Americans the freedoms that our Constitution protects. And pass this bill. Our bill will prevent the administration from banning gas stoves or cooktops or imposing any standards that make gas stoves unaffordable. And I appreciate the leadership throughout this House from the Speaker and everyone else to bring this bill to bear. I urge a yes vote. I yield back.
Time expired. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you. I yield my such time as it may consume. Again, I have to speak out against the misinformation that's being promulgated on the other side. It is simply wrong to argue, as the previous speaker did, that genuine concerns about the health effects of gas stove emissions is in any way tied to President Biden's clean energy agenda. The Consumer Product Safety Commission is an independent federal agency. It's tasked solely, and I say solely, with protecting consumers, and especially children, from consumer products that pose an unreasonable risk of injury or death. The work of the Consumer Product Safety Commission has nothing to do with the Biden administration's clean energy policies, whether you agree with his policies or not. And we shouldn't let Republicans' fear of protecting our environment baselessly restrict CPS's tools to protect America's children and their families' health and safety. I could just read the bill that, Mr. Armstrong, the gentleman from North Dakota, said before, that this bill says that the commission cannot regulate gas stoves as a hazardous product or to impose or enforce any consumer product safety net standard on gas stoves. It has nothing to do with the environment. It's all about safety. So why do you talk about these other things? I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to a great American hero, my fellow Floridian, Mr. Mass.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank my friend for yielding me the time. I'm not going to need 2 minutes, so you can calculate for that right now. I'm just going to give a quick warning, because with this administration, it is always an example of getting the camel's nose under the tent. We're dealing with gas stoves today, and here's my prediction today. Give it a couple months, and they're going to be coming after everybody's backyard grills. They're going to be coming after your 4th of July. They're going to be coming after you saying, well, this is what it does. If you go out there and you put burgers and dogs on your gas grill in your backyard on Memorial Day and Labor Day and 4th of July, that's my prediction today. Mr. Chairman, that's really all the time that I needed was to say this is how this administration is constantly working against the American people, and I expect this to be no different. I yield my time back.
The gentleman from
I
Florida reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I just continue to reserve, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume. I just want to tell you, again, Mr. Chairman, that I think that the Democrat Party has an agenda. I really do. And it's the Green New Deal. And I think this is what this is all about. So I know how many people love their gas stoves. They love their gas stoves. They switch from electric stove to gas stove for a reason. As a matter of fact, we have a gas stove, and we've had it for years. And I know my family's very pleased. And it is true. It is true that the food tastes better, particularly the Greek food, tastes a lot better with a gas stove. So again, I'm very much in support of this bill, and I know we're going to get bipartisan support. Thank you. I'm not sure.
Gentleman yields.
Steve's not here. I'll reserve, Mr.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida or New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is the gentleman closing or prepared to close? Because I have no additional speakers at this time.
We have one more, Mr. Speaker. I mean, Mr.
Then I'll continue.
Chairman. We have one more.
I'll continue to reserve. Okay.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Yeah, I'll reserve as well. He's coming right now. Okay, go ahead. I'll yield 2 minutes. 2 minutes to the sponsor of the bill, Mr. Armstrong.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The minority views and the committee report states that this bill restricts the commission from protecting consumers and performing its traditional functions, such as safety research, working with industry to develop standards, and recalling unsafe products. But none of those claims are true. The bill does not prevent the commission from engaging in any of those functions. The bill simply prohibits the commission from banning gas stoves as an entire product category by either imposing a direct ban on a hazardous product or imposing safety standards in a manner that would substantially increase the price of gas stoves. Nothing in the bill prohibits the commission from conducting research on gas stoves. Nothing in the bill prohibits the commission from developing voluntary safety standards with the industry. Nothing in the bill prohibits the commission from seeking to have a product declared an imminently hazardous consumer product, which allows the commission to seek a public notice, recall, repair, replacement, or refund for consumers. This bill is about ensuring Americans have continued access to the entire product category of gas stoves. It does not in any way limit the Commission's ability to address a defective or dangerous model, or any attempt to suggest otherwise is inaccurate. And I think that's the important part of what we're talking about here. The Commission can still do its function, but it has to stay in its lane. We have plenty of different agencies in the Biden administration that want to push their Green New Deal agenda on Americans. You have the EPA, Department of Energy, Department of Defense, FTC. I mean, the list goes on and on. But can we at least let the Consumer Products and Safety Commission stay within their lanes, do their mission, deal with faulty products, deal with recalls, make sure that the product is safe, not pushing forward an agenda that would take something away that millions and millions of Americans use every single day for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Florida
is
reserved. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. I have to very much disagree with what the sponsor, Mr. Armstrong, just said. I read the Section 3 to say that the Consumer Product Safety Commission, and I quote, would not would not be able to impose or enforce any consumer product safety standard or rule on gas stoves under such sections that would otherwise result in a prohibition on the use or sale of gas stoves. Now, I mean, I guess he could argue that, that doesn't say that they can't adopt a safety standard, but the way this is written, it's quite clear that if they adopt a safety standard that has any possibility of leading to a banning of some type of gas stove, that they wouldn't be allowed to do it. So you're really putting a straitjacket on the commission by saying that, if you do research or you do any kind of rulemaking or standard that says that this is hazardous, because that could ultimately lead to a particular type of gas stove being banned, then you're not allowed to do it. So I understand what he's saying, but I disagree. I think that the way this rule reads, if I were the chairman of the commission, I would read this to say that I can't do research, I can't adopt a standard, I can't adopt anything that would impose a safety standard, because if I do that, then it might lead somehow to the banning of the gas stove. So, I understand. I think he's kind of being a little cute and loose with this by suggesting that this just says they can't outright ban stoves. It says they can't adopt a safety standard. But with that, I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 1 minute to our distinguished Majority Leader, Mr. Scalise, from the great state of Louisiana.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank my friend, Mr. Bilirakis, for yielding, and I rise in strong support of this bill. Mr. Armstrong brings forward a really important bill that follows with a number of other pieces of legislation you're seeing on the floor. You're seeing tomorrow Ms. Lesko's bill dealing with the same issue, the idea that the federal government wants to ban gas stoves. I think most Americans, Mr. Chairman, are looking all across the country saying, okay, inflation is still skyrocketing for families. Energy costs are skyrocketing for families. You're paying 50% more at the pump when you fill up your car. By the way, they want to ban the combustion engine, not through a congressional act, but through unelected bureaucrat regulations to get rid of gasoline-powered cars. It's all part of this government control agenda that we're seeing from this administration. The Biden administration, it seems like every single department, it's CFPB here, it's Department of Energy over there, it's EPA in another place, trying to tell people what they can and can't do with their lives. What kind of stove you can use in your house? For goodness sake. I mean, the gas stove, first of all, if you just look at the premise of what they're trying to do, to ban the gas stove, which means you have to then use an electric stove, maybe a coal stove they would support, I don't know. But if you, let's say, are choosing between a gas stove and an electric stove, we already know the gas stove is cheaper. So they're targeting lower income families and raising the costs on lower income families, taking money out of the pockets of families who can least afford it. But then if you look at the energy side of this, and I know this administration, more than any I've ever seen, has issued an all-out assault on American energy. Not all energy. President Biden didn't cancel every pipeline. He canceled the Keystone Pipeline and American pipelines, but he green-lighted Russia's pipeline. He didn't cancel all fossil fuels in America or around the world. He said he just wants to make it harder to produce fossil fuels in the United States of America, but then he went and begged Putin to produce more oil. He went and begged Saudi to produce more oil, Venezuela. So it just seems like over and over again, it's American energy that they go after. But if you get rid of the gas stove, you're not getting rid of natural gas. Most places, a lot of places, get their electricity from natural gas. So you're going to ban the gas stove, and then you're going to take your electric stove, you don't plug it into a tree, you plug it into a socket that's probably fueled by natural gas. But don't worry, they're going to probably try to ban that too. Who are the people that come up with these ideas that are sitting around in a room not trying to figure out how to lower inflation, not trying to figure out how to get spending under control, not trying to figure out how to secure America's border? They're trying to figure out how to take the choices away from Americans, whether or not you can even buy a gas stove. They're trying to take away the Second Amendment rights of disabled veterans on a bill we'll be voting on later tonight. On pistol braces, something that was designed for military veterans who, risking their lives for our country, got so injured that their arms weren't able to use and hold a weapon like most people do. So they came up with these braces to help them exercise their Second Amendment constitutional rights. They want to get rid of that too and make felons retroactively out of millions of Americans. This government control is out of control, Mr. Chairman, and it's about time we've pushed back. You're seeing this week, this whole week we're bringing bills, as we have in the past, to finally start standing up for those hardworking families who are struggling and are sick and tired of attacks on their freedom and their opportunity by this federal government. Today it's gas stoves. A couple of weeks ago, EPA starts coming out with rules that they haven't even finalized yet to try to ban the combustion engine. If you want to do these things, these are major, major changes that will affect people's lives adversely. I used to watch how a bill becomes law. I think most Americans watch that too. Hopefully they still teach civics in school instead of hatred of America, which they seem to want to do all the time. But it used to be that if you wanted to change the way something works, you file a bill. You go talk to your member of Congress and you file a bill. You go to committee, you explain your idea. If it's a really dumb, nutty idea, it gets voted down. Well, I guess they got voted down so many times they decided, why go run for Congress? They just got into the unelected bureaucracy where they can just come up with these ideas and there's no accountability, which, by the way, is why we're bringing the REINS Act later this week, a bill that says any kind of change from an unelected bureaucrat that affects your life, these hardworking families who are sick and tired of waking up going, what did the government do to me today? And how am I going to now live my life and have my freedoms when they're trying to take it away at every different angle? And the REINS Act says if an unelected bureaucrat does that, they have to come before Congress first. The elected people that are held accountable every 2 years were on the ballot. If it's a really good idea, present it in public view on C-SPAN. Can anybody tell me who the person is that came up with this rule? It's going to affect every American's life. No one can name who they are. Why don't you make them come? It's a great idea. They should be proud to present it in open view like this forum is right here and tell everybody what it's about. And if we vote it up, it becomes law. If we vote it down, the dumb idea dies. And yet that's not how it works, which is why we need things like the REINS Act. But this unelected bureaucracy, these big government socialists that want to control every aspect of your life, we're sick and tired of it. We need to pass this bill. We need to pass the pistol brace bill. Tomorrow we need to pass Ms. Lesko's bill. We need to pass the REINS Act and the Chevron deference bill. That's just this week. Every single week, we're seeing this administration go after the rights of hardworking people, and they're sick and they're tired of it. I'm glad this Republican majority is standing up for those families who are struggling, and they're tired too. Let's get this done. Let's pass this bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield my such time as I may consume. You know, I keep listening to the speakers on the other side. First of all, the Consumer Product Safety Commission has not come up with any rule. Not only have they said they're not going to ban gas stoves, but this bill doesn't adjust any rule that they've actually come up with regard to gas stoves. It simply says that they cannot regulate gas stoves by looking at potential hazards that might kill people or hurt children. Now, when you go out, when I am as a consumer go to the store and buy something, most people think that if they buy a gas stove, that somebody locally or at the state level or in Washington has looked at this thing to see whether it is hazardous and it's going to blow up and explode in my face. But what the Republicans are saying is, no, you can't do that. You can't look at this to see whether it's safe, whether it's going to explode, whether it's going to be hazardous to my kids. You can't do that. So you're basically getting rid of what people expect. People expect, in my opinion, at least my constituents expect, that when they go buy something that could potentially be hazardous, that someone has reviewed it to see whether it is hazardous so it doesn't explode in my face and blow up my house. Now, what I'm hearing from my constituents when I went home this weekend is that they're sick and tired of the Republicans coming to the House floor with misinformation, misleading ideas, and they'd actually like us to do something to help them, whatever the issue is, to actually do something that's meaningful to them. And this bill is nothing more than some kind of scare tactic by House Republicans to mislead the American public. Last week, Republicans were unable to muster enough votes to move forward and debate this bill. No surprise, because the bill is terrible. At the time, a handful of my Republican colleagues acknowledged that this bill is just a messaging bill and has no chance of becoming law. One member of this body went so far as to say on the Republican side, is it really a loss that we aren't passing anything? Okay, haven't we had enough bills like this one that put politics over policy and scare tactics over substance? This body should be focused on passing meaningful legislation that works to protect the health and safety of children, their families, consumers, not undermining the work of an expert agency like the Consumer Product Safety Commission. Don't keep coming to the floor and saying that this is about clean energy or this is about grills or something else. It's strictly about saying that this agency, which has the job to protect people from hazardous substances, cannot do that in the case of gas stoves. And I think it's pretty outrageous that you're saying that there isn't going to be a federal agency that can do that, because I know that when I go to the store and when my residents, my constituents go to the store, they'd like to think that somebody's looking at this stuff to see whether it's going to explode in their face. And you're saying, no, that's not something that they can do. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Michigan, my good friend, Mr. Wahlberg.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 1615 and in support of our gas stoves. Across southern Michigan, people are bewildered, including chefs in my district, and most importantly, my wife, by the attacks on gas stoves, and many can't wrap their heads around it. Here's the deal. A climate group with deep ties to the CCP published a questionable study on gas stoves. President Biden's climate czar and energy secretary have met with this group, and despite the group's deep ties to the CCP, American taxpayer dollars continue to be funneled to them. Shortly after publication of the study, a Consumer Product Safety Commission member said a gas stove ban was, quote, on the table. But let's be clear, the House is not going to stand by while the administration continues to restrict the freedoms of Americans, undermine energy security, and might make life even more costly for families. About 40% of Americans are utilizing gas stoves, and we're not going to restrict our own freedom because a group connected to the CCP would like us to. Natural gas is safe, it's reliable, it's affordable for millions of Americans. Natural gas makes America strong, resilient, and provides stability, and has been the key factor in cleaning up our environment, unlike other nations. I urge my colleagues to vote yes to support our freedom, energy security, and a prosperous future. And I yield back.
The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Again, we're prepared to close, but if you have
I
more
have
speakers,
no
I'll
additional
reserve.
speakers.
Then we'll reserve.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I have no additional speakers.
Oh, then we're prepared to close. Okay. I would now yield to the gentlewoman from Illinois to close.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. I'm prepared to close, but I just want to say that there were a lot of things said that are really misinformation. No one is going to lose their gas stoves. This is not a plot to take that away. And I certainly encourage everyone to vote against this so that we can protect our children. We can have the Consumer Product Safety Commission alert us to problems that may occur and to keep all of us safer. That is the point of this bill, and with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields, and the
Yes,
gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, as a distinguished gentleman said, 40% of Americans use gas stoves. They're very comfortable with their stoves. Let's not take it away from them. Now, you know, the other side says that we're not going to ban gas stoves. Well, let's put the American people at ease. Now, you know, we have seniors that are on limited incomes, and they love their gas stoves. How are they going to replace them? Where are they going to get the money to replace these stoves? Now, again, if we aren't going to ban gas stoves, let's put it in writing. Let's record the votes today. I tell you, we're going to get bipartisan support for this particular bill. So I yield back.
All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The bill is considered as read. No amendments to the bill shall be in order except those printed in Part C of House Report 118-108. Each such amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to demand for division of the question. It is now in order to consider amendment number 1, printed in Part C of House Report 118-108. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-108, offered by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 495, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and the member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Mr. Chair, I rise in favor of my amendment, which will prohibit the administration from unilaterally implementing extremely costly regulations that would result in the unavailability in the United States of a type or class of product based on the type of fuel the product consumes. My amendment ensures the Consumer Products Safety Commission focuses on actual hazards with design rather than targeting fuel sources. We have a crisis at our southern border. Americans are worried about being able to provide for their families and not pay $10 for a bag of grapes. Meanwhile, the Biden administration is focused on controlling the kind of stove Americans use in their homes. 100% of the currently available freestanding gas stoves and 96% of gas cooktops will not meet the new standards proposed by the Biden administration's Department of Energy. The Department of Energy estimates savings would average $1.50 per year. Do you know how much a gas stove that this is compliant under this proposed rule would cost on average? Installation costs are anywhere between $3,600 on the high end to $2,000 on the low end. Adding that to the cost of the stove puts you out another $3,000 to $4,000 at least. Saying this will save consumers money is a flat-out lie. Forcing people to switch to expensive alternatives will only further increase costs for hardworking families in my district and across America. This reminds me a lot of when Mayor Pete said that if you can't afford the price of gas due to the administration's anti-American energy policies, Americans should just shell out $40,000 to $55,000 for a new electric vehicle. This administration is completely proven to be out of touch. Never mind the fact that Biden has also targeted dishwashers, refrigerators, water heaters, furnaces, and air conditioners. On top of families paying more for everyday costs due to Biden inflation, it's clear this administration has prioritized pandering to Green New Deal extremists rather than saving American families' hard-earned money. I do want to thank my colleague, Representative Kelly Armstrong, for his leadership to ensure the CPSC cannot abuse the federal funds to regulate gas stoves. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment, as well as the underlying bill.
Will the gentle lady yield?
I yield.
Thank you. This is a good amendment, Mr. Chairman. I guess we're Mr. Speaker now. This is a good amendment and will make the bill stronger by preventing product regulation based on the type of fuel it uses. I appreciate Ms. Bobert's, I appreciate you offering this particular amendment, and I do urge a yes vote, and I'll yield back. I'll yield back to the gentlelady.
I reserve.
Very good.
Gentlewoman from Colorado reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
So this proposed amendment would expand the prohibition of, this would expand the prohibition of using federal dollars, federal funds, to include any action. I want to repeat that. Any action that would limit the ability of a gas stove. Is that right? Based on the type. I'm sorry. Yeah, based on the type. That would limit the ability of a gas stove based on the kind of fuel that it uses. So if this amendment were to be adopted, it would absolutely endanger our children and all consumers. For example, the negative health effects of lead are very well known, particularly how lead might affect children. And that is why that we were able to phase lead out of gasoline in our cars. But this could open up the gate for manufacturers to actually use leaded gas to power a gas stove. And this amendment would then prohibit the Consumer Product Safety Commission, which is made to protect us and warn us from, it would prevent them from giving us any kind of warning and stop the use of gas in of lead in a gas stove. And that would make no sense at all. It is dangerous to block the Consumer Product Safety Commission from protecting Americans' children from such hazards as lead, as just one example. And we simply cannot let these unfounded Republican attacks on the CPSC to disable us from having ourselves protected and from making sure that our children are going to be safe from hazards that are legitimately going to be warned. And so I absolutely urge this amendment to fail, that it goes even far beyond the ridiculousness of the suggestion that the underlying bill would take away, that we'd come to homes and take away their gas stoves. But this would create a hazard. This would create a hazard, and we should absolutely not adopt, and this amendment should not be adopted.
And from Illinois, do you reserve? Does the gentlewoman reserve? The gentlewoman from Illinois reserves. The gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Chair, how much time do I have remaining?
5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll tell you what makes no sense, the speech that we just heard regarding this amendment. There's so much of that I cannot even fathom to put together. And I'm hearing a lot about hazards from gas stoves that would cause for our children. Well, I have 4 children. We've always had a gas stove, and they're doing pretty well. I can see that the gentlelady from Illinois has made it pretty long in her lifetime with the so-called dangers of gas products here in America. But let me tell you what really is hazardous. What really is dangerous is the Green New Deal extremism that comes from the left, because they want to suppress our good, clean energy right here in the United States of America that is cheap, that is reliable. It is actually something that's affordable for Americans right now, unlike everything else, because of the inflation that we are seeing from this administration. And what is hazardous, what is really dangerous, are the tens of thousands of children who are mining in the Congo, Chinese-owned mines, for cobalt with their bare hands. That is what is dangerous, and that is what this Green New Deal extremist policy encourages and pushes. I have voted on so many bills for the Uyghurs that are suppressed by the Chinese, but we never talk about the slave labor that takes place to produce the energy that you are trying to enforce on Americans with your overreach of government policies. That is what is dangerous. An open border with fentanyl pouring over, that is dangerous. Families not being able to afford to feed their family, that is dangerous. And I urge the adoption of this bill that makes so much more sense than the speech that we just heard from the other side of the aisle. And Mr. Chair, I yield.
Gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized.
I don't know how you got to children in mines from a bill that says that an amendment that says that any kind of addition to manufacturing a gas stove, including lead, you did not respond to that, would be a danger. And so I think, I'm just going to say that I oppose this amendment. I think it is very harmful. It has nothing to do with many of the scenarios that were just illuminated or not. And I think that it is very important that we vote down this very dangerous amendment. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose
I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado will be postponed. The chair understands that amendment number 2 will not be offered. Purpose, does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee do now rise.
Question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 1615, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has under consideration H.R. 1615 and has come to no resolution thereon. Proceedings will resume on the questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken from the following order: passage of House Joint Resolution 44 and passage of House Joint Resolution 42, the objections of the President to the contrary notwithstanding. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. The remaining electronic vote will be conducted as a 5-minute vote. Pursuant to the Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business of the vote on passage of House Joint Resolution 44, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the joint.
Union Calendar Number 49, House Joint Resolution 44, Joint Resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives relating to factoring criteria for firearms with attached stabilizing braces.
The question is on the passage of the joint resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 219 and the nays are 210. The joint resolution is passed. Without opposition, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question of whether the House on reconsideration will pass House Joint Resolution 42. The objections of the President to the contrary were notwithstanding. The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 42, Joint Resolution disapproving the action of the District of Columbia Council and approving the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act of 2022.
In accord with the Constitution, the yeas and nays are ordered. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 233, the nays are 197. Two-thirds not being in the affirmative, the veto of the President is sustained and the joint resolution is rejected. The veto message and joint resolution are referred to the Committee on Oversight and Accountability. The clerk will notify the Senate of the action of the House. House Resolution 495 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 1615. Will the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick, kindly resume the chair?
The House is in Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 1615, which the clerk will report by title.
H.R. A bill to prohibit the use of federal funds to ban gas stoves.
When the Committee of the Whole rose earlier today, a request for a recorded vote on the amendment number 1 printed on Part C of House Report 118-108 offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, has been postponed. Pursuant to the Clause 6 of Rule 18, the unfinished business of the request of the recorded vote on amendment number 1 printed in Part C of the House Report 118-108 offered by a gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part C of House Report number 118-108, offered by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the requested for a record vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number have been risen. A recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 222, the nays are 210. The amendment is adopted. There being no further amendments under the rule, the committee rises.
Mr. Chairman.
The Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union has under consideration H.R. 1615 and pursuant to House Resolution 495. I report the bill back to the House with an amendment adopted in the Committee of the Whole.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has under consideration of the bill H.R. 1615 and pursuant to the House Resolution 495 reports the bill back to the House with an amendment adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the amendment. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The question is on the engrossment of the third reading of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to prohibit the use of federal funds to ban gas stoves.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed.
Mr. Speaker, on that I ask the yeas and nays.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek to be recognized?
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those in favor, favoring a vote by yeas and nays will be rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this is a 5-minute vote on passage of the bill. Will be followed by a 5-minute vote on the motion to suspend the rules with respect to the House Resolution 377, if ordered. This is a 5-minute vote. is our 248. The nays are 180. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to the Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is in question on suspending the rules and agree to the House Resolution 377 as amended, which the clerk will report by title.
House Resolution 377, resolution calling for the immediate release of Evan Gershkovich, a United States citizen and journalist who was wrongfully detained by the government of the Russian Federation in March 2023.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 377 as amendment? So many are in favor, say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended. To what purpose is the gentleman from Texas?
I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. The yeas are 422, the nays are 0. 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Order. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today alongside members of the Virginia delegation as we mourn the loss of Sean Jackson, an 18-year-old high school graduate, and Renzo Smith, his stepfather, an Army veteran. Just 20 minutes after Sean received his high school diploma, both were tragically shot and killed when a gunman opened fire at the Huguenot High School graduation in Richmond last week. We pray for Sean's mother, Tamika Jackson Smith, and his sister, Raina Jackson Smith, who at 9 years old was struck by a car that night fleeing the scene. We invite all members of the body to join us in a moment of silence to remember Sean and Renzo. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Arizona seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and to insert extraneous material in the record on H.R. 1640.
Without objection.
Mr. Chair, I yield myself.
The gentleman will suspend. Pursuant to House Resolution 495 and Rule 18, the chair declares the House of Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of H.R. 1640. The chair appoints the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 1640, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to prohibit the Secretary of Energy from finalizing, implementing, or enforcing the proposed rule titled Energy Conservation Program, Energy Conservation Standards for Consumer Conventional Cooking Products, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. The gentlewoman from Arizona, Ms. Lesko, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you. I rise in support of my bill, the Save Our Gas Stoves Act. I never would have thought that I would need to introduce legislation to protect Americans' kitchen appliances, but this only goes to show how out of touch this administration's policies have become. In February, the Department of Energy proposed an extreme regulation that would effectively eliminate nearly all gas stoves and gas cooktops on the market today. The department's proposed rule sets requirements for gas stoves at the maximum technologically feasible or max tex level. Based on the Department of Energy's own analysis and DOE's own technical support report, 96% of the market share of gas stoves will not, I repeat, not meet DOE's new proposed rule. That's a 96% ban. And worse yet, no gas ranges pass DOE's new proposed rule tests, and gas ranges represent nearly 90% of all the gas stoves sold. So what did DOE do after the public heard about this and pushed back? They adjusted their analysis, seemingly out of thin air. Now they claim that nearly 50% of gas stoves will pass their rule. But guess what? That means more than 50% won't. So don't tell me they're not trying to ban gas stoves. The DOE is justifying this proposed requirement under the false guise of saving Americans money. However, the estimated savings is just $21.89 over the next 14 and a half years. That's only $1.50 per year, or just 12 cents per month. Consumers don't want to give up the features of the stoves they like for 12 cents per month. Consumers don't want to wait an extra 7 minutes to watch a pot of water boil for 12 cents per month. Instead of DOE bragging about how they are going to save consumers 12 cents per month, maybe they should tell the public that natural gas is 3.5 times cheaper than electricity, and that according to studies, households that use natural gas for heating, cooking, and drying clothes save an average of $1,068 per year. Consumers don't want the government taking away the features on gas stoves that they like and use. That is not the role of the U.S. government. That is why I introduced the Save Our Gas Stoves Act to protect Americans' consumer choice. My legislation prohibits the Department of Energy from implementing this extreme rule and prohibits the Department of Energy from imposing standards that result in the unavailability of a product based on the type of fuel the product consumes. I want to thank the American Association of Home Builders, the American Restaurant Association, the American Gas Association, the Association of Home Appliance Manufacturers, the Arizona Restaurant Association, the American Public Gas Association, the National Propane Gas Association, and several energy companies, including Southwest Gas, which delivers natural gas to consumers in Arizona, for their support of my bill and for their support for American consumer choice. I am pleased that this is a bipartisan bill that has received bipartisan support, and that my Republican colleagues and 29 of my Democratic colleagues already voted in favor of an amendment to H.R. 1 that did virtually the same thing as this bill. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on my bill. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of consumer choice. I urge my colleagues to vote to save our gas stoves. And I reserve the balance of my time.
General Lady reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. And Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to H.R. 1640, the so-called Save Our Gas Stoves Act. This is a Republican messaging bill designed to deliberately mislead the American people about gas stoves. Now, let's set the record straight with a little reality. The Biden administration is not, and I repeat, not banning gas stoves. This is nothing but a political stunt. House Republicans continue to put politics over people, and with this bill today, they are once again putting polluters over people. H.R. 1640 is designed to prevent the Department of Energy from finalizing a recently proposed energy efficiency standard for electric and gas stoves and cooktops that would lower energy bills, improve Americans' health, and cut pollution. DOE energy efficiency standards are extremely popular A recent poll found that 3 out of 5 Americans support stricter energy efficiency standards for appliances and buildings. And the proposed DOE rule that Republicans are trying to prevent from moving forward is a common sense standard. The claim that 96% of gas stoves on the market don't meet the proposed Department of Energy standard is just not true. 50% of the market already meets the proposed standard, including all entry-level models. But more important, the proposed standard only applies to new gas stoves manufactured and sold 3 years after the rule is finalized. And that would give manufacturers more than enough time to meet these new standards. There's simply no reason for this proposed rule to be controversial. No one is saying you can't keep your gas stove. No one is saying you don't have a choice. No one is saying you have to move to electric stoves. This is all misinformation. But rather than acknowledging the facts, Republicans are instead employing their usual scare tactics, putting politics over people. Despite what you will hear from my Republican colleagues today, the DOE rule does not ban gas stoves. It does not remove gas stoves from homes. It does not prevent anyone from putting a gas stove in their home. This rule only applies to new stoves. As I said, manufacturers have 3 years to meet the standard. I'm sorry I have to keep repeating it, Mr. Speaker, but if I know the other side keeps repeating the misinformation. So all this means is that if a consumer goes to buy a new gas stove in 3 years, it will be more energy efficient and cheaper to operate. And that's a win for consumers, our health, and our ongoing fight to combat the worsening climate crisis. And to make it worse, Mr. Speaker, Republicans are not just going after this energy efficiency standard. Since the bill does not include a sunset clause, it could forever limit the Department of Energy from taking substantive action to improve energy efficiency of cooktops. This is just another way Republicans are continuing to prop up their polluter friends. Now, this bill, as well as the RAINS Act, which is on the floor, I believe, later this evening, is show that the Republicans are skeptical of everything agencies do, including all rulemakings and regulations. Republicans think that they can do the math, conduct the analysis, reach conclusions better than the subject matter experts at our federal agencies. But that's not how our government works. We hire agency experts to make the best decisions and do their jobs best. And the Department of Energy rulemaking process is detailed, well-researched, with ample opportunity for public engagement. Common sense energy efficiency standards save everyday Americans money and reduce emissions. These standards are popular, and cooktops that meet the standard are readily available on the market. Republicans claim to care about energy prices, but this Republican bill prohibits the Department of Energy from finalizing a rule that could save consumers up to $1.7 billion. So, Mr. Speaker, H.R. 1640 should be rejected so the Department of Energy can proceed with this common sense energy efficiency standard. I strongly urge my colleagues to vote no, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman in reserves, Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Respectfully, my Democratic colleague, Mr. Pallone, said, we are not banning gas stoves. Yet, the Department of Energy studied this for many years, and in their own analysis, their own book, their own standard called the Technical Support Document, in Table 10.3.2, it says only 4% of the gas cooktops that they have tested will meet the qualifications. So that is 96% that will not. And it says that's 4% of market share, meaning 96% won't. And even if it's true, which I don't think it is, what Mr. Pallone says, oh, now 50% already qualify, well, that means 50% don't. So to me, that's at least a 50% ban. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Duncan.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I can't even believe we're at this moment where the administration wants to take your gas stove. Not take your gas stove, but limit what you could purchase in the future. I rise in support of H.R. 1640, Save Our Gas Stoves Act. And it's no secret this administration has waged war on American energy. From day one, President Biden has waged war on American energy, doing everything possible to phase out the use of all fossil fuels including American-produced oil and clean-burning American-produced natural gas. Now, they're taking it a step further, dictating what appliances Americans can purchase for their homes. In February, the Department of Energy announced a new proposal that would ban most natural gas-fueled stoves on the market today. According to DOE's evaluation, only 4% of gas stove cooking tops that were tested would meet the DOE's proposed standard. DOE's proposed regulation would render gas stoves almost completely unavailable to the American consumer. The average annual savings under the proposed rule would be only about $1 over the average lifetime of the appliances, $1 a year. We're debating a proposed rule that would save Americans on average $1 a year over the life of the appliance. Folks, we got a lot more to do in this United States Congress than debating a proposed rule that will limit Americans' choices for the appliances that would only save them $1 a year. This clearly does not achieve the significant savings of energy as the law, the Energy Policy and Conservation Act requires. So what is this all about? I'll tell you what it's about. The Democrats in this administration hate fossil fuels, and they want to diminish Americans' standard of living. This rule is illegal and it should be withdrawn. It is not a sincere effort to improve efficiency, but rather a part of the whole government approach to target energy sources that they ideologically oppose. H.R. 1640, the Save Our Stoves Act, which we're debating today, would prohibit the Secretary of Energy from finalizing, implementing, or enforcing the recently proposed rule. It would also prohibit the Department of Energy from reissuing a rule that bans the use of natural gas, which is their goal, is to end natural gas in this country. Natural gas is what got us down to the carbon emissions levels that we've achieved. If you want to approach it from the climate change standpoint, the carbon emissions standpoint, it's been because of natural gas. It would also prohibit the Department of Energy from reissuing a rule. It would clarify that DOE does not have the authority to remove cooking products from the market simply because the fuel product that the appliance consumes. I'm a proud co-sponsor of this bipartisan legislation, and I thank Congresswoman Lesko for her leadership on this and introducing this bill. Americans should be free to choose the cooking products they use in their homes and their businesses, and this bill ensures that. Households that use natural gas for heating, cooking, clothes drying save an average of $1,068 per year compared to homes that use electricity for those appliances. The rush to green and mass electrification efforts pursued by the Biden administration are costing Americans, making everyday life more expensive, all for $1 per year savings. You know, gas stoves today, it'll be gas furnaces tomorrow. They were already talking about that. It'll be gas hot water heaters, then dryers. They're coming after your natural gas appliances because they hate natural gas. Bottom line, day one, President Biden said we're going to end the use of fossil fuels. He wanted to ban fracking, offshore production, onshore production. That's the real reason we're debating this. It's not about the appliance. It's about the war on energy and American-produced energy. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation that's in front of us today, which prioritizes American energy affordability and reliability. And it puts the American people first, gives them the choices. Lets the market determine which choice they can have, and let the consumer choose which one best meets their needs for their family, for their households, for their businesses, as they look at the bottom line in their budgets. Because the intention of this bill, not this bill, but the proposed rule rather, only saves American families $1 a year. Give me a break. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1640, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield now 3 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Sarbanes, a member of the committee.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the ranking member for yielding. Mr. Chair, I rise in strong opposition to this bill. Today we are arguing about a proposed Department of Energy efficiency standard for stoves, not just gas stoves, but every sort of kitchen stove. And let me be clear about what this proposed rule is and is not. It is not a ban on any type of appliance. Let me repeat that. It is not a ban on any type of appliance. Instead, it is a well-reasoned proposal to help us save energy and reach our environmental goals. two very important objectives that we need to undertake here in the United States Congress. Since the Energy Policy and Conservation Act was passed in 1975, so this is not something that came out of the ether, this has been around a long time. It has been the Department of Energy's job to put forth efficiency standards for kitchen ranges and ovens and to update them once every 6 years. And this is what the department has done here. In its detailed proposal, the Department of Energy examined its statutory ability to implement the standard, considered its economic impact on manufacturers and on consumers, and calculated the potential energy savings. Our job in Congress, as Congressman Pallone said, is not to be subject matter experts on stoves and cooktop efficiency. Hopefully, we've got other things to focus on. Instead, our job is to tell the agencies what their jobs are and set forth the standards by which they should do them. We've done that here. And the scientific and other experts at the Department of Energy have done their job that we've given them in issuing a common sense, easy to implement proposed rulemaking. Now, rather than debating the CRA, we should be allowing the department to finish its job and finalize this rulemaking. We know that energy conservation is actually very popular with Americans. They want us to pursue this. They want the agencies that have responsibility to step up and do that job. The vast majority of Americans understand the gravity of the climate crisis we face. So I encourage my Republican colleagues, work with us to improve our energy security and efficiency, and join us in doing the meaningful legislating that the American people sent us here to do. And with that, I would yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding and for hosting this here today. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1640 because, yet again, House Republicans are on the front line of stopping President Biden's executive overreaches. Last week it was trucks. This week it's gas stoves. This bill will prevent the Department of Energy from telling the American people which stoves they can use in their own home. According to the Department of Energy, these new rules would eliminate 50% of the current stovetops on the market. I'm honestly astounded that we even need to pass a bill letting people have the freedom to choose the surface they cook for their families on. The president and his army of unelected bureaucrats will not stop meddling in the personal lives of the American people. I, along with 187 million Americans, use gas stoves every day because it's more affordable and reliable than electric stovetops. My constituents who use gas stoves in their homes save over $1,000 a year compared to all electric homes. To justify this overreach, the Biden administration is using a study from the Rocky Mountain Institute, which so happens to also be partner of the Chinese government. For an administration dead set on forcing a radical climate agenda on the American people, I find it odd that they would take aim at an appliance that emits 22% less carbon dioxide than a comparable electric model. This is bigger than just stoves, though. Since the beginning of this administration, Joe Biden has had it out for natural gas, a cheap, clean American source of energy. Not to mention that over 4 million Americans are also connected to the natural gas industry in some way. Today, we stand against the Biden administration and say, no, you cannot govern unilaterally from 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. I look forward to voting yes on this bill, and I urge our friends in the Senate to take up its consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield now 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Cameron Dove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I
first heard of the Save Our Stoves Act, I thought it was a joke. But turns out the joke is on me because here I am on the floor debating this. Of course, I'd planned to speak on this bill last week, but Republicans imploded in their dysfunction and prevented Congress from working. So if American families want answers to the high prices they see in the grocery stores, they want answers to why their children are being shot and killed in their places of worship and at graduation, they want answers to why Republicans are targeting their LGBTQ family members and loved ones. And Republicans are responding to these pressing issues by talking about what stove you can own. For a party that touts freedom, there seems to be some confusion about what that word actually means, because some people might want the freedom to purchase an energy-efficient stove that actually helps the environment. So let's get into it. This legislation would prohibit the Department of Energy from moving forward with a congressionally mandated efficiency standard. A standard, by the way, that would help people with their energy bills. A Department of Energy, by the way, that doesn't have the authority to ban your gas stoves. And this is a Republican messaging bill? What's the message? That Republicans can't govern? That they are not in tune with the American people? That they don't care about the real issues? I would give you some credit if Republicans talked about the issues of the day, like the fact that the front runner for the Republican Party already found liable of sexual assault was arraigned today on 37 counts of federal criminal charges, including violating the Espionage Act, which is reserved for enemies of the state. A stove is not an enemy of the state. Or the fact that we've had more mass shootings than days in the year. And we just passed a bill to make handguns more dangerous. Do you want to keep people safe? Regulate guns, not stoves. Convict criminals, not cooktops. Because stoves are not killing people, stoves are not accelerating homelessness, stoves are not exacerbating crime. We could be talking about any number of pressing issues of substantive things to legislate. But stoves, I actually told folks in my district that Republicans care more about how you cook your cupcakes than how to keep your children alive. If this is an example of Republican messaging, we have a real problem. I will say it again. The American people want us to focus on issues like immigration, climate change, gun violence, the right to have an abortion, the questionable ethics of SCOTUS justices, the need to regain competitive status with global allies, bringing home U.S. hostages, rebuilding our infrastructure, getting people out of poverty, feeding children, protecting caregivers who take care of our children and our elderly, protecting firefighters from toxic chemicals, fighting against gender violence home and abroad. Real issues where America can lead, not how you cook with your stove.
Ladies' time has expired.
15 more seconds.
Could give the gentlewoman another minute.
Lady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member. I will say it again. I have seen it all. And I'm here to tell you, Republicans, the emperor has no clothes. We should be talking about the pressing issues of the day. China is not coming after us because of our stoves. With that, I ask for a no vote on this legislation, and I yield back.
I would remind members to direct their remarks to the chair. Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. I agree with my Democratic colleague. We should be talking about the issues that are important to Americans today, like securing our border, lowering our crime rates, lowering the cost of living. We have crisis after crisis in our country. And you know what the Department of Energy does under the Biden administration? They go after our gas stoves. That's why I had to do this bill. Now I would like to yield, Mr. Chair, 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Weber.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding to me. Would that the other side of the aisle cared as much about unborn babies and worried about their safety as well. So, Mr. Speaker, let's get this right. First, the Biden administration decides to come after the cars that Americans drive. Then it's how Americans heat their homes. And now they want to determine how Americans cook their food? And for what? All in the name of the climate change? Oh, this ought to help, making sure that Americans can only use the stoves that they think they ought to use. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure what dimension, or might I say dementia, that the Biden administration is living in, but the American people do not want out-of-touch bureaucrats to control what stoves they use in their houses. And I might add that, folks, in my great state of Texas, we have a slogan, don't mess with Texas. My message to the Biden administration is, don't mess with our gas stoves. House Republicans, Mr. Speaker, are tired of the blatant overreach. And that is why I am proud to co-sponsor the Save Our Gas Stoves Act. And I urge all of my colleagues to vote in favor of this bill. Once we get this bill passed, then we can say, now we're cooking with gas. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield now 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Jennifer McClellan.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition today to H.R. 1640, the so-called Save Our Gas Stoves bill. After weeks of holding the American economy hostage to their ransom note of devastating cuts and policy changes that would impact American families, state budgets, and our economic recovery, after a temper tantrum that brought this body to gridlock last week, we are now debating a bill that is nothing more than a political stunt to peddle the lie that the Biden administration is attempting to ban gas stoves. The American people can rest easy, knowing that the Department of Energy cannot ban gas stoves. But the Department of Energy is proceeding with a congressionally mandated efficiency standard that will save the American people money, reduce harmful indoor air pollution that disproportionately and adversely impacts the health of low-income communities, communities of color, and our children. House Republicans are using this bill as a guise to prioritize the fossil fuel industry and raise utility costs for Americans while misrepresenting data from the Department of Energy. Ultimately, H.R. 1640 is nothing more than a desperate attempt to weaken the department's ability to issue energy efficiency standards. This is astoundingly disappointing. Instead of addressing the issues that matter to my constituents, like reducing the gun violence that killed an 18-year-old 20 minutes after he received his diploma last week, by increasing access to affordable health care and affordable child care, addressing mental health needs of our veterans and our servicemen and women, the Farm Bill, addressing the maternal health crisis, and I find it interesting that the party that thinks it can insert itself in the health care decisions of pregnant people now is accusing the Biden administration of asserting itself into the decisions of buying appliances. But instead of dealing with the issues that my constituents sent me here to deal with, we're having to deal with a ridiculous political stunt, delayed votes, and nonsensical bills. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill, and I encourage my Republican colleagues to stop the fear-mongering and infighting so we can get back to governing and solving the problems that our constituents are actually asking us to address. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree. We need to focus on important issues. So may I suggest to my Democratic colleagues that they talk to President Biden and say, stop going after our gas stoves so we don't have to talk about this. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Washington State, the chair of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Ms. McMorris Rogers.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in strong support of H.R. 1640. The Save Our Gas Stoves Act is a bipartisan bill that was introduced by Energy and Commerce Committee member Debbie Lesko. and it will stop the Department of Energy from finalizing its plans to ban the majority of natural gas-fueled cooking stoves on the market today. H.R. 1640 was considered through regular order in committee, where it received hearings and markups and was favorably reported with a strong bipartisan vote. Congress must intervene to stop the war that President Biden and Democrats are waging on reliable, affordable energy and the choices people make to provide for their families. On day one in office, President Biden canceled the Keystone XL pipeline, imposed a moratorium on fossil energy development on federal lands, and directed agencies across the federal government to issue punitive regulations and delay permits for energy projects. This agenda in raising costs across the board and making life more difficult for hardworking Americans across this country continues. And now, the Biden administration is coming for their appliances, like natural gas stoves. H.R. 1640 will stop the Department of Energy from finalizing the terribly misguided and illegally vulnerable proposal to ban gas stoves. H.R. 1640 is necessary because the administration doesn't have any regard for the will of the American people or the laws passed by Congress. Despite a statement from the White House that, quote, the president does not support banning gas stoves, the Department of Energy and radical environmental activists are abusing an obscure law called the Energy Policy and Conservation Act to mandate a backdoor regulatory ban on gas stoves. They're pursuing this agenda to control the home appliance market despite DOE's own evidence that its proposed standard would pull more than half the gas stoves off the market and save people $1.08 over the life of the product. This is completely out of touch. $1 of savings over the life of the product is not worth upfront expense of ripping out gas lines and installing new electrical service. $1 of savings does not bring peace of mind if you need to heat your water or feed your family during electricity blackout. And $1 of savings means nothing when people are paying record prices to buy food and fill up their gas tanks. American people are strongly opposed to regulations to ban natural gas appliances. In fact, we recently polled the citizens in my district as to whether they support a ban on natural gas stoves in their homes. An overwhelming 87% of them responded no. H.R. 1640 addresses their concerns and their freedom to choose the affordable stove that is right for them. Therefore, Mr. Chair, I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 1640 and look forward to working with the Senate to send this bipartisan bill to the President's desk. I yield back.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as it may consume. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle love to claim that they support lower energy costs, but the fact is that this bill will increase costs for consumers. As a result of appliance efficiency standards in effect today, the average American household saves roughly $500 annually on utility bills. And this bill blocks an efficiency standard that will save consumers up to $1.7 billion. This will specifically impact low and moderate income households that spend more of their money on energy bills. I also think it's ironic that Republicans have cited the American Gas Association's strong support for this bill. AGA is an association of gas utilities that make more money when consumers use more gas. Should we be surprised that they oppose a standard that makes gas stoves more efficient and affordable? Well, this bill is nothing but a handout to the fossil fuel industry, and that would drive prices higher for Americans. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My colleague said, oh, this is going to save money. May I remind him that according to the DOE, only $21.89 over 14 and a half years will be saved. That's 12 cents a month. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you for yielding the time. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1640, Representative Lesko's Save Our Gas Stoves Act. And in my wildest imagination, I never thought I would be standing here defending my wife's gas stove. In nearly 40% of households across the country, including mine, the use of natural gas stoves are the preferred appliance to prepare family meals because it is affordable, reliable, and, I might add, very stylish. Consumers deserve choice and the right to decide what goes in their dadgum kitchen. However, the Biden Department of Energy has issued a proposed rule that would impose more stringent standards on the use of conventional cooking products such as a natural gas stove. This is ridiculous. This harmful proposed rule is yet another attempt by the Biden administration to push its radical climate agenda on the American people. And I'm going to tell you, the American people are getting sick of this. And this time, high gas prices and all the other things, like the cost of natural gas today. Can't build pipelines. And this time in the form of mandating what kitchen appliances families can and cannot use. 96% of the stove models that the Department of Energy tested failed to meet the proposed standard. If implemented, this rulemaking would impact the majority of gas stoves on the market. Not only would this cause significant market distortions, which is a problem the Biden administration has caused across the entire economic front, but implementing this proposed rule would also increase costs for consumers, while at the same time, when Americans are facing hyperinflation, would this administration propose a rule that would push consumers to a more expensive option? Yes. That's why I'm proud to co-sponsor the Save Our Gas Stoves Act, which will ensure that the Secretary of Energy does not implement an energy standard on cooking appliances that would reduce consumer choice. This bill also stops overreach by the Department of Energy.
Gentleman's time has expired.
And I urge my colleagues to vote in support of this bill, and I yield back.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
And Mr. Chairman, I'll continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Fulcher.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So here we are on the House floor talking about gas stoves. And no, it wasn't the Republicans that are bringing this issue up. It's our friends in the administration who are making moves to try to eliminate a very reliable, efficient source of cooking energy. I rise in opposition to the Biden administration's efforts to limit consumer choice. Gas stoves are the preferred cooktop appliance of nearly 40% of American households. They're affordable, reliable, easy to use. If the administration succeeds in banning gas stoves, it will force millions of Americans to switch to more expensive and less efficient electric stoves. This will impact jobs and the economy. More than 4.1 million jobs are connected to the gas industry. House Republicans have taken a stance against this policy by introducing the Save Our Gas Stoves Act and the Gas Stove Protection and Freedom Act. And no, this was not our initiative. This was brought on us because of a very unrealistic, very ill-advised attempt by the administration. At a time when our nation faces a confluence of crises, my friends on the other side of the aisle believe that banning appliances is somehow a matter of national concern. I reject that. This week, we will vote to protect Americans' choices, their wallets, their time, and their jobs. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I want to take a moment to draw attention to a fundamental difference between the Democrats and our friends across the aisle. Over the last few years, Democrats enacted $4.5 billion to help Americans with their home energy bills and replace appliances. $4.5 billion for energy efficiency retrofits and historic funding for weatherization and low-income energy assistance, including a record $6 billion for the Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program in last year's omnibus spending bill. All this funding goes to Americans' pockets to help them lower their energy bills during a time of increasing climate threats, turbulent fossil fuel prices, and economic challenges caused by the pandemic and the war in Ukraine. The Democrats have worked hard to help Americans pay their energy bills. Republicans, on the other hand, are working hard for their fossil fuel friends. While Democrats advocate the energy efficient standards that lower bills, Republicans try to chip away at the Department of Energy's conservation work. While Democrats defend families and try to ensure indoor appliances don't emit harmful pollutants, Republicans push bills endorsed by the American Gas Association, bills that ensure gas stoves use more energy than they really need. So let me be clear. Democrats are advocating for everyday Americans, and Republicans are advocating for their fossil fuel friends. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hagman.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. It is the height of insanity that Congress must pass legislation to keep unelected agency bureaucrats from taking away our ability and right to use gas stoves, which would surely be followed by cutting off gas to our homes completely. And in fact, that is ultimately the plan. H.R. 1640, however, will protect our right to make dinner for our families without big government forcing their subpar cooking mandates on the American public. We are a free people, after all, or at least we used to be. This bill will stop the Biden administration from intentionally increasing the cost of cooking and energy, and will prevent this absurd government overreach from taking away even more of our rights. Natural gas stoves are the preferred cooktop of almost 40% of households in our country, used by nearly 187 million people. They are more efficient and 3 times cheaper than their electric counterparts. So of course, this administration would want to ban them. Look, energy poverty is not just an esoteric concept. It is this administration's goal.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
I yield another 30 seconds.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Energy poverty is this administration's goal. I will repeat that. Their policies are actually designed to increase the cost of food, energy, and housing, and their effort to ban gas stoves is just one more step in that direction. Vote to end this madness, support passage of the Stove Act. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield now 2 minutes to a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Ms. Nanette Barragan from California.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member Pallone. I want to know why are my Republican colleagues opposed to energy efficiency standards that will save homeowners money? Why? Energy conservation used to be bipartisan. Over the years, under Democratic and Republican administrations, the Department of Energy has updated efficiency standards for light bulbs, dishwashers, refrigerators, washing machines, and dozens more appliances. The first efficiency rules were signed into law in 1987 by Ronald Reagan, and they included gas stoves. No one argued back then that the government was taking away your light bulbs or your refrigerator or your stove, because it would have been nonsense, and it's nonsense here today. Many of our appliances use the same or less, actually, many of our appliances use less energy today than they did decades ago. And it's because of energy efficiency standards that help drive those improvements. This saves Americans money after they buy a home appliance. Let me say that again. Energy efficiency saves Americans money. New efficiency standards for stoves are long overdue. They were delayed by several years by the previous administration. It's time to update them, not to delay it further. The fear-mongering over efficiency standard for stoves is Republicans playing politics. Democrats are focused on saving American households, rather saving money for American households on their energy bill. We're focused on the climate crisis. When household appliances use less energy, they will cause less pollution. We will not be distracted.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Another minute.
Gentlewoman, yield another minute, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady's recognized.
We will not be distracted by this political stunt. The Republicans' bill peddles the lie that the administration or Democrats are attempting to ban gas stoves. That's just not true. The Department of Energy cannot ban gas stoves. The Department of Energy is simply proceeding with the congressionally mandated efficiency standard. So let's not be distracted about what this is. And this has been a bipartisan issue. There's no need to peddle lies about anybody taking away gas stoves. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill and to support energy conservation standards that save Americans money. Let's save Americans money. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chair, can I inquire to the time that is left?
Gentlelady has 6.5 minutes remaining. Gentleman from New Jersey has 12 minutes remaining.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman.
The gentleman is recognized.
Well, about 1 out of 3 Wisconsinites have a gas stove, and about 40% nationwide do. There's been some name calling over there as far as what the parties stand for. The gas stove is about 3 times cheaper than the electric stove. The Republican Party is the party of the working class, the party that pays attention to what their energy bill is. There's another class of people out there, the rich Hollywood types, the high-tech billionaires, the well-paid college professors who don't have to worry how much they pay for electricity. And as a result, that side feels very good when a new bill is passed where they restrict what the hoi polloi can do. And also they don't have to worry about the welfare class because they will give stuff perhaps to the welfare class to make up the difference. But they won't help the middle class. And that's who the Republican Party tries to look out for, the average guy who knows exactly what he's paying in his energy bill. So I ask that we leave the working class alone, and this is just, okay, thank you much.
Sorry.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Chair, I just want to take a moment to bring us back to the real world. Earlier this week, the administration issued its statement of administration policy. That's the Biden administration's official views on this bill. And I have to report that the administration does not view this bill favorably. Despite what our Republican colleagues are saying today, the administration makes clear that in the real world, this bill would, quote, deny the American people the savings that come with having more efficient new appliances on the market, unquote. And the administration is right. This bill is not about freedom. I keep hearing that a lot on the other side. It's not about choice. They keep mentioning that. Or about saving gas stoves because we're not banning it. It's about taking away the freedom of Americans to save money to buy new efficient appliances. The bill's authors do not believe in the essentially American innovation that has brought consumers a cumulative $2 trillion in savings since DOE first issued efficiency standards. Now, let me say, our committee, the Energy and Commerce Committee, prides ourselves on being the committee of innovation, of invention, of doing things better. I come from a district at Menlo Park where in Edison, New Jersey, where Thomas Edison invented the light bulb, the motion picture, and so many different things. We should be proud of the fact that we're trying to do things differently, more efficiently, more innovatively. And I listen to my colleagues on the other side, and that for a Republican Party that claims that it wants to let Americans make their own individual choices, this doesn't seem like much of a choice at all. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am prepared to close.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. In closing, Mr. Chairman, let me just say this is the second bill that came up today dealing with gas stoves. And if there's one message that I really want to give to my colleagues and urge them to vote against this bill as well as the previous one, it's that we are not banning gas stoves. I don't know how many times I can say that the administration, the Consumer Product Safety Commission, the Department of Energy, all of them had made clear over and over again that we are not banning gas stoves. What we're doing in this case with this bill is to try to provide more energy efficiency, which has been something that the Department of Energy has done for years, and we have given them the authority and urged them to deal with and come up with more efficient appliances, whether it's gas stoves, electric stoves, cooktops, whatever it happens to be. So why not let them do that? Why keep saying that we're banning gas stoves when we're not? Why keep suggesting that somehow eliminating the Department of Energy's ability to adopt more efficiency standards for these appliances? And it's not a good thing. It saves money. It makes sense. And I heard my colleagues on the other side talk about the middle class, about working people. Working people want to save money. They want more efficiency. Overwhelmingly, polls show that they believe that appliances should be more efficient. And I think that when people buy things and go to the appliance store or to the supermarket or wherever they're buying appliances, they not only expect that those appliances are safe and safe for themselves and for their kids, but they also think that the federal government is trying to do things to make things more efficient. There's no reason why we shouldn't. So for those reasons, I would ask my colleagues to vote to oppose this bill. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My colleague keeps saying we're not banning gas stoves. But what would he call it when the Department of Energy's own analysis said that of the gas stoves that they have tested, only 4% of the market share would qualify for their new proposed rule? That's like 96% won't. And then they revised it to say, well, almost 50% will qualify. Well, that means more than 50% won't. I call that a ban. We're mixing words here. The other thing that my Democratic colleague keeps saying is that why wouldn't we want to save money? It's only 12 cents a month. 12 cents a month. Who is going to give up the choice of what type of stove they want for 12 cents a month? Nobody. That's not a good exchange. And so I would also say that if the Biden administration is not doing anything, why do all of these people support my bill? The National Association of Home Builders, the American Restaurant Association, the American Gas Association, the American Home Appliance Manufacturers, numerous other energy companies. And I'd like to read a little bit from the National Restaurant Association, because it talks about why this bill is important. And we didn't bring it. Republicans didn't bring this on. It was the Biden administration that, with all these crises going on in our country, he has to pick on gas stoves. I don't understand why. This is what the National Restaurant Association says. Natural gas is a critical energy source for many sectors of the economy, but none more than the restaurant industry. In fact, natural gas is the preferred cooking energy source for 76% of restaurants. Cooking with an open flame from natural gas is critical for a variety of dishes to ensure a responsive, consistent, and precise heat source that affects the quality of food served. Natural gas also allows restaurants to use certain cooking techniques that cannot be replicated with an electric stove. Finally, banning or overly restricting natural gas use could burden restaurant owners with higher operating costs, particularly local and independent restaurants. The cost to convert existing infrastructure to handle the power capacity needed to operate a commercial kitchen alone would be prohibitive for many local-owned restaurants. And I say the same is true for individual homeowners. They don't want to change. They like the features on their gas stove. They don't want to give them up. And so with that, I ask my colleagues to support my bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The bill is considered as read. No amendment to the bill shall be in order except those printed in Part D of House Report 118-108. Each such amendment offered only in the order printed in the report by the member designated in the report shall be considered read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It is now in order to consider Amendment 1, printed in Part D of House Report 118-108. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-108, offered by Mr. Huizinga of Michigan.
Pursuant to House Resolution 495, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizinga, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in support of my amendment to require the Secretary of Energy to disclose certain stakeholder meetings with any entity that has, 1, ties to the People's Republic of China or the Chinese Communist Party, 2, has produced studies regarding or has advocated for policies to limit, restrict, or ban the use of any type of energy, and 3, has applied for or received federal funds. We have recently seen concerning examples of anti-energy, China-connected entities receiving not just elevated access to the White House and federal agencies, but granting of funds as well. Literally, we have been using taxpayer dollars, U.S. taxpayer dollars, to help fund them. So I introduced this amendment because the Biden administration has not been transparent about who it has been meeting with. And frankly, I believe this administration has not been honest with the American people about its desire to ban gas stoves. In February of this year, it was widely reported that a government watchdog group obtained information through the Freedom of Information Act revealing a private meeting between the Secretary of Energy and a group that would be covered by this amendment. In particular, this group has been on the forefront of the effort to ban gas stoves. Unsurprisingly, when I sent a letter to Secretary Granholm in February, inquiring whether she was aware of this group's ties to China and the extent of their influence on the department, I received a letter back. However, it was completely ignoring my questions and my concerns. Now, I have to give you a little bit of perspective, Mr. Chairman. My family's been involved in construction for over 3 generations, and I fully understand the needs that people have at various levels in their homes, in their businesses. And don't get me wrong, I mean, we're talking about gas stoves today, and don't get me wrong, there's nothing inherently wrong with electric stoves. That oftentimes fits very nicely. Same thing with electric base heat, or water heaters, et cetera, et cetera. Well, there are certain regions of the country, like in Michigan and the upper Midwest, where we are very dependent on propane and natural gas. And we don't have the electric grid to support an expansion of that. And I know the other side will say, nobody's going to pull your stove out of your house yet. Nobody's doing anything other than just stoves yet. But we know that places like California, New York, and even in Michigan, the city of Ann Arbor, have gone in and have literally banned the addition of and use of gas stoves. And they're looking to expand that. They've talked about that. So the real rub here, Mr. Speaker or Mr. Chairman, is that we have a major problem with questionable groups with established connections to China, where they have those established connections, but we're not sure what their unanswered intentions might be. They're succeeding in influencing policy to limit affordable appliance options for Americans. So when President Biden or Senate Majority Leader Schumer are telling the American people that no one is going after their stoves, they may be technically correct today, Mr. Chairman, but in the broader picture, we know that that may be coming. And I have to say that it's one thing for elected officials to be going after a particular appliance or source of energy, but we have a real problem when Washington bureaucrats, unelected bureaucrats, aren't being honest about their end goal, and they are the ones making the rules and the regulations. And a ban on gas stoves is going to cost the taxpayers. It is going to cost hardworking, honest working Americans more, already in an inflationary heightened situation. That's why I wanted to bring this amendment. I appreciate the author's acceptance of this and understanding of where we were trying to go with this. And at the end of the day, Mr. Chairman, my amendment is simply to bring an added dose of transparency, expose connections to the CCP, which I truly, honestly believe that both sides of the aisle have concerns about the tentacles of the CCP and the Chinese government and the influence that it has gained here in the United States. That's why on the Financial Services Committee that I serve on, we have done CFIUS reviews, which is going after making sure that it's property and technology and other things that we are protecting from our adversaries like China. So why would we hand over the keys to this particular kingdom? I don't understand. But we need to let the American people know that who is truly influencing our government, and that exposure is there. So I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me say that I'm happy to see that the gentleman from Michigan admits that the Department of Energy is not banning gas stoves. So I keep saying it, but he did say that they're not banning it, at least not yet, he said. But I want to stress that the efficiency standards in the Department of Energy rule, again, don't go into effect until 3 years after the rule is finalized. So even though my colleagues keep saying that we're banning gas stoves and we're, talk about the efficiency standards and how they have to get rid of them with this legislation. Keep in mind that these efficiency standards don't even go into effect for another 3 years after the rule is adopted. And again, we're not banning gas stoves, just talking about efficiency standards. There's also the claim that's been put out there by the Republicans that 96% of gas stoves on the market today don't meet the proposed DOE standard, and that's just not true. The statistic that's mentioned by our colleagues on the other side is a specific test of high-end models that the Department of Energy anticipated would not meet the standard, meaning one of the tests conducted by DOE was deliberately designed to focus on models that would need upgrades to meet the standard. So this test was not designed to represent the whole market. According to DOE, and you can look at what they've put out, about half of the market already meets the proposed energy conservation standard, including all entry-level models at this time. But again, you can keep your gas stove. We're talking about efficiency standards for 3 years, not now. Now, as to the amendment before us, which I oppose, it amends the Energy Policy and Conservation Act with vague language that would likely be impossible to implement. Additionally, this amendment is clearly designed to target environmental and clean energy groups. If this amendment is adopted and if H.R. 1640 becomes law, it would slow down the Department of Energy rulemaking process and would create additional burdens to adopting energy conservation standards. So I urge my colleagues to recognize that this amendment is pure Republican messaging and would hinder climate action. I urge my colleagues to vote against the amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Michigan. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Gentlemen, it is now in order to consider Amendment Number 2, printed in Part D of House Report 118-108. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-108, offered by Mr. McGovern of Massachusetts.
Pursuant to House Resolution 495, the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Chair, I rise in support of my amendment to H.R. 1640, which would add an important provision to ensure that nothing in this bill would harm U.S. energy security. And before I share with my colleagues why this amendment is necessary, I want to take a minute to say what an exercise in absurdity this week in the House has been. With everything going on in the world, we are considering nonsense bills about imaginary threats. That's the best that this Republican majority could muster. Bills that are written so poorly, they wouldn't even fake solve the fake problems they're making up to scare people. But in the case of H.R. 1640, this bill could do real damage. The Biden administration is not trying to ban gas stoves, period. But instead of just acknowledging that and moving on, my Republican friends are pretending that the administration is trying to ban them through an energy efficiency proposal that would save consumers money and improve America's energy security. Consumers and experts recognize that energy efficiency is a key component of energy security. It's simple. If you can cook the same exact way with less gas, that means we are more energy secure. I have heard for years from Republicans that they care about energy security. This vote is an opportunity for them to prove it. This amendment contains a do-no-harm provision which says that the bill should not take effect until the Secretary of Energy certifies that it would not have a negative impact on U.S. energy security. So this is simple. This amendment is a chance to affirm, in a bipartisan way, that Congress should be strengthening our energy security, not weakening it. I urge support of this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Arizona seek recognition?
I rise to claim the time in opposition to the amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in opposition to this amendment, which is nothing more than an attempt to delay implementation of the underlying bill. Secretary Granholm could simply say that my bill affects energy security, even though it doesn't. The Biden administration's ban on gas stoves is the result of the Democrats' war on natural gas. They want to force a transition away from affordable and reliable energy by banning the products that Americans use every day. Department of Energy's gas stove ban is actually the energy security threat. Because it is not economically justified, it will not result in a significant saving of energy, and it will reduce consumer choice for natural gas kitchen ranges and ovens, and its goal is to eliminate the use of natural gas, which is used to support America's energy security. Natural gas kitchen ranges and ovens are currently the preferred choice of 40% of American households. Nearly 187 million Americans use natural gas because it is affordable and reliable. According to industry estimates, homes with natural gas appliances save up to $1,068 per year compared to all electric homes. Natural gas stoves are affordable, reliable, and widely popular. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment and support the underlying bill. the Save Our Gas Stoves Act. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, if energy security is as important to Republicans as they say it is, this should be a no-brainer. Because why would they bring a bill to the floor that could possibly weaken our energy security? I suspect there might be something else at play here. It's possible that the majority knows exactly what this bill would actually do, and they're eager to steamroll U.S. energy security and make consumers pay through the nose. Why do I think that? Because that's exactly what big oil and the fossil fuel lobby wants. Follow the money. Google their donations. If Republicans really care about energy security, they wouldn't all have voted against the Inflation Reduction Act last year, the single most ambitious bill on energy security that Congress has ever considered. If Republicans really care about energy security, they wouldn't have voted against millions of new clean energy jobs that will make us truly energy independent. With this vote, let's see what my Republican colleagues care more about: America's energy security or helping big oil and gas billionaires rake in more profits on the backs of our constituents. I'm sure my Republican friends will be generously compensated for their efforts here today. How sad, how pathetic. I urge everybody to follow the money. I urge a yes vote on this amendment. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Arizona.
Thank you. Again, I urge a no vote on this amendment. Even my Democratic colleagues admit that the Department of Energy is now saying that less than 50% of gas stoves would qualify for the new proposed rule. So more than 50% of the existing models of gas stoves would be banned. So with that, I urge a no on this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Massachusetts. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is...
Mr. Chair, I ask for...
The gentleman from Massachusetts.
I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6, Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Massachusetts will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 3, printed in Part D of House Report 118-108. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
To speak in support of the amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Does the gentleman offer his amendment?
Yes, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in Part D of House Report number 118-108, offered by Mr. Pallone of New Jersey.
Pursuant to House Resolution 495, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Yield myself such time as I may consume, Mr. Chairman. There are many problems with the Save Our Gas Stoves Act. One of the biggest issues, in my opinion, is that this bill not only prevents the Department of Energy from finalizing a common-sense proposed efficiency standard, but it also limits future DOE rulemaking. H.R. 1640 includes Congressional Review Act-style language blocking, and I quote, any substantially similar rule. This is designed to ensnare future related rules in a messy legal and linguistic trap. This language provides no clarity on what a substantial similar rule means and could hamstring the Department of Energy on future cooktop and stove efficiency standards. The bill also amends the Energy Policy and Conservation Act to limit and complicate future Department of Energy rulemaking on cooktops and gas stoves. The bill imposes an additional hurdle in the DOE rulemaking process and could impact future cooktop standards regardless of fuel type. If this bill becomes law, it will negatively impact the Department of Energy's ability to issue effective energy conservation standards related to cooktops and stoves going forward. And this would also significantly impact DOE's ability to reduce energy energy bills and slash carbon emissions. Now, my amendment to H.R. 1640 strikes these harmful and open-ended provisions from the bill and limits the application of the bill only to the current proposed Department of Energy standard. While I still strongly oppose blocking the current rule, it is critical that we not impede future Department of Energy action. So I urge all my colleagues to support this important amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentleman, for what purpose does the gentlewoman from Arizona seek to be recognized?
Thank you. I rise to claim the time in opposition to the amendment.
The gentlewoman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume. This amendment strikes the language preventing the Department of Energy from implementing any substantial similar rule. Removing this language would allow the Department of Energy to just reissue another gas stove ban after my bill becomes law. I rise in opposition to this amendment, which strikes important language in the underlying bill. That language would prevent the Department of Energy from reissuing a nearly identical rule to ban gas stoves. H.R. 1640 allows the Department of Energy to issue energy efficiency standards that are cost-effective and that have a significant amount of energy for consumers. This is the current standard under the Energy Policy and Conservation Act, and H.R. 1640 does nothing to change that. The Biden administration's politically motivated proposal to ban a majority of gas stoves violates the statutory requirements of EPCA because it fails to save consumers money or energy and because it removes products from the market simply because they use natural gas. The Energy and Commerce Committee held hearings on this and conducted oversight. The facts are clear that the Department of Energy should withdraw this misguided rule and DOE should be prohibited from reissuing a substantially similar rule. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment and support the underlying bill, the Save Our Gas Stoves Act, and I reserve.
Woman from Arizona reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me just say, I find it incredible that the Republicans want to just take away all ability of the Department of Energy to deal with efficiency standards, not only for gas stoves, for electric stoves. Remember that this rule doesn't just apply to gas stoves or cooktops, it applies to electric stoves as well. And any fair reading of this legislation makes it clear, in my opinion, that not only they're banning and overturning this rule, but overturning anything else that's within the sphere of efficiency for cooktops, whether they be gas stoves or electric stoves or anything of that nature. So again, I think it's a huge overreach. I, of course, oppose the underlying bill as well, but it's a huge overreach to say that the Department of Energy can't deal with this efficiency issue when it comes to stove of whatever type in the future, because that's what their job is, to deal with these efficiency standards, and they've been doing it very effectively to save money and to be innovative. So for those reasons, I would ask for the support of my amendment, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you. Yes, indeed, the energy efficiency standards deal with both gas and electric stoves. The problem is that it disproportionately would ban the majority of gas stoves, not electric stoves. That takes away consumer choice. That's why I had to do this bill, and that's why I oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New Jersey. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair...
Mr. Chairman, I would ask for a recorded vote on my amendment.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman rise?
Mr. Chairman, I would ask for a recorded vote on my amendment.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New Jersey will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I move that the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 1640, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that committee has had under consideration H.R. 1640 and has come to no resolution thereon. Is he ready? What purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky wish recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 277.
Pursuant to House Resolution. Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Resolution 495 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 277. The Chair appoints the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in Committee of the Whole. House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 277, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to amend Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code to provide that the major rules of the executive branch shall have no force or effect unless a joint resolution of approval is enacted into law.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Judiciary or their respective designees. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey, is and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I might consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Even before America declared its independence, John Adams emphasized that a republic is a government of laws and not of men. That's what we're here to debate tonight. Are we a government of laws or a government of the executive branch? Are we going to allow the executive branch to write the laws? Are we going to turn our Constitution on its head? Have we gone too far already? I would argue we have, and that is why we need the REINS Act. Regulations of the executive in need of scrutiny provides that every major regulation that the administration seeks to promulgate has to come to Congress first, has to be passed by concurrent majorities in the House and the Senate, and signed by the President. This is exactly what our founders prescribed. This is a bill about who makes the laws in our country, and it's about reclaiming our legislative power from the administrative state. I think it's appropriate to read from our Constitution at this point. Article 1, Section 1 of the Constitution says, all legislative powers, not some legislative powers, all legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in a Congress of the United States, which shall consist of a Senate and House of Representatives. Does it say it shall consist of a bureaucracy? It does not. All legislative powers are vested here and in the Senate. And that is why we need to stop letting the executive branch make law. Are they merely tweaking regulations? Are they determining the amount of sulfur dioxide that's acceptable to release from a power plant with civil infractions imposed if a company doesn't comply? No, they're making laws that put people in prison over there in the administrative branch. And we're doing nothing about it. We've atrophied. The power of Congress has atrophied. We're almost like ombudsman to the executive branch now. This needs to change. In the words of James Madison, the accumulation of all powers, legislative, executive, and judiciary, in the same hands may justly be pronounced the very definition of tyranny. I'm afraid that's what we've come to. Too many of our laws, civil and criminal, are now being written by the executive branch. Here's what the REINS Act does, and here's why it's important. If a regulation that's passed by the executive or suggested by the executive branch has more than $100 million of impact, that's a pretty high threshold. I would argue if it has any impact, we should be legislating it. But this is a compromise. If it has more than $100 million of impact, it has to come here if it's going to become a law. They do not get to write the laws. And so, that is why we need the REINS Act. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, today we are considering a bill that would require both houses of Congress to vote to approve and for the President to sign a motion of approval for any major rule in progress from our executive branch. We are considering this bill just a week after a splinter group of the far-right Republicans voted down a rule and held our legislative calendar hostage, all to prove a point about a debt ceiling that already has passed Congress and has been signed by the President. Even before this radical move, I had no doubt that the REINS Act would grind to a halt the most impactful actions by our regulatory state. But now, after seeing what just a handful of members will do just to make a point, I'm certain that we cannot let bad measures like this one move forward. The REINS Act would frustrate the purpose of government and put our constituents in harm's way. Even if the underlying policy behind the REINS Act was a good idea, which it emphatically is not, I would still argue against it because it is unconstitutional. By allowing a regulation to be blocked from being implemented if even one chamber declines to pass an approval resolution, the REINS Act is essentially a legislative veto, which the Supreme Court has already held to be unconstitutional. The goal of this legislation, quite simply, is to stop the regulatory process in its tracks, regardless of its impact on public health and safety. The bill purports to give Congress control of the rulemaking process, but Congress already has this power, and it exercises it in a number of ways. Congress can delegate authority to agencies with specificity, thus limiting the scope of the agency's authority. It can impose restrictions on rulemaking through appropriations. It can influence rulemaking through oversight activities. And if all of these measures are insufficient, we also have the blunt tool of the Congressional Review Act, which allows Congress not only to overturn a rule, but also to bar the agency from ever passing a substantially similar rule. But the REINS Act is not only redundant, it also creates insurmountable procedural hurdles that would stall the approval of rules of major impact, rules that would be highly beneficial to the public's health and safety. It's important to remember why we have regulations in the first place. Congress sets broad policies, but we delegate authority to executive agencies because we do not have the expertise to craft technical regulations ourselves. Who here knows how many parts per billion of arsenic should be allowed in our drinking water? Is 10 the proper amount? Should it be 5 or 15? None of us here knows the answer, but the dedicated professionals at our federal agencies, many of whom have decades of experience and vast technical expertise, undertake a careful process with numerous procedural safeguards to protect our health and safety. The recent smog and pollution much of the East Coast experienced last week as a result of the Canadian wildfires is a great example of why we need an informed regulatory state to act on our behalf. Decades ago, many cities had similar levels of pollutants in the air, clogging our lungs and causing harm to our children and the environment, as we saw last week. But thanks to expert-informed policies like those regulations instituted under the Clean Air Act, we rarely have days like we saw last week, when our most vulnerable citizens must take shelter inside to avoid breathing the air. Regulations ensure that our air is safe to breathe, our water is safe to drink, our food is safe to eat, and the life-saving medications we depend on are safe and effective. I feel much better about leaving regulatory decisions to the careful study of agency experts rather than to members of Congress who want to substitute their judgment subject to the whims of politics. I urge my colleagues to join me in opposing this dangerous bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Well, now we've had a sneak preview of what the next hour of debate's going to look like. The other side is going to argue that we need to give up more power to the executive branch. I think our constituents would be appalled. They sent us here and they say we're not effective enough, yet the other side of the aisle is going to say, oh, we need to give the power to the executive branch. We've also heard here already tonight that this bill, which would restore our Constitution, they say may be unconstitutional. But they're referring to a Supreme Court case that has nothing to do with this bill, INS versus Chadha, which said you can't have a legislative veto. Well, that bill that they were ruling on ran afoul of the Constitution because it didn't require passage in both chambers and a signature by the President. Yet the REINS Act requires passage in both chambers and a signature by the President. So their claim that it's unconstitutional is absurd because this is what's required to restore the Constitution. And then their claim that the REINS Act is redundant because we already have the Congressional Review Act is equally as absurd. There have been over 90,000 rules passed by the executive branch since the Congressional Review Act was passed. Only 20 of those have been able to be repealed by this chamber and the Senate. So this is not a substitute for the Congressional Review Act. It's not redundant. This is what's required. It's what's missing right now in our constitutional structure from what our founders intended. And with that, I would like to yield 3.5 minutes to my colleague from Wyoming, also a member of the Subcommittee on Regulatory Reform, Ms. Hageman.
Thank you. The power of the administrative state to impose radical and unpopular policies that can never be passed by Congress violates the separation of powers established by the Constitution and is a failed business model for running this country. Section 1 of Article 1 of the United States Constitution grants all legislative powers to Congress. Over time, however, Congress has excessively delegated its constitutional charge while failing to conduct appropriate oversight and retain accountability for the content of the laws that it passes. The REINS Act is critical to Congress reclaiming its rightful authority and responsibility to legislate. The purpose of this act is to increase accountability for and transparency in the federal regulatory process. By requiring a vote in Congress, the REINS Act will result in a more carefully drafted and detailed legislation, an improved regulatory process, and a legislative branch that is truly accountable to the American people. The REINS Act is drafted to address what is often referred to as the non-delegation doctrine, which is a judicially created concept that has resulted in a dramatic shift in power from the legislative branch to the executive branch and is flat out unconstitutional. It is what has allowed regulatory agencies to adopt regulations and even guidance documents that may impose economic costs of billions of dollars on certain industries and businesses, and ultimately on the American people, without any congressional oversight or involvement at all. As an example, a few years ago, the USDA issued guidance requiring cattle to have radio frequency ID ear tags for tracking purposes. This would have imposed a $2 billion cost on the cattle industry, yet the ranchers had no input, and Congress never passed such a law. The current state of affairs has empowered unelected bureaucrats to legislate without any accountability whatsoever, while allowing members of Congress, your elected representatives, to abdicate their most important constitutional responsibility, the responsibility to write the laws. The REINS Act requires Congress to affirmatively approve agency rules with an annual economic effect of $100 million before they become effective. Prior legislative attempts to rein in the administrative state have been insufficient, and the result? The administrative state has continued unabated, imposing unwanted, unwise, unlawful, and unconstitutional policies with impunity. What do I mean? In 2021, Congress passed just 143 laws, while federal agencies issued 3,257 rules. The REINS Act would require affirmative congressional approval of major agency rules before they take effect. It does nothing more than require Congress to do as our founding fathers expected, to legislate, and it promotes electoral accountability. I cannot fathom why anyone would oppose such accountability and course correcting of this legislative ship. Please put America and your constituents first. Please hold Congress accountable for legislating, and please vote yes on the REINS Act. And with that, I yield back.
Reserve. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves.
I reserve.
The gentleman from New York is recognized. Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record a cost estimate for H.R. 277 prepared by the Congressional Budget Office, an exchange of letters between the Judiciary Committee and the Budget Committee, and an exchange of letters between the Judiciary Committee and the Rules Committee.
This is covered under General Leaf.
All right. I now yield 2 minutes to my good friend, Mr. Rutherford from Florida.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, like my good colleague here from Kentucky, I rise today to remind this chamber that our founders put Congress in charge of writing our laws, not unelected bureaucrats at federal agencies. Yet since taking office, President Biden has signed more than 100 executive orders, and insidious rules are fast-flowing from executive branch agencies, creating miles of red tape and running up America's taxpayers' tab by $1.5 trillion. My constituents back home are struggling to make ends meet, and it's a direct consequence of this administration's misguided policies and their insidious rulemaking. It's past time that we put a stop to the president's abuse of executive power. Last fall, House Republicans made a commitment to our constituents that this Congress would hold the government accountable. This week, with the REINS Act, we have an opportunity to show the American people that we are keeping that commitment. The very first bill I co-sponsored 6 years ago when I first came to Congress was the REINS Act. The REINS Act stops federal agencies from legislating by fiat by requiring Congress to approve all major rules before they can be enacted. This bill returns Congress's Article I legislative authority back to where it belongs, and it will protect hard-working, tax-paying Americans. The REINS Act is a strong start and I urge my colleagues to vote yes. I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky.
I'd like to now yield 3 minutes to my good friend, Mr. McClintock from California, who also serves on the Judiciary Committee.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill presents a question that is fundamental to the central architecture of our republic. Who is to make law? As has been pointed out, the Constitution is very clear on this. All legislative powers herein granted are vested in a Congress of the United States. What about that passage do my friends on the other side of the aisle not understand? The founders wanted it to be hard to make laws so that society isn't smothered by them. They wanted every voice in the land to be heard through their elected representatives and be accountable and answerable to the people. The modern regulatory state takes these powers from the people and gives them to unelected bureaucrats. An unelected agency writes the law, then it enforces the law that it's written. If it accuses you of violating its law, you have to answer to the agency in a court run by that agency without a jury, and the agency keeps the fines that it assesses on you. Is there any more profound threat to a democracy than that? 10 times more laws are written by the regulatory agencies today than by the people's representatives. Americans now have 10 times the chance of being hauled into an administrative law court for breaking an agency regulation than they have of being charged with a statutory crime where they have the full protection of the Bill of Rights. The REINS Act starts to put this genie back in the bottle by requiring that regulatory acts that impose more than $100 million of cost to the American public must be enacted by the elected Congress. That means if you don't like that law, you can hold your elected representative directly accountable. That's what a democracy is, a government that answers to the people. Now, opponents of this bill tell us that we've got to defer to the experts. Well, that is not a democracy. That is an oligarchy. We have just endured the folly of experts. Lockdowns and mandates the experts told us would slow the spread of COVID. We now have study after study documenting that their measures not only failed to protect us, but did incalculable damage to the economy, to the education of our children, and needlessly cost lives through delayed health screenings and treatments, drug and alcohol-related deaths, increased suicide rates. No representative voted for these measures. The regulatory state simply imposed them. Experts are there to advise us from every perspective. But it's then the responsibility of elected representatives on behalf of the people to sort through their perspectives and advice and chart a course that takes into account all the issues at hand and be accountable and answerable to the people for those decisions. This bill starts us back toward that democracy. I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I will note that we have letters representing over 180 public interest organizations, health experts, and labor unions opposing the REINS Act because of the harm this bill presents to our country's health and welfare. And when we are in the full House, I will enter these letters of opposition into the record. I will ask for unanimous consent to enter these letters of opposition into the record. I reserve.
The gentleman's request is covered by general leave.
What?
The gentleman reserves.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I'd now like to yield as much time as she might consume to the bill's sponsor, the sponsor of the REINS Act, Ms. Kamek from Florida.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of our bill, H.R. 277, the REINS Act, the largest regulatory reform bill in American history. Now, I know that sounds pretty major, but the REINS Act is actually a common sense bill that would require every new major rule costing more than $100 million to be approved by Congress before going into effect. I know that sounds radical to some, but actually it's quite a bit of common sense. This is a bill that every single member of this body should support to rein in a largely unchecked bureaucracy that is undermining the role of the very body in which we have the honor to serve. everyone, every single member in this chamber should honor and support government transparency, government accountability, and empowerment of their constituents. But I know that not everyone in Washington wants more power for the people. In fact, during his first 2 years in office, the president added more than $300 billion in new regulatory costs to the economy. That burden was left on the backs of we, the American people. Additionally, the American Action Forum found that new rules in his first 2 years of office required 193 million hours of compliance paperwork, 193 million hours to comply with new regulations from nameless, faceless bureaucrats who are accountable to no one, certainly not the American people. And to really drive home how wild government has grown under the Biden administration, think about this. Since the beginning of his time as president, Biden has added an average of 1,641 pages to the Federal Registry every single week. Every week. That's astonishing. According to the Foundation for Government Accountability, regulations cost Americans $2 trillion every year in compliance costs, economic losses, and other expenses. Those costs are due to an ever-increasing regulatory actions that lack proper accountability by Congress, and it is now time for Congress to reassert its role by placing new checks on the regulatory actions and the regulatory regime that negatively impact Americans in all walks of life across the country. Our constituents deserve to have their voices heard and be able to hold those making decisions that have impacts on their daily lives and businesses in the federal government accountable under the ever-growing regulatory state, and that is not the case. Rather, nameless, faceless bureaucrats are again making decisions and creating new regulations that have impacts to our day-to-day life. In the case of this bill, new regulations that have an impact of $100 million or more would be subject to coming back to Congress. Now, when I talk to my constituents about this bill, they cannot believe how vast the regulatory regime truly is. Members of this body who argue against this bill are in fact arguing against their own self-interest and the role of Congress in our political system. In Federalist 51, James Madison stated that ambition must be made to counteract ambition. Right now, the ambitions of the executive branch down the street have far exceeded those of the regulatory branch. This has gone on for 100 years, regardless of the party that is in the White House. Now, when it comes to regulations, I quite frankly don't care who is in the White House. I will come down to this floor, in this chamber, every single Congress, and fight for this bill because we in Congress must do what the founders of this nation and the framers of our Constitution expected us to do, provide a proper, equal check to the executive and judicial branches of government. Look no further than the Federal Register to determine the volume of regulations being proposed or finalized every single year. These are actions that Congress has no say in prior to going into effect and having the force of law. We are the lawmakers, not the folks down the street. The current Congressional Review Act process to disapprove of administrative actions is after the fact, going after regulations and actions after they have gone into effect. It's a useful tool, but one that is not particularly effective. It is inadequate to match the size of the administrative branch and the number of regulations that are being proposed and finalized. Here's just a few examples of executive actions that could have been prevented if reins had been in effect. Student loan forgiveness and loan repayment pauses, which could cost us in excess of $1 trillion. The Biden oil and gas lease sale ban. The unilateral increase in SNAP benefits through new agency standards that increase spending on the program by 25%, totaling more than $115 billion in 2022 alone. The expansion of subsidies for Obamacare, costing more than $45 billion with a B, leaving people with less care, worse care, that is in fact more expensive. New climate risk disclosure requirements for publicly traded companies, including the companies that they do business with, putting an undue administrative burden on small mom-and-pop shops. The list goes on. And then let us not forget the ridiculous federal regulations like fines and fees for Good Samaritans who untangle whales from fishing nets, or one of the most ridiculous ones under Title 21 of the U.S. Code that makes it a federal crime to sell spaghetti thicker than 0.11 inches in diameter. I couldn't believe it when I actually read this. It is a federal crime. And when you start digging into the impact that that has, think about this. Americans consume on average 6 billion pounds of pasta a year. It is a $30 billion industry in the United States alone. And we have a regulation on the books to monitor the size of spaghetti, like we don't have anything better to do. Some of these regulations sound silly, but I promise they all have a very real impact. And they drive up costs and ultimately cost us, the American people, money. Recently, a nationwide poll was conducted in which Republicans, Democrats, independents from all across the country of all demographics were educated on the REINS Act and then asked their opinion on it. The majority of Republicans, Democrats, and independents all favored the REINS Act. In fact, this poll found that more Democrats than Republicans were in favor of this policy. 72% of Democrats were in favor, and 71% of Republicans were in favor of it. I sent this very poll to every single Republican and Democrat with a personalized letter before this debate here tonight. There is no excuse for not knowing about this poll. The fact that their constituencies support more accountability and transparency in this chamber, I just can't wrap my head around why, as a member of Congress, you wouldn't want people in your district to be empowered to know that you are exercising your Article I authority as a member of the People's House, instead playing partisan games, chasing political narratives that are non-existent. Just last week, I had a meeting with home builders from my district who were in town for their annual fly-in. 35% of new homes being built in Florida, 35%, that's regulations. That is insane. For first-time home buyers, you are now paying 35% more, not just because of inflation, not just because of a broken supply chain, but because of federal regulations. 35%. You can find examples in every single sector across this great country. And that's why I encourage all of my colleagues to talk to local stakeholders, understand how regulations affect their constituents and impact the cost of goods, energy, services, heck, the cost of living. Talk to individuals in any sector. They will tell you that there are burdensome regulations that are killing them. And it's our job to step in. You will hear the negative impact. You will understand that Congress did not explicitly approve these regulations. And that is why if you're a Republican, a Democrat, an independent, or heck, just an American who believes in the rule of law, who believes in our Constitution, and wants more transparency and accountability in the government, then you'll vote for this bill. You will support this bill. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Reserved.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I now yield 5 minutes to my good friend, Mr. Posey from Florida.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from Kentucky for yielding. Today the issue is rules reform, so let's answer some commonly asked questions about agency rules. Number one, what is a rule? To be clear, rules are made by unelected, unrecallable, and unaccountable bureaucrats. Question number two, why do agencies write rules? It's been said on the floor, and even by an expert commentator on C-SPAN, that Congress created agencies to write rules. Wrong. Congress created agencies to implement laws passed by elected people, not create new laws outside of their delegated authority. Question number three. Most people back home think Congress makes all the federal laws. Is that true? Wrong. For every law elected representatives make, unelected, unrecallable, unaccountable bureaucrats can make 100, 1,000, or more new rules enforceable as laws. Last time I checked, there were 170-some volumes of federal code that were actually passed by elected representatives. The laws known as rules, made by unelected, unrecallable, unaccountable bureaucrats, could fill this chamber. Question number four. Can an American citizen end up in court or in prison for violating a rule made by an unelected, unrecallable, unaccountable bureaucrat? The answer is yes. It's estimated that if a citizen is called into federal court, it's 100 to 1,000 times more likely to be a result of violating a rule made by an unelected person than a law. Question number 5, are there any current restrictions on unelected, unrecallable, unaccountable bureaucrats' ability to write rules enforceable as laws that can end up putting American citizens in court or in prison? Yes. Currently, unelected, unrecallable, unaccountable bureaucrats who write a rule with an impact over $100 million, if you heard earlier, have to write a cost-benefit analysis. Question number 6, does that mean that they can write a rule with an impact of less than $100 million without doing one? Sure. It seems like it's okay to write rules enforceable as laws that negatively affect Americans if the cost is estimated to be only $99,999,999. Question number 7, do agencies always perform cost-benefit analyses as required if the proposed rule has a $100 million or greater impact? The answer is no. Some unelected, unrecallable, unaccountable bureaucrats, unfortunately, are also arrogant, petulant, and defiant. One study revealed one rule had an $80 billion negative impact, but the agency head refused to do the required study, saying, "You," meaning Congress, "can't make me." And we couldn't. Not all federal rules writers are guilty of bad behavior, for sure. We have many employees who add great value to the process. But we must establish needed guidelines for those who exceed and abuse legislative intent and authority. I could go on for hours, but my time is limited, so I urge my colleagues to support this legislation to regain authority for lawmaking back from unelected, unrecallable bureaucrats by supporting this much-needed legislation reform. And before I yield, I'd like to say, I collected federal registers for the last 4 years of the last administration. Instead of throwing them in the trash like most people do, because we can't act on them, I started building a stack in the corner. My office became a tourist attraction. I had people from almost every state come in my office and want to have their picture taken. Before the stack of rules implemented by unelectable, unrecallable, unaccountable bureaucrats, how big do you think that stack got to be after 4 years? A lot of people say probably over your head. Actually, it was 7 stacks, over 10 feet high, over 70 linear feet of rules, longer than the entire amount of laws passed in this country since its founding. I thank the gentleman again for yielding, and yield back to balance my time. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman from Florida. Reserve.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I'm prepared to close.
I'm prepared to close as well.
Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from New York.
Mr. Chairman, at the appropriate time, we will offer a motion to recommit this bill to committee. If the House rules permitted, we would have offered the motion with an important amendment to the bill. The amendment would have ensured that vulnerable groups like veterans and their health will not be harmed by the politicization and delay of critical executive branch rules under the REINS Act. Although the REINS Act will harm everyone, we must at least ensure that those who serve in our armed forces are not further harmed by this legislation. At the appropriate time, I will ask for unanimous consent to enter this amendment into the record. Mr. Chairman, this legislation is just the latest effort by Republicans to dismantle and destroy the regulatory process, a process that protects our health and safety each and every day. Regulations ensure that we have clean air to breathe, clean water to drink, and safe food to eat. They ensure that children's toys and cribs are safe, that medications are safe and effective, that the planes, trains, and automobiles we depend on for transportation will keep us safe. They ensure that consumers are protected from fraud and discrimination, that workers are treated fairly, that veterans are fairly compensated for their service, and so much more. But Republicans want to stop this process in its tracks and put our health and safety at risk, just as they stopped our process of legislating last week, all to prove a point to leadership. I urge all my colleagues to oppose this dangerous legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman's request is covered by general leave. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to my friend from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you. It's good to join you once again, Representative Massey, here tonight. And in regards to the RAINS Act, I just want to share with everybody a real-world example of how the RAINS Act could be used. I think back to the Boiler Act issue, which was over a decade ago. That was an administrative rule that was put in place administratively. It was not passed by the United States Congress. And if the RAINS Act would have been in place, we would have prevented the example I'm about to give you. There was a smokestack that had to be built on a paper plant in northern Wisconsin that cost $10 million plus. And it was meant to reduce emissions that were coming from that paper plant. Do you know how much it reduced emissions? 0. No emissions were reduced as a result of them spending $10 million as a result of this administrative rule, Boiler Act, that was put in place. Now think about the ripple effect of that. That company had to spend $10 million of their scarce capital on that. They wanted to do an expansion to be able to build an addition onto their plant that would make a fiber that is being used, an advanced fiber that's being used on modern-day jets, commercial aircraft. As a result of that, they had to go to the county, Oneida County, and get a loan in order to do the expansion on their plant. So it put the taxpayers of Oneida County on the hook, rather than them simply spending their scarce capital and being able to make this addition that created another 40 to 50 jobs. That's the impact that we see as a result of the people's House not voting on something like this. This is really simple. This is the ABCs of good government. The agencies should have to come back to the United States Congress to be able to do something that is to institute a rule that's going to cost more than tens of millions of dollars. If this would have happened, we would have not seen, if this would have been in effect, we would have not seen something like
Gentleman's time has expired.
Previously. I yield back to the gentleman.
Thank the gentleman from Wisconsin reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I will not repeat myself. For all the reasons I gave a couple of minutes ago, this is a very bad bill. It's very dangerous legislation for the peace and health and safety of the people of the United States, and I urge everyone to oppose it. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, reasonable minds may differ about certain policies, but under the Constitution, we should all be on the same page about who should make law. Congress should make law. Think about some of the laws that have been promulgated by the administrative branch, things that should have come to Congress. I got on an airplane a few years ago, and they said, federal law requires that you wear a mask. You know what I thought to myself? We never voted on that law. We should have voted on whether that should be a law or not. I would have voted no. It probably wouldn't have passed. And if it had and our constituents decided it was too onerous, they could appeal to us, not some bureaucrat. What are some other examples? The vaccine mandates that cost people their jobs. These were not laws passed by Congress. These were from the executive branch. And then tonight, we've just had 2 bipartisan votes to repeal executive branch rules, one on the pistol brace and one on stoves. Bipartisan. What does that mean? That means if they had tried to bring those as laws through Congress as the founders intended, they would have failed because there would have been bipartisan opposition to that. So, we should be making the laws here. It's very simple. When unelected, unaccountable, unrecallable bureaucrats write the laws become more numerous and more onerous. We should pass the RAINS Act, bring the constitutional authority back to Congress to pass legislation, and I urge adoption of the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. All time for general debate has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
I move that the committee do rise.
This question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Mr. Chair,
The Committee of the Whole of the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 277, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
the Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 277 and has come to no resolution thereon. Hi. The chair announces the speaker's appointment pursuant to Section 803 Alpha of the Congressional Recognition for Excellence in Arts Education Act 2 U.S.C. 803 Alpha and the order of the House of January 9th, 2023 of the following member on the part of the House to the Congressional Award Board.
Mr. Hudson of North Carolina, and in addition, Dr. Vipul Dev of Bakersfield, California.
The chair now entertains requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since our country's founding, the United States Constitution has granted Congress the legislative authority to decide major questions of nationwide policy. Yet, since President Biden took office, his administration has continued his assault on America's economy with costly federal regulations and executive overreach of power to advance his radical agenda. In its first year alone, the Biden administration finalized liberal regulations that added more than $200 billion in new regulatory costs. The Biden administration has acted unilaterally on several occasions to circumvent congressional approval to pass policies that advance its far-left agenda. We saw this in the Biden administration's attempt to pass the unconstitutional student loan giveaway plan, putting taxpayers on the hook for others' heavy college debt. We saw this in the Biden administration's cancellation of pending oil and gas lease sales, hiking up energy costs for hardworking families. And we saw this in the Biden administration's proposed ESG investment rule that would put seniors' hard-earned retirement savings at risk. This is all unacceptable. American taxpayers deserve to know just how much the administration's executive orders will cost them before they go into effect. As our nation faces $31 trillion in debt, Congress must pass the REINS Act. I urge my colleagues to support this important legislation. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise in support of legislation I am proud to originally co-sponsor, House Joint Resolution 44, which would strike down the ATF's unconstitutional pistol stabilizing rule. Time after time, this administration has shown they show little to no regard for our God-given rights protected under the U.S. Constitution. That's why it's no surprise to see unelected agency bureaucrats pushing for this outrageous and draconian regulation that criminalizes firearm ownership for millions of law-abiding Americans. Under this rule, many of the service-disabled veterans who rely on these braces would no longer be able to exercise their Second Amendment freedoms and right to self-defense. That's why I was proud to be an original co-sponsor of this legislation and to vote in favor of its passage on the House floor. Shall not be infringed means exactly that. Rest assured, I will always stand against efforts like these to diminish our God-given Second Amendment rights. Thank you, and I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to offer congressional recognition to the Lake Tahoe Pizza Company to mark their 50-year anniversary in business. For over 5 decades, this family-run restaurant has survived many challenges, including the Great Recession, a global pandemic, and the recent California winter storms. Despite these challenges, all the hard work and dedication the Turian family has put into this restaurant has made it into quite the success story. John Turian, the founder, embodies the spirit of the American dream. Mr. Turian immigrated to the United States as a child. He began the restaurant in the Bay Area as a recent college graduate with no financial support, all while living in his Volkswagen bus. After moving from the Bay Area to South Lake Tahoe in the late 1970s, Mr. Turian's new home became a great location for his restaurant. In just 3 years, business was booming. And in 1980, he had to move the restaurant to another location within South Tahoe to keep up with the pressing demand. He grew a successful restaurant from the ground up and has kept it in the family throughout. Now, ownership of the restaurant has been passed to his son, Brennan Turian, and many, many members of the family have all played an important role in the day-to-day operations of the restaurant. It is truly special to witness a family that works so collaboratively and effectively together to run a thriving business, and it's inspiring to see that business being passed on through the generations. The Lake Tahoe Pizza Company serves as a local gathering place in the Tahoe area and continues to contribute positively to the community. The restaurant has received both local and national recognition, including selection as the best of Tahoe more than a dozen times through popular vote. An award as the best of Tahoe pizza by the Tahoe Quarterly magazine, a feature on the Travel Channel's Best Places I've Ever Been in an episode titled Pizza, and it was filmed by Discovery Channel's Monster Garage. On behalf of the United States House of Representatives, I am honored to acknowledge the Lake Tahoe Pizza Company for reaching this significant milestone, as well as for their invaluable contributions to our state and local economies and outstanding dedication to the Tahoe community. Mr. Speaker, I rise to offer congressional recognition to Anastasia Maloney, an athlete from Grass Valley, California, who will travel to Germany this summer to compete in the 2023 Special Olympics World Summer Games. Ms. Maloney is a tremendously talented athlete who plays basketball, softball, soccer, and flag football. She has also competed in throwing the mini javelin, but running is her main event. She has won gold and bronze medals in the 400 and 800 meters in track and field competitions in both local and national Special Olympics. This will be her first World Olympics. The Special Olympics World Games offer the opportunity to unite the world like no other event can, where people of different nations, cultures, political views, religions are brought together through the power of sport. Eunice Kennedy Shriver founded the Special Olympics in 1968 because she believed that everyone, regardless of physical or intellectual ability, can realize their potential for growth through sports and competition. In addition to working full-time and adhering to a daily training schedule, Maloney is a global messenger for the Special Olympics. This summer, her message of persistence and excellence will be conveyed from the global stage, where she'll compete according to the oath sworn by every athlete since the game's inception. Let me win, but if I cannot win, let me be brave in the attempt. Maloney has undoubtedly already demonstrated her bravery and her winning spirit. I am confident the crowds in Berlin this summer will cheer for Anastasia Maloney and the 7,000 Special Olympics athletes from 170 countries. On behalf of the U.S. House of Representatives, I express admiration and best wishes to Anastasia Maloney, Special Olympics USA, and all the athletes in the Special Olympics World Summer Games. Mr. Speaker, I rise to mark and celebrate the 75-year anniversary of the Auburn Area Recreation and Park District. When the district was originally formed on July 1st, 1948, it had one park aptly named Recreation Park and the use of the Gold Country Fairgrounds. Today, the district proudly maintains and operates many exceptional parks, as well as open space and trail systems, recreation programs, community events, and facilities, such as community centers, pools, and courts for sports, to name a few. I had the pleasure of visiting last month and was very impressed with their award-winning Auburn Bike Park and the ever-popular preschool program. I even ended up planting a tree at Recreation Park and managed to fit in a quick game of pickleball. Such a bounty of recreational opportunities promotes the health and quality of life of residents in the Auburn and Meadow Vista communities. For over 7 decades, the Auburn Area Recreation and Park District has exhibited a strong commitment to providing safe, quality, and accessible parks and recreational activities that are enjoyed by all. I wish to express gratitude and thanks on behalf of the 3rd Congressional District of California for the Auburn Area Recreation and Park District's service and dedication to enriching the greater Auburn area with comprehensive recreational opportunities. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to offer congressional recognition to a remarkable public servant, former Congresswoman Andrea Seastrand, whose unwavering dedication to her constituents and tireless commitment to public service have left an indelible mark on our nation's history. Andrea Seastrand was born on August 5, 1941, in Chicago, Illinois. She graduated from DePaul University with a BA in education and moved to Salinas, California to find work as an elementary school teacher. Before serving 1 term as a member of the United States House of Representatives, she served as a member of the California State Assembly for 4 years, where she was part of the Assembly Education Committee and served as Assistant Minority Leader. After her time in public service, she founded the California Space Technology Alliance, a private nonprofit organization focused on promoting California's participation in space ventures. She has also served in leadership positions on local boards and civic groups focused on fiscal responsibility and citizen involvement. The career of former Congresswoman Andrea Seastrand is a testament to the power of visionary leadership, dedicated public service, and a profound commitment to serving with dedication and responsibility to our fellow citizens. Her contributions have shaped the aerospace industry in California, protected taxpayers, and improved the lives of countless Americans. The impact of her legacy will endure for generations to come. It is with the utmost respect and admiration that I commend her exceptional service and numerous contributions to our state and nation. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a groundbreaking investment in renewable energy development in my district, the Casa Diablo 4 geothermal plant. The Mammoth Geothermal Complex, located just outside of Mammoth Lakes, California, has been powering Inyo and Mono counties since 1984. A new geothermal facility has recently been added to the existing 3 facilities at the complex. With the addition of the Casa Diablo 4 plant, the total generation for the complex will double and produce enough energy to power 45,000 homes. Geothermal energy harnesses the power contained in the fluids and heats from the Earth's core to produce clean energy for our communities, while producing 0 nitrogen oxide emissions, virtually no carbon dioxide emissions, and presenting low visual and noise impacts. I would like to commend the owners and operators of the complex, Mammoth Pacific Geothermal and Ormat Technologies, for their leadership in this industry, their dedication to promoting clean, renewable energy resources, and their meaningful contributions to the Mammoth community through their support of local projects, scholarship programs, and housing assistance. I would also like to applaud the Inyo National Forests for their close partnership and collaboration on this important project. On behalf of the United States House of Representatives and the 3rd Congressional District of California, I am pleased to celebrate today on the House floor this valuable addition to the Mammoth Geothermal Complex. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a truly outstanding individual in my district, Dr. John A. Ungersma, for his heroic and invaluable service to our nation and community. Dr. Ungersma earned his Bachelor of Arts degree from Stanford University and his medical degree from the University of Southern California. He used his education and experience to serve our nation in the United States military as a naval flight surgeon and senior surgeon in the 1st Marine Division. He also served with honor in both the Desert Shield and Desert Storm and ended his 48 years of service as a captain of the Medical Corps in the United States Navy. Dr. Ungersma established the first orthopedic surgery practice in Bishop, California in 1966. He was the only orthopedic surgeon on the Highway 395 corridor between Los Angeles and Reno for almost a decade. Dr. Ungersma additionally served for 18 years on the Northern Inyo Hospital Board of Directors as president, vice president, and director at large. During his tenure, he was active in the planning, financing, and construction of a new 25-bed critical access hospital, which became one of only 28 critical access hospitals in California. He also served as vice president and treasurer of the Association of California Healthcare Districts and was named the association's Trustee of the Year in 2015. Dr. Undersma has touched countless lives, and his contributions have made a meaningful and lasting impact on the healthcare industry. On behalf of the United States House of Representatives, I am honored to recognize Dr. John A. Undersma for his leadership and years of service he has provided to the people of Inyo County, the state of California, and the United States of America. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to discuss a hearing that was held last week by the House Education and Workforce Committee, where Acting Secretary of Labor, Julie Su, testified as a witness. Now, as background, Ms. Su, of course, has been nominated by President Biden to be Secretary of Labor. She's been in that role in only an acting capacity now for several months, and the nomination has been stalled for those months. In fact, the Biden administration, as being reported by Bloomberg, has now set up a nightly war room to try to advance Sue's nomination. But there is a reason that the nomination has remained stalled, and that is because she is exactly the wrong person for the job. And the testimony that she gave at last week's hearing before the Education and Workforce Committee was evasive, non-responsive, and in some cases outright dishonest, in a way that provided further confirmation that she should not be the next Secretary of Labor of the United States. For starters, the hearing almost didn't happen because Acting Secretary Su tried to cancel at the last moment. Chair Virginia Fox began the hearing as follows. She said to Ms. Su, "You've been a hard witness to schedule. The committee began working with the department to secure your in-person testimony beginning in March. When you would not appear in May, we honored your request to appear in June using a day, June 7th, that was offered by your staff and to which you agreed. So, Chair Fox continued, why is it that on a late Friday evening, following the committee's public posting of the hearing a week ago, your staff told us that you were, quote, no longer able to make June 7th work? The only reason Acting Secretary Su did appear before the committee is that the committee was going to resort to a subpoena to get her there otherwise. That was the first major issue with Ms. Su's performance at this hearing, but there were several others. First was her response on the topic of Proposition 22, which was a major labor initiative passed by California voters less than 3 years ago in 2020. Now, Ms. Su was California's Secretary of Labor at the time. She would have been substantially affected by whether this initiative passed or failed. It ended up passing. California voters overwhelmingly chose to allow companies like Uber and Lyft and DoorDash to continue to use independent contractors and thereby allowing them to stay in California. And when I asked Ms. Su how she herself voted as a California voter on Prop 22, she answered as follows. She said, how did I vote on Prop 22? I don't remember how I voted on that. Now, Mr. Speaker, this utterly exceeds all bounds of plausibility, that the Secretary of Labor for our state would not remember how she voted on this major labor initiative less than 3 years ago. So I think it's fairly safe to conclude that this was a false statement that Ms. Su made to our committee. And just to be fair, I gave her several opportunities to correct her statement on that later in the hearing, and she still did not retract it. That is her testimony on the record that she does not remember how she voted on this major labor initiative while she was California's Secretary of Labor. Second was her testimony with respect to AB 5. Now, AB 5 is a law that has made it virtually impossible for countless professionals in California to continue their careers. It has essentially abolished independent contracting in hundreds of professions and has been widely condemned across the partisan spectrum. Now, Ms. Su has been called an architect of that law, AB 5. as California Secretary of Labor, she was the one who enforced it, and she did so in the most aggressive, ruthless, broadest way possible to ensnare as many people as possible. After the law passed, she was on the record celebrating its passage. So you would think she'd have a pretty good answer when I asked her whether she thought AB 5 was a good law. But after I asked that, here's what she said. She said, quote, "I don't know what, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Tell me what, give me a little bit more on what you mean by that." I took several other opportunities to ask her whether she thought AB 5 was a good law. Each and every time, she refused to answer. I also asked Ms. Sue whether she was involved in the drafting of AB 5, and she responded simply, no. However, she then contradicted herself later in the hearing when my colleague Mr. Burleson asked her about her involvement. She said that, oh yes, she did in fact provide technical assistance. When I asked Ms. Sue whether she was aware that people have lost their livelihoods in California because of this law, AB 5, she said, "I have heard from people who have said that." She reiterated that exact language again. "I've heard people who said that. I've heard people who said something different too. I've had people tell me that," she said. Refusing each time to recognize the legitimacy of these claims, refusing to recognize that we've had countless people who have lost their livelihoods in California. And it was no less than 2 days after that hearing that we got yet another example of this. When the city of Los Angeles announced that it was having to terminate a contract with almost 100 truckers for a road repair program that had been around for around 130 years, and the Department of Public Works in the city of Los Angeles specifically cited AB 5 as the reason it was canceling that contract. There are countless examples like this, and yet the most that Ms. Sue is willing to say is, "I have heard from people who have said that." Next, I asked Ms. Sue about her role with the massive $32 billion at a minimum unemployment fraud that occurred in California on her watch. I asked her several times, do you take any responsibility for that fraud? She evaded the question several times before finally saying, yes, I do take responsibility to the fact the system did not deliver in ways that we would have hoped that it delivered. I then asked her several times what she would have done differently, what she's learned if she could do it all over again, and she could not name a single thing that she would have done differently to prevent this $32 billion unemployment fraud, even though the independent state auditor and leading Democrat lawmakers in California have blamed her specifically for the fraud. I also asked Ms. Sue about the migrant child labor crisis that has been uncovered by the New York Times. And I asked her whether she had communicated the scale of this problem to the White House prior to this year. Her response was, I don't know that. I, along with several other members of the committee, asked Ms. Sue if she would commit to not changing the joint employer rule or bringing a new joint employer rule that would threaten the entire franchise business model. She was evasive each and every time and would give no such commitment. She made comments such as, we do not have a plan to do that, it is not on our agenda. She also said, I commit to following all of the rules of rulemaking, everything that we're required to do. I pledge to you that we will go under my leadership, under my tenure at the Department of Labor. I can't sit here at this moment and tell you with certainty everything that's going to happen. Again, we tried several times, myself and several members of the committee. She would not commit to not bring a new joint employer rule. Finally, I asked Ms. Sue about the economic performance of her home state, California, where she was the Secretary of Labor for Governor Gavin Newsom and was the Labor Commissioner for several years before that. I asked Ms. Sue if she knew where California ranks among the states when it comes to its unemployment rank. She did not know. The answer is that California has the second highest unemployment rate in the nation. I asked Acting Secretary Sue if she happened to know which state has the highest poverty rate in the country. She didn't know. The answer, once again, is California. I asked Acting Secretary Sue if she knew which state has the lowest rate of earnings growth, of net earnings growth of any of the 50 states. She didn't know that either, and once again the answer is her home state of California, where she was the Secretary of Labor. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it is clear, based on Acting Secretary Sue's record, that she is not the right person for this role. She is not the right person for the highest labor position in the land, in our country, at this moment of such great importance for the American economy and American workforce. And I will once again encourage President Biden to withdraw her nomination and to nominate a secretary who will be on the side of American workers. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take a moment to offer a little bit of background on the individual that President Biden is planning to appoint as the new director of the CDC. It is being widely reported that he will name Dr. Mandy Cohen of North Carolina to this post. Now, interestingly, the position of CDC director will soon be a Senate-confirmed position starting in 2025. Based upon legislation passed last year, it was recognized that this is a position of such great importance that during the COVID era was so relevant to the lives of so many people that it should be a Senate-confirmed position. However, that provision has not taken effect yet. So if President Biden does, in fact, move forward with this appointment, as has been reported, then there will be no opportunity for her to be vetted. And so with the appointment not yet official, this really is the one opportunity that Americans have to weigh in on whether this is the right person for the job. And we need to recognize that there is a huge gap in the level of trust that Americans have in our entire public health establishment, based on many of the things that have happened in the last few years. And I'll actually point to a comment from the CEO of Facebook, or Meta as it's now called, Mark Zuckerberg, just a couple weeks ago. Mr. Zuckerberg said this: just take some of the stuff around COVID earlier on the pandemic, where there are real health implications, but there hadn't been time to fully vet a bunch of the scientific assumptions. And unfortunately, I think a lot of the establishment on that kind of waffled on a bunch of facts and asked for a bunch of things to be censored that in retrospect ended up being more debatable or true. And that stuff, Mr. Zuckerberg continued, is really tough. It really undermines trust. And we are learning more and more about the role that the CDC and government authorities played in those efforts to censor certain facts or opinions related to COVID-19, many of which, in the words of Mr. Zuckerberg, ended up being more debatable or true. We also saw the CDC throughout the COVID era take truly radical positions, such as recommending masks for children as young as 2 years old. This defied the international consensus. It was not what the WHO recommended. It was not what the European counterpart of the CDC recommended, yet it was the CDC's position. We also saw how the department apparently, or how the CDC apparently changed its school reopening guidance in February of 2021 after pressure from teachers' unions. Texts between the outgoing director of the CDC, Ms. Walensky, and Randy Weingarten have been uncovered, showing this level of coordination and how the guidance was apparently revised based on input or pressure from the unions. And this, of course, is not a role, head of a teachers union, that is selected for based upon one's scientific credentials, yet apparently it played an important role in guidance that was then used to keep many, many schools across our country closed and to deprive millions of kids of the education that they deserve. We also had time and again the CDC make statements on issues like the transmissibility of COVID for vaccinated individuals that turned out to be incorrect. And of course, we saw vaccine mandates struck down by the courts as unconstitutional. So with all that as background, let's turn to the question whether Dr. Mandy Cohen of North Carolina is the right person to restore trust in our public health system. And I would say, based upon her record, she absolutely is not the right person. Indeed, she manifested the very worst tendencies of the COVID era. Let's start with the method she used for shutting down the economy in our own state. Now, I want to first give you her words when she described it. She said that our scientific team in coordination with looking at recommendations for the Centers for Disease Control and others, and really understanding again what we have learned this year about how this virus spreads, we know that there are settings and activities that are lower risk. It doesn't mean that they are no risk, but lower risk. We know there are things that are medium risk, things that are higher risk, and so forth. So you would think this is a very considered process that she went through. However, feedback from others in her state suggested the opposite. Dale Folwell, who is the North Carolina State Treasurer, said, quote, "I tried for months during COVID to get the Council of State to convene with Dr. Cohen to explain the lack of transparency in the data used to shut down our economy and our schools. These decisions disproportionately hurt lower and fixed income adults and kids. By closing schools and the economy, it closed opportunity and upward mobility for students and citizens. The damage," he said, "is generational." So that's how another statewide elected official in North Carolina described the level of transparency and the implications during the COVID era. But what's even more revealing is comments that Dr. Cohen recently made herself. In contrast to the more methodological approach that she claimed to have followed, she made these comments in a 2022 interview with the Duke Health Sector Management Health Sector Management. She said, when asked how she'd decide what to lock down, what could remain open, what wouldn't, she said, "So I'd probably call the person I called most was the Secretary of Health and Human Services in Massachusetts." Dr. Cohen went on, "When she was like, 'Are you going to let them have professional football?' And I was like, 'Nope.' And she's like, 'Okay, neither are we. Neither are we.'" At this point, Dr. Cohen laughs at this. She goes on, "So it was, conversations like that. So, or I'd be like, 'When are you going to think about lightening up on masks?' They're like, 'Next Monday.' And I'm like, 'Okay, next Monday.'" See, this is what we all suspected was happening in many of these states that seem to have no rhyme or reason to the way they went about these lockdown and reopening policies. And here you have President Biden's own presumptive nominee to be the CDC director saying, yes, that's exactly what she did. In a flippant and arbitrary manner, she decided what industries would be shut down and which would remain open, as well as what would be mandated and what wouldn't. In addition to that, Dr. Cohen adopted many policies that were on the extreme end of the spectrum when it came to COVID mandates. For example, on July 26th, 2021, she said schools with students in K through 8th grade should require all children and staff to wear masks indoors regardless of vaccination status. Now, we've already seen this was a position that is at odds with the international norm. She also repeated claims that turned out to be false with regard to transmissibility. She said in a 2021 interview with the Carolina Business Review, quote, "What we heard from the CDC last week was even better than what we heard before, right? We had heard that vaccines protect you from getting COVID. I think the new piece of information for us was that we now have more definitive data to show that it prevents you from giving COVID to others. And that's really where masks come in, right? A mask is about protecting you from giving COVID to others, even if you don't know you have it." She also promoted masks for vaccinated individuals 7 months after the CDC dropped its mask requirement for vaccinated individuals. She said, quote, "We still need to mask everyone." This was during a December 20th news briefing. "Even if you're vaccinated," she said, "you should wear a mask in public, indoor spaces, and if possible, wear a medical grade mask for more protection." This was in December of 2021. In addition to that, Ms. Cohen threatened to sue a school district, Union County School Board, for their decision to drop contact tracing and quarantine processes in September of 2021. The dispute came after Union County Health Department officials would not work with the district on reducing quarantine times if students presented a negative test or other mitigation measures were used. In other words, they were trying to get their kids back to school. School officials made this request to minimize the impact a quarantine has on students and their families. The Union County Public Schools statement reads, "Local health officials would not consider this request despite the fact that health officials around the state have implemented similar measures." The district also refuted Cohen's claims about infections in their district using her own agency's data. Dr. Cohen also strongly supported vaccine mandates for healthcare workers. In July of 2021, she said, quote, "Thank you to the North Carolina Healthcare Association and the health systems that are leading the way, requiring vaccination for employees, for taking action to protect the healthcare workforce, their parents, our communities, and the state. Vaccinations are our way out of this pandemic," she concluded. Dr. Cohen also wore a double mask at an event in January of 2021 and even posted a photo of herself wearing a mask with Dr. Fauci's picture on it. So, Mr. Speaker, while this is not an appointment that will be subject to a vote in either house, I would simply encourage President Biden to acknowledge the lack of trust that exists right now in many parts of this country. Even Mark Zuckerberg saying that we had public health decisions that undermine public trust, and to instead appoint a CDC director who will actually adhere to science, who will adhere to norms, and who will not take us down this road ever again. Thank you, and I yield back to my colleague from Missouri, Mr. Burleson.
The gentleman will suspend. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Burleson, is recognized for the remainder of the hour as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life of two great Missourians who burned brightly, but sadly their lives were cut short. The first public servant from Missouri is William Dustin. William Thomas Dustin, his nickname was Dub, was a father, public servant, and a Taney County community leader. Dub was a well-educated man. He earned degrees from Middle Tennessee State, James Madison, and a law degree from American University. Upon finishing his education, he started a life of public service here as a legislative assistant to then Senator John Ashcroft, a legend, until he returned home to Branson. He subsequently became Branson's city prosecutor in 2006 before becoming city attorney, a role that he had held until being elected the Taney County prosecuting attorney in 2018. Dub had many jobs in his life, but his favorite was being dad. He loved spending time with his wife and daughters, he loved cooking, and he loved restoring Ford cars. Dub is survived by his wife, Charlie, his daughters, Shiloh and Riley, his aunts, his cousins, extended family, and the Young family. On behalf of Southwest Missouri, I join Taney County and our community in honoring his life, memory, and the lasting impact. The second great Missourian is Ron Richard. Ron Richard was a father, a grandfather, a local businessman, and a dedicated public servant to the city of Joplin and all of Missouri. Ron started his life out owning and operating bowling alleys before entering a life of public service. During his 3 decades of public service, he served as a council member and then the mayor of Joplin. He then served as a state representative and was elected by his colleagues to be Speaker of the Missouri House. And then eventually he served in the state Senate, where he was then elected by his colleagues to be the President pro tem of the Missouri Senate. In fact, Mr. Speaker, Ron Richard is the only person in Missouri history to serve as the leader of both chambers, the House and the Senate, and only the 5th person in our nation's history to have done so. His career of service did not end with his retirement from the legislature. He was appointed by Missouri Governor Mike Parson to the Missouri Southern State University Board of Governors, a position that he held at the time of his death. He also served on the board of the Missouri Higher Education Savings Program and continued to be
active in local and state politics. But beyond the titles and the accolades, he was a mentor and a friend to all who knew him, including me. Ron is survived by his wife Patty, children Kara and Chad, his grandchildren, siblings, and numerous family members that loved him. It's an honor and a privilege to have known him and to have had him as a constituent as well. He exhibited a life of service, and we mourn his untimely death. Our prayers are with his wife Patty and the rest of his family and friends. And I'll say, my life in public service began as a freshman, green, wet behind the ears, and Ron was my speaker. He was my leader. And while being speaker wasn't the last role that he was able to be the president of the Senate. To me, he was always my speaker. You see, Missouri lost a good one. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. All right. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, for 30 minutes.
Well, thank you. We go home every weekend, and in June when we go home to Wisconsin, what do we think of? What's going on in June? June is Dairy Month in Wisconsin. It's Dairy Month around the whole country. Of course, last weekend I spent Dairy Month at Breakfast on the Farm in Winnebago County, Breakfast on the Farm in Manitowoc County, having milk, having all sorts of different cheeses. You know, whether you like Colby or provolone, cheddar or mozzarella, whether you like your milk pasteurized or raw, whole or 2%, whether you like cream cheese or just plain cream, Wisconsin is America's dairy land, and everybody's got to remember, June is Dairy Month. Woo! Now, on to our next topic. I've just been reading about a KGB defector, and what he wrote should be required reading for all congressmen and all young children. He points out, and his name, he's since died, is Yuri Bezmenov, but he was a Soviet defector in the 1980s, and when he defected to China. He gave an interview about the KGB, and he said things that I think are far different than what the average American thinks about the KGB. He pointed out that about 85% of the KGB employees were not spies. They were not going around looking for nuclear secrets or finding out more of our military. They were wide in the open. They were engaging in psychological warfare, subversion to destroy the American psyche. He pointed out that what they do is out in the open, if only the press would pay attention. Well, you can see he was a newcomer to America, as he thought the press might pay attention. But he pointed out that at the time, people might think we were at peace, but in fact we were at war. It was a war, a psychological warfare. Nikita Khrushchev said the same thing. He felt we would destroy America from within. It would not be a military attack that would destroy America. It would be America losing confidence in itself. Now, there are a variety of ways in which the United States is, in my mind, in danger. Last week we talked about the huge deficit, and President Biden, through a variety of bills last year, certainly put the value of the dollar at risk. You can say we're in danger because we're losing the value of the family. And of course, John Adams said that America, our Constitution, is built for a moral and religious people, totally unfit for any other kind. But we've got a situation here in which a group called Black Lives Matter, which had a lot to do with the Democrats maintaining their majority in 2020, that Black Lives Matter was opposed to the traditional nuclear family. And of course, they have a lot of allies here in Congress who presumably didn't object to that. So that's another way we could tear down America, through our growing welfare state, having more and more people without the psychological background of a family. We certainly have a problem with the southern border. No normal country could survive unlimited immigration. We see two things going on down there. We see over 200,000 people a month streaming across the border, and we also see, compared to past administrations, even people who break the law are not deported. So you could say that's another way we're being destroyed from within. It's not a military attack, but it is over 200,000 people who have not been trained how to become Americans, who have not had it drilled into them the freedoms that we should respect, and that we are a great country because our Constitution is supposed to, our great Constitution is supposed to have a limited government, guarantee us a limited government, and we are supposed to be self-reliant, and that's certainly a problem. We have the bizarre transgender movement, and I ran into a gal the other day who had literal surgery taking away some of her organs at 15 years old, puberty blockers. That's another way to completely try to blend the difference of the sexes, would be another way to destroy society. But what I'm going to focus on tonight is the Biden obsession with racism. You know, I think if there's one issue that Joe Biden seems most obsessed over, it's this idea that supposedly in the United States we're a racist country. He brought it up 4 times in his inaugural speech and talked about white privilege once. This year, in his State of the Union speech, again, Joe Biden talked about the racist police and how people have to, if you're a person of color, you have to tell your children to watch out for the racist police. So obviously this is an important message from Joe Biden. He certainly acted on it as well. Right now, his Department of Labor nominee, she may make it, she may not, claimed in the past that we are a society built on white privilege, kind of this bizarre hatred of white people that I thought was merely an academia, but Joe Biden decided to try to appoint someone head of the Department of Labor who felt that way. I sure hope the Senate rejects her. He's trying to appoint General Charles Q. Brown, head of the Joint Chiefs. He right off the bat said we have too many white officers. He wants to restrict the number of white officers in the military to 43%. In other words, he doesn't want qualified white people becoming officers because he's got some psychological problem there. And I think we have to pay attention to that sort of thing when it comes to the Biden administration. Not long, and this is not limited to President Biden, not long after he took office, both Senator Duckworth of Illinois and Senator Hirano of Hawaii threatened Joe Biden, saying they did not want any more white men. They were not going to vote to confirm any more white men in his administration. He met with them. They backed off that to a degree. But and I should say, he shouldn't appoint white men unless they're gay, which gets back to this kind of obsession with breaking away with the traditional family that we sadly have among the Democrat Party right now. In addition to that, President Biden wants in his budget to have new equity action teams in all of our government agencies, the Department of Interior, the Department of Justice. These equity action teams presumably will enforce the type of thing that Senators Duckworth and Hirano wanted. They want to look at people's race before anybody gets hired. They want to look at somebody's race before they get a government grant. I think it's something that the American public is not discussing anywhere near as much as they should. It's kind of particularly ridiculous because, of course, you're never probably going to have a country in which more immigrants who have different ethnicity than the native-born have succeeded so much and are so accepted. You know, if you look around, the most successful ethnic group in America today are Indian Americans. You know, you look at other wildly successful groups, Filipino, Chinese, Japanese, Korean, Cuban. Thomas Sowell wrote 40 years ago, I can't vouch for whether it's today or not, but that by the second generation, immigrants from the Caribbean of African descent outperform the average American. So at a time where the overwhelming evidence is that racism has very little role in America, Joe Biden is trying to elevate the potentially hard feelings by doing all he can by not treating people equally, and looking at people racially. Now, I think we should have a discussion over this, and the discussion does not necessarily have to be in Congress, but it should be here as well. I think the discussion should be in periodicals, online, as people debate what the answers to various questions are. First of all, how long should this go on? Affirmative action, in other words, preferences based on race or based on sex as well, preferences for women, have been going on since 1965. So we've been going on with this thing 58 years. I have a feeling when Lyndon Johnson really kicked it off in earnest, there was a more mild policy under President Kennedy. But when it was kicked off by President Johnson, I don't think even he would have dreamed that this would have been going on for 57 years. But the question is, should there be a time when it ends? When we give people preferences or identify people by their ethnic group, what defines somebody of that ethnic group? Now, right now, you know, we identify or put on the government forms African American, Latin American, Asian, Pacific Islander, Native American. What makes up a person in these groups? Right now, you self-identify. In the extreme case of Elizabeth Warren, who was something like a 64th or 128th Native American, she felt that was enough, that she should be a Native American. I think she's relatively rare. I don't think a lot of Americans would do that, though apparently it's legal. It was a way for her to become a professor in Harvard Law School. But what should be the cutoff? And a 0.5%, 0.25%, 1/8. I mean, on the face of it, seems a little bit strange because a lot of these people, you would even never guess what ethnicity they are, but that's the way the system works nowadays, and we do have DNA tests nowadays. I think we should put some sort of standards as to who gets preferences. Then, where you come from. I mean, right now, if you're somebody whose ancestry was in Spain, and you come to the United States, you're considered a European. But if your ancestry is Spain and your ancestors spent 3 generations in Cuba, you're considered an ethnic minority. I mean, to me, that seems a little bit silly. I'm not sure what the difference is. Maybe the person from Spain just came here right now, and the person from Cuba, 1/4 Cuban, came here 50 years ago. So does this make any sense that when you fill out the forms or see who's going to get the government contract or who's going to get into Harvard Law School, that the person from Cuba is treated different than the person from Spain? Or if we have someone from Italy or somebody who was of Italian descent but spent 3 generations in Argentina, should that person be given preference? I think that's something we ought to have a public discussion over. Should you have to be from America? Right now, the way these programs work, if you show up, if you're not even a citizen, you can get preferences on the form. You have an example right now, the vice president's own dad came here from Jamaica. You know, originally at the time this affirmative action kicked in, I thought it was a little bit to make up for slavery or to make up for Jim Crow. Well, somebody like the vice president's dad, he wasn't mistreated in America. He wasn't in America at all. He came here for the land of opportunity, came here to become a professor at Stanford University. Is that fair? When we try to identify different groups as somebody who really never suffered in the United States at all because they're a recent immigrant, should they be getting these preferences? I think that's something that should be talked about. I don't know. Should there be a wealth component? You know, we're supposedly helping the underserved communities, But the way the programs work today and the different areas that they pick out, I think, is government employment, employment in businesses that have do business with the government, government contractors if you have a business, and admissions to universities. Should there be a wealth component? If I'm the son of a multi-millionaire who's a member of a favored group, do I get preferences? It kind of seems wrong to say I'm an underserved group, but that's the way it works today, which is typical, and we'll come back in a second to what Thomas Sowell says about affirmative action. He wrote a book on the topic. Usually it benefits the well-off people, as things that come up from the progressive background usually do. Should there be some familiarity with your background? I mean, if I'm going to be claim to get preferences because my ancestors came from Peru, should I have to know something about Peru? Or can it be somebody who doesn't even know Spanish, has spent generations here, never lived in a Spanish country? Should I get preferences there? Should that have something to do with this? Are there jobs that should be exempt from preferences where it's entirely based on merit? One of the things that's going on in America today is a lot of medical schools are saying you don't have to take the MCAT test. Now, when I was younger, we used the associated doctors with the ones that did the best on the test, because if you were going to be a doctor, it was a matter of life and death, and we wanted to take the smartest person no matter what. Now we have medical schools saying we don't want to look at any test to determine your intelligence. We want to base your admission on things like what you say on an essay. Or how many groups you volunteered for, that sort of thing. I think we should have that discussion. Maybe we should have this preferences for certain jobs like college professor, where you can say it really doesn't, it's not a matter of life and death if we have somebody who's not as good, but we should make sure we always get the better people for the medical field, or for dentistry, or for airline pilots, or air traffic controllers? Or should we say, well, we can afford to have people who aren't as good as air traffic controllers, because what's the worst thing that could happen? But I think that's another question that we should be asking right now, because the Biden administration is clearly walking down this path. That's why they have these, what we're referring to as equity action teams. And we want to know exactly what standards the equity action teams are using. I had a fella come up to me a few years ago whose son worked in one of our federal agencies, and he loved the job, and he went to college for the job. He was told after 9 or 10 years, why you're not being promoted. He was told, you're a white guy who's not a veteran, and we give preferences to veterans too. Well, was that fair? Or if they are going to continue down that path, shouldn't we at least make it public so this guy wouldn't have gone to school to learn about a field that he wanted to excel in, only to be told 10 years later that, you're a white guy, you're not a veteran? Too bad. I think that's something that ought to be discussed before we hurt any other people. So in any event, I think this is a topic to look at. I think it's certainly one way to cause hard feelings in America. And I've talked about Thomas Sowell, who wrote a book called, a book dealing with affirmative action about 40 years ago now. But he pointed out that other countries that went down this path, America's not all the way down the path, but have the same experiences as America. First of all, it begins, and it's supposed to be temporary. 57 years later, it's still here. It's supposed to be restricted to maybe 1 or 2 ethnic groups, but here in America, first, people of African descent, then people who come here, never were mistreated in the United States, come here and are automatically given preferences based where their ancestors were born centuries ago. We begin to add other groups. And I want to make another point about why this is relevant, because Joe Biden is also trying to add another preferenced group. He wants to add Middle Eastern and North African people. Right now, I rattled off all the different backgrounds that we're supposed to be keeping track of, but we don't keep track of people from Algeria or Syria or Iraq. And Joe Biden wants to do that as well. So I think we should have a discussion there. I mean, there are not a lot of people in this country, background from those countries, but there are more and more people coming here. Joe Biden apparently says that if, you're from America and you apply for a job and we have an immigrant from Algeria or an immigrant from Iraq, people like that should be given preferences. Well, I think maybe that's something we should talk about here a little bit and see what the appropriate course of action is. Whatever the course of action is, it should be after a thorough public discussion, not just something, pushed in under the table because it's a sensitive topic. So in any event, I would ask the press to look into this situation. We want to find out what rules President Biden's equity action teams are operating under. We want to have a public discussion. Is it right to add North African, Middle Easterners to this topic? Should we give preferences to people who have no background of discrimination in America, people who just show up immediately get preferences? I obviously have my strong opinions, but I'd like to hear what the pundit class that so many of us read has to say. I'd like to see maybe sometime the Workforce Committee or the Judiciary Committee look into this and see what the different viewpoints are, because it affects a lot of Americans, and that we're kind of moving down this train without having a public discussion. So those are my comments on that topic. I think it's a topic more people ought to look into. I think they ought to review how some people want to destroy America from within. I think they want to review what happened in other countries as they went down the affirmative action path, be it Nigeria, be it Sri Lanka, be it Malaysia or Singapore. And I think a lot of times it doesn't work out very well. But it's something we might have a discussion about. Nobody else is talking about it around here. So we throw that open for discussion. I'd like to thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like any time here? Oh, okay, so thank you very much.
Gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, for 30 minutes.
I thank the Speaker. I thank my friend from Wisconsin, frequently comes down to the floor and engages and uses the special orders, as we call them, and it's great to see him down here. I often state I wish we would have more engaged debate on the floor of the House, actual debate, not just the sort of kind of fake debate where we go back and forth with an hour equally divided over a bill that we've pretty much predetermined will be passed on a partisan basis, but actually pick an issue and engage in thoughtful debate, back and forth about a topic. And would encourage any of my colleagues who are willing to do so on, frankly, either side of the aisle, where we have reasonable disagreements, that we could engage and try to deal with. The fact is, for too long, in this country, in the House of Representatives, we've been dealing with a uniparty. We've been dealing with essentially not a lot of difference in terms of the total output of what this town does. We have strong disagreement here on the floor. We pass bills and we get them passed that nobody on that side of the aisle is going to vote for, and vice versa, knowing they're going to go to the Senate and die, or knowing they're going to get to the White House and not be signed, or knowing they're not going to have 60 votes in the Senate. And then when push comes to shove on the things that matter, when we come to a spending bill, it's all the same. It ends up being effectively the same. It's the only explanation for being $32 trillion in debt. And now, by virtue of the bipartisan effort of this body, the bipartisan effort of the Senate, the signature of the President, we now know we will be roughly $36 trillion in debt in January of 2025. We know this, and we did it. We embraced it. But we didn't materially change the trajectory. Yeah, we dented it a tiny fraction. We had a spending freeze for 2 years that's a part of a deal that isn't even yet consummated because we haven't done the appropriations process. And we patted ourselves on the back, or some of us did, for, oh, well, we had to get this done because we might default. Every time we talk about this effort that we must raise the debt ceiling, or we're going to get to a place where we're going to default on the debt. The fact is, it's just simply not true. We were never going to default on the debt. The President of the United States was never going to choose, in terms of the prioritization of payments, to end up in the place where we're not going to make the payments on the interest on the bonds. That's just a fact. But we play this game. And when we say that to raise the debt ceiling and increase the borrowing level, we say, wait, maybe we should get some changes for that. And then we get up to the date, and what happens? People say you're going to default. And all of Wall Street calls all the folks. And they say, well, you're going to do that, aren't you? And everybody hops both sides of the aisle. And so here we sit, yet again, going from $32 trillion to now predictably $36 trillion in January of 2025. As sure as the sun coming up, the House of Representatives, the Senate, and the President just agreed to mortgage your children's future again. Because that's what we do. That's what the House of Representatives does. And the point here is, as I said, we were never going to default on our debt. But what we are going to do with almost the same amount of certainty as what I just described is default on the American dream. That's where we're headed, is a full-scale, unequivocal default on the American dream. All led by the people who are supposed to be representing the American people in this great republic, barreling us right down the path, if we're not there already, on default on the American dream. The hardworking American family right now, today, sitting out there in this country, unable to afford groceries, unable to afford gas, unable to afford housing, unable to afford health care. I talk to staffers in this building in their 20s, and they look at me and they go, how am I ever going to afford to buy a house? And they genuinely mean it. They don't know. The hardworking plumber in the district I represent in Central Texas never took out a student loan, but is now being forced to pay for his neighbor's master's degree. Or the veteran paying for some liberal arts major to get the same student loan benefits he earned by risking his life for America. The nurse who wants to save lives without a federal bureaucrat telling her she has to take a needle in her arm to keep her job. The blue-collar workers watching their way of life sacrificed to the climate cult and billions of tax corporate crony subsidies in the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, enriching elite wealthy investors, true, and corporations, true, all while empowering the Chinese Communist Party and weakening our own grid and undermining our national security, all true. The rancher right now in Texas putting diesel in his truck, but forced to subsidize a tech worker making six figures to buy a Tesla hundreds of miles away. True. This body just encouraged it. Minority and poor taxpayers trying to make ends meet than an expanded IRS audit 3 to 5 times more than other Americans. The fact is, we are on the verge of defaulting on the American dream. And it's not enough to play politics and just pass something and then try to point the finger at the other party about, well, we just got this and it's better. Because that ain't working. It's simply not working. We had a rather raucous meeting in our Republican conference this morning. I make it a practice not to talk about what we do in private meetings. Some of my colleagues do not adhere to that same standard or rule. It tends to leak like a sieve. So a lot of the conversations we had in that private meeting are not fully private now. So to my colleagues, both sides of the aisle, but in particular my colleagues on this side of the aisle, my Republican colleagues, let me be very clear. I will be happy to engage personally anytime, anywhere on any of these issues. We can have disagreements and we can reasonably disagree. But I'm going to say emphatically, right here in front of God, in front of all the people I represent in this hallowed chamber, I don't give a rat's rear end what you think compared to what my constituents think. I don't. I don't. My job is to care what my constituents think. My job is to care about what people on the airplane or down the street who pull me aside every day and thank me and thank a few of my colleagues for daring to stand up against the uniparty and an institution that is trampling their way of life. I will stand with them. I will stand with the American people sick of having the American dream pulled out from under them. I will stand with them. I will be happy to work with my colleagues. I love and respect many of my colleagues. But I do not answer to my colleagues. I answer to the people I represent, and I'm going to darn well stand up and defend them. I'm going to fight to stop spending money we don't have. I'm going to fight to secure the border of the United States. I'm going to fight for all of the people I just described who are losing their ability to afford a home, afford groceries, to be able to carry out their livelihood, their job without being forced to take a needle. I'm going to fight for the guy trying to put diesel in his truck and not have to subsidize a Tesla. I'm going to fight for people to have a stable grid. I'm going to fight for the national security of this country. I'm going to fight to stop China from encroaching on this country. And I'm not going to give lip service for ads to go win political campaigns when you did nothing. I'm not going to do that. And I'm not going to try to sell the American people on something that didn't occur. But that's what we do in this body all the time. And it's time that that stops. We have a duty, yes, a bipartisan duty. If any one of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would actually like to join the party of standing up for the American people and standing up in defense of this country, instead of a radical leftist ideology that results in a pride flag being hung at the same level as the United States flag on the front of the White House. People topless parading around the front of the White House. The White House, the people's house for their president. Have we no respect? Does the flag of the United States mean nothing? It's the flag of the United States. Men and women have died for that flag, and they put that flag up to the side, flanking a pride flag on the front of the United States president's house. It's despicable. And we do that right here on the eve of Flag Day. Tomorrow is Flag Day. The flag of the United States stands for something so much bigger than any of these people running around pretending like they're standing up for, oh, we can't have established religion. We're for the separation of state. Yet their religion is represented by that pride flag on the front of the White House. It's a religion, just like the cult of climate fetishism is a religion. Every bit as much as any religion. How many lives have been lost with that flag on a patch on the arm of one of our men and women who have fought for this country? And that's what they do? I'm at a loss for words. I really am. I'm going to read one thing here, and then I'm going to yield to my friend from Pennsylvania. But it's going to take me a couple minutes. One of my favorite songs is The Ragged Old Flag by Johnny Cash. It goes like this, and I will not do this nearly as cool as Johnny Cash does. I walked through a county courthouse square. On a park bench, an old man was sitting there. I said, "Your old courthouse is kind of run down." He said, "Nah, I'll do it for our little town." I said, "Your flagpole has leaned a little bit, and that's a ragged old flag you got hanging on it." He said, "Have a seat," and I sat down. "Is this the first time you've been to our little town?" I said, "I think it is," he said. "I don't like to brag, but we're kind of proud of that ragged old flag. You see, we got a little hole in that flag there when Washington took it across the Delaware, and it got powder burned the night Francis Scott Key sat watching it writing, 'Oh, say can you see?' And it got a bad rip in New Orleans with Packingham and Jackson tugging at its seams. And it almost fell at the Alamo beside the Texas flag, but she waved on through. She got cut with a sword at Chancellorsville, and she got cut again at Shiloh Hill. There was Robert E. Lee, Beauregard, and Bragg, and the south wind blew hard on that ragged old flag. On Flanders Field in World War I, she got a big hole from a Bertha gun. She turned blood red in World War II. She hung limp and low by the time it was through. She was in Korea and Vietnam. She went there. She was sent by her Uncle Sam. She waved from her ships upon the briny foam, and now they've about quit waving her back here at home. In her own good land, she's been abused. She's been burned, dishonored, denied, and refused. And the government for which she stands is scandalized throughout the land. And she's getting threadbare and wearing thin. But she's in good shape for the shape she's in, because she's been through the fire before. And I believe she can take a whole lot more. So we raise her up every morning, take her down every night. We don't let her touch the ground, and we fold her upright. On second thought, I do like to brag, because I'm mighty proud of that ragged old flag. On tomorrow and Flag Day, I hope we will honor the American flag. And I know that my friend from Pennsylvania is proud to be a member of Congress, but certainly I would think more proud to have worn the uniform of the United States military and devote his life and service his country, and I would yield to my friend from Pennsylvania.
Well, I thank my friend, the gentleman from Texas, and I thank him for bringing up this subject. And look, each one of us feels maybe differently, but I don't know whether people know this or not, but there's actually a United States flag code. There's a decorum that we follow, that we're supposed to follow when displaying the flag, how you wear it, if you wear it. The flag is not supposed to be festooned. The flag is not clothing. And the flag, the standard of America, the standard of freedom, the standard of liberty recognized around the globe, is second to no other flag at all. And to have it fly flanking the pride flag on the White House, you said you're at a loss for words. I too am. I think to myself, well, it was just this morning. I communicate home every day. I talk to my wife and I let her know I love her, and we get on with our day, and then we reconnect in the evening. But this morning, I reminded my children, not thinking about what was going to happen at the White House, having no clue, but I reminded my children, tomorrow is Flag Day. Make sure you get up early, get the flag, and fly the flag in the front of our house, because it's important that America knows that their representative, my community knows that their representative respects what our country's about and its standard, and it is a new low every single day. My friend from Texas has talked about it as appropriately and as particularly as anybody can. The destruction of this country, evidenced so many different ways. And every day you wake up, you turn on the TV, you open a newspaper, you listen to the radio, you talk to somebody, and you say to yourself, I can't believe this is happening in America. And every day you think we have reached the apex of the nadir, the lowest of the lows. And every day, the left takes us to a new place of a new low, of a new disrespect, of a new destruction of the country that we love. And so I am very, very proud to stand with my friend, the gentleman from Texas, to say that there's an urgency to saving, to restoring this republic. We stand up, speaking of the flag, and pledge allegiance to the flag, and we say, to the republic for which it stands. Most people, I would guarantee you, don't know what a republic is. But I'm going to school you really quickly here. A republic is a place where the individual citizen is supreme, is sovereign, and their views represented by the people they elect are supreme and sovereign. And I ask you, in a country where some agency, where nobody was elected, there's no accountability that says you're not going to be able to drive the car you choose. You're not going to be able to buy a stove to cook your family meal unless the government approves. Is that a republic? And I would argue that it is not. I would argue that it is not, unfortunately. So I'm proud and I'm happy and I'm gratified to stand here on the People's House, in the People's House, with my good friend from Texas and say that I, too, understand the urgency, and I, too, will not accept anymore, and I, too, will withstand the ire of some of my colleagues here if it means defending the people at home that sent me here to defend them from the tyranny that emanates from this town, this building, and this institution by the uniparty or by the establishment or whatever you want to call them, that feathers their nest with the hard-earned dollars of the people that I represent at home that can't afford their groceries, a new house, a new car to send their kids to school. I'm sick of it, and I'm going to do everything I can with the moments that I have every single time I have a moment so that I don't have to look back and say, I wished I would have. I'm not going to do that. Every single moment of every day where there's fight in me and there's a fight to be had, I'm going to be in it, supporting those folks and defending those folks back home from Pennsylvania's 10th District, and quite honestly and quite literally across the great United States of America. And with that, I yield to the gentleman from Texas, and I'll stand by.
I thank my friend from Pennsylvania. And again, I want to reiterate on this eve of Flag Day my appreciation for his service to this country, wearing the uniform and as in Congress. He understands what citizenship means. And I'm deeply appreciative of him for it. I'm deeply appreciative of his friendship. I'm deeply appreciative of the friendships I have here in this Congress, of my colleagues that I'm proud to serve with across the spectrum, but particularly those colleagues who are willing to stand in the fire when it's needed. We don't have much time left, ladies and gentlemen. I don't say that lightly. You cannot look at this country with objective, clear eyes and believe that we're on the right path. We're not. And we are so far off the right path, it is going to take a massive course correction and trajectory change to save this great republic for our kids and grandkids. That is not hyperbole. Our children and grandchildren are on the precipice, inheriting now, booked, as I said before, $36 trillion of debt, guaranteed, give or take a few billion, in January of 2025. And I'm just going to be honest. To be lectured by some of my colleagues this morning, to be lectured about my motivations for why I'm here on the floor of the House and standing up and speaking right now, and for it to be alleged that is for clicks or for money. The only thing that would have made it more of ironic is if that meeting had occurred at the NRCC. The fact is, it is our job right now to stand up and defend the country and not wait for some time in the future. I don't want to hear another thing about, well, we'll do it when. We'll do it when we have the Senate. We'll do it when we have 60 in the Senate. We'll do it when we have a bigger majority. We'll do it when we have someone in the White House. Why don't we do it right now? Right now. Let's have these debates. Let's have these fights out on the floor of the House. Right now. Because I can promise you, the debt deal that we just passed ain't going to get the job done. It's not. And everybody here knows it. Yet they're going to go out and sell it as if it's something that it isn't. Things that, well, that's water under the bridge. Well, that is a hell of a lot of water under the bridge. $4 trillion worth of water under that bridge. And now we got to get to work to pass appropriations bills. Will those appropriations bills turn the trajectory of this country away from the iceberg? That is my question for my colleagues. We should appropriate to the FY22 levels that we've been talking about since last December, that we told the American people we were going to do. We should appropriate the federal bureaucracy back to pre-COVID levels, because nobody in America thinks that we should continue to spend at post-COVID levels. I'm going to stand on that. I'm going to keep fighting for that. I believe the American people want us to do that. I believe they want the bureaucracy to be shrinked. I believe they want their country back. I believe they want their lives back. I believe they don't want any more bureaucrats interfering with their freedoms. And I think